AL Central rundown. It is Friday, July 3rd. Happy 250th America tomorrow. We're bored, and the White Sox and the Guardians are playing, so we're gonna watch their game. There's only one other game on tonight on a Friday night, which is weird, but hey, the World Cup only happens, and supposedly that's a pretty big deal. So, with me, I'm Eric. With me is Dan and Lee. If you are watching, I'm behind my camera because I'm holding my daughter right now, and her face doesn't need to be on the internet. So, and that's her clapping. So, how you guys doing?
I
Pretty
gotta,
good.
s- I gotta say, Eric, if there was anything that was more of a indicator that soccer is a communist conspiracy, it's that it's canceling baseball on the Friday before the 4th of July. So,
Before the 250th anniversary of birthday of America, I
yeah.
don't know what
So
we're doing.
beyond being a little peeved about that, I'm doing pretty well. So,
I
I mean,
am.
granted, the
I'm very
one series
excited
we
for this.
probably really wanted, the one game we wanted to watch anyway was probably Guardians Royals or
Yeah,
Guardians White
that was
Sox.
always going to be. But
Yeah,
tomorrow, the Tigers are starting Jack Flaherty. It's not going to be a good. Yeah, I'm sweaty. It's hot. There's a storm coming through. My lights have flickered a couple times, so we'll see what happens. The worst of it is going to be passing in the next 30 minutes. So, okay.
fingers crossed it stays, power stays on, especially since it's been so darn hot.
Yeah,
Uh, Bright and sunny here, but I imagine that storm's probably coming this way eventually. So,
I think it might be just
So,
north of you. Hopefully, it's yeah,
I like
so
that.
Lee,
That'd be good.
yeah.
Lee, just because that is about to rain at your house, do you think Cleveland is going to delay this game? There is rain somewhere in the continental United States, and the Cleveland Guardians are very worried about it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, well, lucky the Tigers game is in aren't playing today and are in Texas because otherwise they would not be canceling and then they would cancel as soon as the game is about to start. So
Stephen
I'm
Vogt
just like,
steps out. Stephen Vogt steps out of the dugout. Might want to play it safe. Let's hold off.
Yeah, can't do it.
I sense rain. My knees tell me rain is coming.
He was a catcher. He'd be the right person to ask.
Yeah, this is what the radar is currently looking like. So
That's
yeah,
passing you currently.
yeah,
It looked real ominous before when you showed us in the chat or in the
yeah.
Discord.
It looks like the
Anyway, the
worst.
game from last night, real exciting. We should probably talk about that in the 7 minutes that we have before the new game starts. Um, Dan, did you watch the whole game, or were you tuning in and out?
I was 90% of it I saw. So, man, it didn't feel good for most of that game, especially down the stretch when kind of things ended up turning themselves around. I'm surprised that they vote sent Slade Ciccone back out for the sixth. That ended up being a bit of a mistake as White Sox were able to take the lead. But all's well that ends well. Brian Rocchio, two-run walk-off home run off the foul pole. That's the second time in uh, 10 months that he's hit the foul pole for a walk-off. So he finds a way to be come up in big moments. He's been great in playoff series for somehow, some way. He's having a good season, period. But he just apparently has a flair for the dramatic sometimes.
For
It's
always
always
those, it's always that one guy who like only performs in like those big moments, and rest of the time he's a below average player, and it drives me nuts.
The only thing I'd say against that is Brian Rocchio has not been a below average player this year. He is legitimately, and I'm not trying to be sensitive, Lee. I get your point. Like historically, he hasn't been that great. Not necessarily thought of as a bat first player. He's hit the ball pretty well this year, and there for years now it was kind of a question of who's going to be the shortstop of this team. Is it going to be Brian Rocchio? Is it going to be Gabriel Arias? Is it going to be at one point Tyler Freeman? Like all these potential middle infield prospects that Cleveland has run through, they were patient with Brian Rocchio, and we might have figured it out. So, I want to see it for more than half a season, but it's trending the right direction in a way that it hasn't
yeah.
until this year.
You got the half a season at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know
I
much.
just
I said this in our chat yesterday, but I was so mad at myself because I don't know what it was. Like, Quan had, like, it wasn't like a spectacular catch, but it was a difficult catch up
It
against
was
the
a tough
center.
play.
Um, and I just remember looking at the score and looking at the inning and thinking, oh, Cleveland's down one in the bottom of the ninth. I know how this is going to play out. And I didn't say anything until, who was it? I think Khalil Watson walked ahead of him because Cleveland was down one.
Yeah.
And then I thought about typing something, and then Rocchio on the first pitch just hit it. Like, before the camera had barely time to get to it before he was already hitting a home run.
No, I wasn't watching because I was busy watching Framber Valdez meltdown. But I just thought, I just saw the message from Dan. Like, you've got to be fucking kidding me! Like, of course.
The other game tonight is the Twins are playing the Yankees, which, for those who have actually listened to the show, we talk about Cleveland being a real, like, nightmare for the Twins. The Twins just barely show up in New York. I've lived out here on the East Coast for 6 years. COVID took out some of it, but I think I've seen 6 games. I've never seen the Twins win a game in Yankee Stadium. I have seen Rocco Baldelli get ejected because Domingo Herman was told to go wash his hands when he was throwing a no-hitter instead of being inspected for sticky stuff. So maybe I'm a little bitter and a little bit spoiled about it, but they're playing. We'll see what happens tonight. It's Garrett Cole versus Mike Paredes, so good luck, Mike.
Paredes hasn't. I'm speaking out of turn here. I don't know about Paredes. He hasn't been too bad though, has he not? I saw him once and he pitched well, so that's kind of what I'm going off of.
I think it's all about expectations. If he was a top prospect, you'd be like, this isn't what we expected, but it's fine. But because he was a non-prospect that nobody saw coming, we're like, oh, Mike Paredes, look at this. But
What a pleasant surprise.
yeah, kind of. And good for him. I don't think Mike Paredes thought he would breach the majors. And here he is making a start in Yankee Stadium like 2 months in.
Any idea what Mike Paredes' middle name is?
I can look this up.
I I just want to tell you,
Oh, what is it?
Michael Exodus Paredes.
Exodus? That's awesome.
Exodus. He should just go
Hey,
by Exodus.
Torque's
Yeah,
middle
you
name is Enoch.
Enoch.
Enoch?
Yeah, so they can fit right in with obscure Bible names.
Oh yeah. Well, Chase DeLauder's middle name is Jebediah. It's not. I just made that up.
But what if it is?
It might be.
Yeah. Like, I don't
Should
like
form a club.
I do appreciate Zebby Matthews because his real name is not Zebulon. Or his first name is not Zebulon, it's his middle name. His first name is, as soon as it loads up here, it's real basic. It's like Daniel Zebulon Matthews. Thank you for going by Zebby. I appreciate that.
Oh, what the? You had the best first name there, Zebby. What'd you do? He,
I mean, he just couldn't be associated with such vermin.
he's gonna
Not vermin.
he's Daniel from now on, in my opinion.
Okay, well, that's only if he does well, though, right? He gives up a couple home runs. He's back
Yeah,
to
that's
Zebby.
probably a good point. Yeah.
If I had been
That's
if I had been a boy when I was born, I would have been named Daniel.
Then what would we have done? In this alternate, like, would you two have to fight it out to see who's still on the show?
I don't know. Yeah.
Two of my good friends growing up were also Daniel, so we got along just fine. It would be okay.
Yeah. I don't know
What's
what
Dylan Dingler's? His name's Francis, isn't it? Is that what it's?
Francis,
He's
Francis
Francis.
Dillon Dingler.
I think
I would
his
also.
he had a kid in the off season, and his kid's name is also Francis. I
So
don't
he liked the
remember.
name. He liked the name enough to name his kid that, but not to go by it.
I guess, yeah. I haven't
I'm
looked
gonna-
up the story of if there is a story on why he goes by Dylan instead of Francis or anything like that. I also don't know if his kid is a junior, if they were both Francis Dylan Dingler. I don't know. They posted about it. I just remember seeing that the kid's first name is also Francis, and I'm like, that's kind of funny. but
I'm gonna guess a family name. So like he is probably Francis Dillon Dingler the fifth or something like that, or it's like every other grandparent gets named Francis or something. I don't know, but
but they still list him as a junior if his father was also Francis Dillon Dingler, even if he didn't go by Francis, like on like with jersey and stuff. Would you still go?
I think he could. I'm also going to guess even if there wasn't a senior and you just wanted to put junior on the back of your jersey, they'll be like, okay, I don't care. Like, I don't think it's exactly the TSA for
Requirement.
How,
your jersey.
how is StatCast a full 2 batters ahead of where I am?
I don't know. It's very varied for me in terms of whether it's behind or not.
I've got a
first-
1-1 count to Sama and Tanachi to start the game.
Okay, I am a little behind. Now I have 2-1 or 1-2.
Yeah, he just fouled it off.
Yep. Okay, yep, there it is. So we're close. My internet's been real laggy, so we'll see how often I need to update. Yeah, who had Sam Antonacci as like anyone outside of Chicago? I don't know like what his future necessarily is, but he seems like a nice surprise this year.
I thought he was just a guy that Team Italy had that was like a minor league guy. Like, hey, this is a guy with some talent. We can put him on the roster. He can hopefully contribute in the WBC. I didn't realize he was like a prospect. And he's been
Yeah.
hugely beneficial to that lineup, I feel like. He's hitting 299. Obviously, he's leading off. So,
Right. The Bottle Rocket just hit another home run. Which, for anyone who isn't in our Discord chat, that is my stupid nickname for Cody Clemens, who now has 15 on the year, which is just stupid.
insane.
Like, it just is. He might hit 30 home runs. He might get flipped at the deadline because
so
I don't want to say there's going to be selling high on Cody Clemens, but this is probably
They
time to
should.
cash in. Yeah, I think like
a guy who can play multiple positions and hit 20 home runs, that's valuable.
yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how long it'll last, like you're saying, but
I think as a bench spot, it's real. I mean, honestly, he's done just fine as a starter, so I shouldn't even say as a bench spot. But like, if you need to fill
if you're-
in,
if you're a team like the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Phillies or somebody like that, like that's
Or like
a
up to
perfect
split
place for him
that.
to go play twice a week. And yeah,
Or platoon
he would
that.
absolutely
I mean, why
be
not?
a Kike Hernandez type. Kike had much better defense, but I can see him just doing really well there. But he's doing well for the Twins, so I'll take it for now. What was that,
Now was
Liam?
Now was Cody. Oh, go ahead, Lee. Sorry.
No, I wasn't saying anything you didn't already say.
Now was Cody Clemens always this good, or do the Twins deserve some credit for helping him develop at this point in his career?
I mean, he's 30. I mean, he had multiple franchises trade him. I think he just got an opportunity. So, like, if you're the type that doesn't believe there's a difference between, like, starting good AAA hit players and bench players in the majors, he just found his niche.
Yeah, no, he's had career years since going to Minnesota. Like,
Yeah.
Detroit traded him in the offseason after 2022. Then he was very mid for the Phillies. Then they DFA'd him right at the beginning of the year. Was claimed off waivers by Minnesota, and it was amazing.
Also, very mid, but only like less than 50 games apiece. And then
Yeah.
and I'm going to guess those 50 games were not like a continuous 50.
You can make an argument that he never got a chance to develop, but also part of the problem is, especially when he was with Detroit, he was not good at any particular spot in like position wise in order to legitimize placing him on the field.
Well, I don't think he was ever like he debuted at 26. I don't think he was ever a prospect. I think he was known because of his dad, but
Yeah, we drafted him at the 3rd round. But yeah, he was never really a prospect. like when he came up, I was like, I didn't know we had Cody Clemens in our farm system. I didn't realize we had one of Roger Clemens' kids, as our one of our prospects. But he was like somewhere in the teens in our farm system.
Yeah.
Like 15th ranked or something like that. Yeah, so he was never really supposed to be one of those big guys.
Right. Now, that would have been a home run in Coors. Anytime Coors is not listed as a home run. Like, I know it's gigantic, but that would have been a home run.
Yeah, it's basically because it's not accounting for the altitude change.
Right.
It's just on distance.
But like, I think like what is weird, and like I've mentioned this probably too many times, but the Twins, whoever is scouting the Tigers farm system, have a real knack to finding former washed prospects or underperforming prospects, signing them, and them having them become productive players. Willie Castro and now Clemens and now Kreidler is so far not out of the woods, but he's looked much better than he's ever deserved to be.
I forget, how did Castro get to you guys? Was he
minor league deal?
Minor league deal. Okay.
He got to arbitration with the Tigers. They didn't offer him his first year of arbitration, then the Twins signed him.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember because that was a while ago.
He was hitting cleanup for the Rockies yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. He's doing fine, but not spectacular. Yeah. The Willie Castro, I feel like he's one of those guys that maybe COVID kind of hurt.
Yeah.
Because I remember his rookie season was 2020, and he was like, I think he was second in Rookie of the Year that year, or second or third. Like, he really looked like he was going to grow, but he just never kind of did. Just not consistent enough. Defense was good, so he stayed on the field, but just wasn't getting enough contact and couldn't really hit homers.
Right. He had a lot of like physical tools. Like he was pretty fast. He had a decent arm. He had good reflexes. It just didn't look like he was going to be able to hit, and he was able to hit 270 with Minnesota with some power, like 10 to 15 homer power. Like, could play literally everywhere, which was the value. It was a real nice find for a minor league deal.
Dude, if I had a nickel for every time one of those Tigers from like the 2020 to 2022 left us and then immediately became all-stars, I'd have 2 nickels, which is way too many nickels. Him and Isaac Paredes.
I don't exactly remember the circumstances with Isaac I thought that was too soon, and I wasn't paying attention to the Tigers.
He was traded for Austin Meadows, which would have been a great deal, except Austin Meadows was clearly going through a lot mentally. Came over, played for like 2 months, never hit a home run, then went on the disabled list and never played again.
Yeah.
If you ask me, I think the Rays did him dirty. Because, you're really struggling with your mental health. How about we trade you halfway across the country? That's going to help you out great.
I mean, he could have maybe asked out of that too. I don't know. Like, I would not be surprised to hear that the Rays are very like cold and calculating when it comes to the relationship with their players because they flip them so often. But I genuinely don't know.
That's pretty rough. That's a pretty rough trade. I'm not trying to like twist the knife, but to trade away a future all-star for a guy that you got 2 months of, and then that's it. That's nearly as bad as trading away a Gold Glove second baseman for a guy that gets caught up in a gambling scandal and never pitches for you ever again. So, yeah,
and that second baseman's gonna likely start the All-Star game.
It would have been a great trade if Austin Meadows had just played the way he had been playing. Like, at the time, I thought, wow, this is a great deal because Isaac Paredes was not exactly. He didn't fit in well with what our team had. He wasn't developing very well. And Austin Meadows fit a defensive need at center, and he gave us power that we didn't have. And then we got none of that. So, yeah.
Oh. Anthony Kay runs over into foul ground and makes the catch on the foul out. Don't see that too often.
I know the Twins a couple years ago had Sonny Gray put up $500 anytime a pitcher made a put out. So like any fly ball, every Twin starting pitcher was like calling off everyone. I remember Joe Ryan had a foul out and like looked right like did the Sophie Cunningham point and then did 5-0-0.
Earlier
And
this year,
everyone
Tanner Bybee was catching a bunch of pop flies during games, and then one dropped, and that was the end of that happening anymore, I think. So,
The Tigers at the beginning of the season had a bunch of issues with the pitcher fielding. Like the ground balls
yeah.
right in front and then not being able to field it properly to first. And there was one day where it was like, okay, this is clearly enough because the next day they had a bunch of PFPs before the game. We haven't really had as many issues since then. But it's still not the greatest. I mean, even Scooble, for all his greatness, he's got issues with it. And I just want to beg him, Tarek, please stop trying to make this work. It's not going to. Yeah. But no, he specifically, they had a bunch of practice with that, like during spring training. AJ Hinch was asked about it, asked about something. I forget what was going on the field, but he was asked about it during one of the in-game interviews during spring training, and he's like, oh, well, Hinch calls out unprompted, well, we don't want a repeat of him trying to throw it between his legs. Yeah. They've clearly taken that to heart and they make jokes about it now. But yeah.
Enough time has passed. It can be laughed about now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, no, for real, don't do that again. That wasn't the first time he had ever done that either, was it? He had tried that before.
I feel like he's tried to do something similar, but not quite that bad.
Exactly that.
He's very much a high achiever, which means he tries to do everything, even if he can't do it.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's just full enough of himself that he's not going to take a step back because he can't do it. He's going to try and do it anyway. So,
if I was as good at pitching as Tarek Skubal is, if I was as good at anything as he is at pitching, I'd probably be the same way. I could probably do that too. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. But I'm like, okay, you're not going to win a Gold Glove anytime soon. Just stop. There was one specific time in 2024 against the Mariners when there's a comebacker, goes over his head. It's 110 miles an hour. And he reached up with his bare hand and,
oh my gosh,
he missed it. Thank God. But Pitching Ninja called him out on Twitter, and it was like, Tarek, that's your Cy Young arm. Stop it. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
You know, I don't mean to bring up old news, but considering he ended up on the IL anyway, Skubal probably could have thrown a second game in the WBC this past spring. I'm just saying.
No, apparently the reason he didn't throw more than one game is because he's been feeling something in his elbow since January.
Okay. So that was ongoing. Why did he throw any then? Why was one okay?
Because he really wanted to.
I guess. He didn't really want to throw a second. I'm just being pedantic now. Yeah. It's okay.
He really wanted to play, but he didn't feel comfortable necessarily doing a whole lot. So I'm not going to say that I understand the logic, but his explanation makes sense to me.
That is the amount of risk he was willing to take, I guess, is the way to answer that question. Yeah. I get it.
I would have preferred if he maybe held back until the play, the elimination games. I feel like that would have made more sense. But I guess maybe the timing just didn't work out for that or whatever.
Yeah. I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of just rumors, not rumors, but thought exercises that maybe Skeens is injured because Skeens hasn't looked great lately, and his velo's down. So.
My fantasy team is not going well. That was not a good first round pick. Paul Skeens. It's not.
I did pretty good I'm in 3 leagues, and I've only been paying attention to one because that's the Dynasty League I'm in. I picked Skubal in the first round for that, And my pitching has worked out pretty good. I've traded a bunch of guys away, but I ended up with both Skubal and Schlittler on my team. So
Nice.
yeah. I guess what
Yeah. I'm in one league and I'm in ninth out of 10. So it's not going so well.
Yeah, in the Dynasty League, I think I'm ninth or eighth out of 14. But then in my casual one, my friends, I'm in first. So I haven't paid attention to that one, but I drafted really well. Like I got Jose Ramirez and Byron Buxton, and I think I got Schlittler in that one too. And just
Set it and forget it.
yeah, I ended up with a bunch of really good guys. Because also that one is the
100 on the corner from Gavin Williams. Go sit down, Colson.
how's
Sorry.
Gavin been doing this? How's he been doing this season?
He's been fine. He really hasn't been. I think there was some expectation he was going to kind of take the next step, quote unquote, and become this ace. And that hasn't really happened. But he has limited the walks. The walks were the biggest thing that was kind of his issue in past years. That's gotten better. The outcomes just haven't kind of fallen in line with that. He hasn't been bad, but he's been a solid starter. Like I think him, Parker Messick, and Tanner Bybee would be a fine three starters to go with to roll into a playoff series. So
I realized that the ERA was so high.
yeah,
I realized we hadn't talked about him at all on the show. So I'm like, how has he been doing?
yeah, he's just kind of been there. Quite frankly, he hasn't been bad by any means, but like I said, he hasn't really taken that next step you would hope. If there's one kind of Achilles heel to this Guardians entire pitching staff, really, they've given up a noticeable amount of home runs. It's not like
Yeah,
earlier this year when they were like 26th in home run per nine. The bullpen was like 26th in home, but it's gotten better. But it's still, if there's a weakness, they could afford to keep the ball in the yard a little bit more, and that
I
includes
know
Gavin.
Bybee's very homer happy. Yeah,
Bybee gives up some home runs, and then just weird crap happens when he pitches, and it's been happening for 2 years. Like he was the pitcher in the game where Cooper Ingle forgot how many runs there or how many outs there were. Just weird stuff like that seems to happen when he pitches for some reason.
yeah. Like it looks like on Williams, all of his hard hit stuff, he's getting hit a lot hard when he does get hit.
And that might be kind of in turn because he's in the zone more. I mean, I'm speculating, but ooh, they picked him off. Sorry, pickoff throw first. Gavin Williams trying to pick off Braden Montgomery. They did not. Oh, okay, they called it. Sorry, we don't have audio on. I thought they were showing replays because they were going to review it. Turns out they just really actually picked him off.
Nice.
One pitch later, ground out, inning over. Moving on to the middle of the second.
Pickoffs are. I feel like the Tigers never successfully pick off. Like pitchers will never pick off. Like Dylan and Jake will pick off guys, but it's never the pitchers doing it, and it drives me insane how we never hold runners. Like I still stand by. We lost one of the games against the Astros because Kenley Jansen refuses to hold the runners on base, and
It could be tough with closers. I wouldn't say Kenley Jansen's the only closer that has kind of wanted to be clear his mind of kind of the runners being on base, but that's still that doesn't make it okay. Like
no, because it was
problem.
we were down 1-0. A runner gets on first, then he steals second, then a ground out moves him to third, and he scores on a sac fly. And it's like, and then we lose 2-1 because at the bottom of the ninth, Dingler hit a homer.
Yeah.
So it just
I will say, I feel like for years now, the Guardians have been good at pickoffs. The pitching rotation, dating back to when like Zach Plesac was he was a very good pickoff thrower. He had a good move. Bybee has a pretty good move. Gavin just picked somebody off here. Off the top of my head, I don't remember if Messick has a good move or not. You would think he would because he's a lefty, but I'm not sure. Just in general, for maybe a decade now, maybe a little bit less than that, but they've been pretty good at controlling the run game and getting some outs out of it too. So I feel like we throw to second a lot more than most teams do too. I haven't noticed it as much this year, but in the past, I feel like that's been part of our game is trying to keep runners at second close.
The one that drove me nuts for the Tigers was besides the game against the Yankees the other day. They ended up winning the game, but it's bottom of the ninth. You're up 2-0, and then you give up a solo homer. So now you're up 2-1. I believe it was Drew Anderson on the mound. Don't get me into that, but he gives up a single to Jazz Chisholm. Jazz proceeds to steal second, then steal third, and then score on a wild pitch. And it was the most infuriating thing I've had the misfortune of witnessing. It's like, how? Why? You figure after the guy steals second, you're going to start paying a little more attention to him. But then he just immediately steals third. What are we doing?
Yep.
That's why I'm not hoping, but I'm like, yeah, when Jake Rogers eventually gets traded or DFA'd, I'm not going to feel sad about it because his defense has just really started atrophying.
And that was his thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the starting catcher going into last year, right? Because of his defense.
He was a Gold Glove finalist in 24.
Yeah.
But it was, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just from not playing every day. I don't know if it's just he's gotten older and so it's just decaying. But regardless, very frustrating.
Oh, good. The people on the internet don't have to be all upset. Manzardo's starting against a lefty today. So we got that going for us. Although maybe he shouldn't be with that swing he just made on a sweeper in the dirt. So I don't know. Right on cue, they're showing a graphic. He actually has a better batting average against lefties this year. All right. So how many at-bats is that? That would be my next question. But that's not to say this doesn't make for good podcast material or a good show. But when a manager wants to make a choice like that, most of the time my reaction is either way is reasonable to me. Like, yeah, Manzardo's a good hitter. He could face a lefty. But also if he's not in the lineup, like, well, yeah, platoon splits suggest most of the time the right-handed. Like, I could see it both ways. Like, I don't get too upset about. Now, when you get into particular instances, or if you're going to pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter in the fourth inning, that's a different story. But generally speaking, I feel like we just get hung up on those decisions too much sometimes. I don't know.
Him and Keith. It's just I want Keith to play every day. Is that too much to ask for? I feel like they're ruining Colt Keith by not A, keeping him at one position, and B, playing him every day. He's not supposed to be a platoon hitter. Just how are you going to make him into an everyday player that you're paying to stay on this team for the next 5 years or whatever if you're not going to play him every day?
Right.
It driving me crazy.
Yeah, I feel like you could say that Detroit doesn't view him that way, but they gave him all that money in the extension.
Yeah.
So,
it's not like this extension was signed before the current regime. Like, this extension was signed right before his debut in 24. Like, yeah. Scott Harris was there. AJ Hinch was there. I don't know why they gave him like a year in the as a rookie playing every day. And then they're like, how about we make sure he does not play every day? And I thought, come on.
So they extended him before he played a major league game?
Yeah. It's a really team-friendly extension with, I think it's like $5 or $6 million a year going forward. I think it's like 2 or 3 right now. And then like 5 to 6. And then it's options for like 15 or 20 for the last 2 years. But so it's basically just if he turns out to be really good, like we thought he's going to be, then it makes sure that he stays on the team through arbitration plus a couple extra years.
Yeah. Teams have to do that now. It's not like the Indians back in the 90s were one of the first teams to start buying out, a couple years of free agency. But you could wait and see if a guy was going to be good or not back then. And you can't really do that anymore. These players play a couple years, play well, and now they're at the point where they've set their mind to they're going to just bet on themselves and hope it keeps going well. Not everybody, but most of them. So, I
It's
feel
why I
like
wasn't.
I feel like extending a guy who hasn't played a major league game yet is a very other kind of risk proposition. That's I don't know. You really got to believe in a guy to do that. I feel like the teams do it.
I was not. That's that extension is why I was not surprised by the Kevin McGonigal contract because they already
Yeah.
had done it before. The surprising thing to me was that they didn't wait till the offseason to do it, or they didn't do it before he debuted because I figured they don't do that stuff during the season.
There was a period in time where I was writing for a website in Philadelphia that was based out of Philadelphia. So there was a lot of I wrote mostly general MLB content, but we had obviously some Phillies related stuff going on. And that was around the time that a guy named Scott Kingery had, I believe it was the year after he had signed one of those deals, and that did not work out for them. Now, the Phillies have been fine ever since. I don't feel bad for them, but like my first recollection of one of those kind of choices to extend a guy like that is Scott Kingery. And I'm going to look up how many major league games he played for the Phillies because I don't think it was that many, quite frankly.
Yeah, every day I just feel better about the McGonigal contract because just every single day watching him play. Look, he might finish top 10 in MVP votes at the end of the season because he's legitimately been one of the best players in the American League.
Yeah.
You can make an argument for him being in the upper echelon there because he's second in F-WAR in the American League. Like, it's insane. His defense looks a lot. His defense looks a lot better. Like every time I say that, he goes on to have like 3 errors in a week or something stupid. But like, he makes a lot of really good plays. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. His only penalty is that he's short. That's the only thing that's really wrong with him in that regard. Like the world should be grateful that he's not 6'2" or something because he's a terror at 5'9".
He's leading all rookies in Fangraphs WAR. Not that that's probably a surprise, but just to kind of put, and it's him, it's JJ Weatherholt, and there's a chasm, and then Tristan Peters surprisingly is third. That is a bit of a surprise to me.
I think he's 9th in the league in on base, not among rookies, among all players.
Everybody.
Scott
Kingery played 352 games for the Phillies, which was more than I thought, but it was over 5 seasons. So
McGonigal is still one of the only players in the league, I believe still now, to have more walks than strikeouts. He was also at one point the only player to have more walks than strikeouts and a batting average over like 270 or something. Like, I mean, again, I keep saying it. He's 21. Yeah.
I will say Sam Antonacci, who is now up for the White Sox, also has a 394 on base, the same as Kevin McGonigal.
Yeah, he's been doing really well.
That is not to say that they are the same, but
yeah. The underlying stuff for Antonacci hasn't really looked as good, which is why people haven't. I mean, he's playing really well. So
slash line 299, 394, 433 coming in tonight. 137 WRC plus. Oof.
So I see I've missed a whole lot in the Cleveland White Sox game.
Oh yeah,
no, not really.
It's invigorating.
It has it been as sloppy as the first 3 innings yesterday? Because that
no, it's been very buttoned up. Actually, there hasn't been
except for the one pick off, but that's
okay. There was one miscue. Yeah, Braden Montgomery got picked off first.
But
the next pitch was a ground out, and you probably would have been a double play anyway. So
sure.
And I want to give Gavin some credit for some good footwork on the pickoff, as opposed to poo-pooing Braden Montgomery. But I'm biased.
All right, I see the Twins.
Twins got a runner to third with 1 out, could score him.
Yeah, the start of yesterday's White Sox Guardians game was weird. The first 4 innings was just you could play yakety sax over that, quite frankly, and it would have fit.
It was rough because there was pickoffs. There was like, oh my God, who's the left fielder? Freaking
Cooper Ingle.
Cooper Ingle just drops a ball a routine pop up. There's a couple other miscues too. Like it just wasn't a pretty inning.
Yeah, both teams had a runner picked off first in the first inning. Well, both of them left early trying to steal and got picked off. But
That's funny.
Gavin looks good tonight. That was a
Yeah.
cutter at 94 off the plate, and Manchinachi was just tied up.
I feel like we don't talk about him a lot.
We were
Forever.
just talking about him while you were gone, and
Oh, really?
it
Funny.
started with me talking about how we haven't talked about him. So
Funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need to do it again.
he's been fine. Just to give you this brief synopsis, he hasn't taken that next step to be like an ace that maybe we thought he would, but he's been fine. He's been in the zone more. I think he's getting hit a little bit more because he's been in the zone more, but I still think he's got the highest ceiling of anybody on the Guardians staff. He just hasn't necessarily hit it.
Was he?
Oh,
Like, was he like a main prospect a couple years ago? I can't even remember.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
should
he
know
was. He was in the same. He was a prospect around the same time as Bybee was, and it was always kind of perceived that Gavin was the better of the two, the better projected one of the two, and they've both been
Okay.
good. So
Eric, I wanted to ask Luke Keeschel, right fielder.
He is a natural. He was drafted as an outfielder.
Okay.
Go look at his baseball savant and look at the outs above average at second base, and that's why.
he was only
What-
in the infield because of an injury in the first place, right?
Right.
So
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he had Tommy John, so they put him at first. Yeah, -6 outs above average, and I'm pretty sure he's gained 1 run being in the outfield. He just didn't have. I don't think he had an instinct for second base, and he played over 100 games there, so we can't even say it's a small sample anymore. It just didn't pick up. Maybe if you leave him out there for another 100 games, maybe something clicks, but Twins defense has been bad for a long time. I just listened to Gleeman and the Geek, and they just went through, like, it doesn't dawn on you in the moment, but, like, Jorge Polanco was the starting shortstop. He was stretched. Luis Ariz was the starting second baseman. He was stretched. Miguel Sano was the starting third baseman. He was stretched. They have not had a good infield in, like, a decade. And if
just
you
hasn't
look
been a
at it-
priority. I feel like.
Well, like they've drafted. If you look at their last couple, I was going to look at this after I listened to that episode because I thought it was interesting. But if you look at who they've drafted, it's Aaron Sabato, who was since like 2020. It's been like Trevor Larnach, Matt Wallner, Aaron Sabato, who's a slug first baseman. Not a lot of defensive flexibility guys, and they just didn't hit. So recently they've been drafting more toolsy, solid players. Walker Jenkins and Emmanuel Rodriguez, things like that. Well, Emmanuel Rodriguez signed as a teenager, but
The Tigers have been like that for a while now because Alavila, he was good at identifying talent in the draft, but the development left something to be desired. And also, we drafted like one tool players that were just the focus was just can they hit? Yes, and that was because all the guys we called up, they didn't necessarily play in the field very well.
and it turns out they can hit in college. They can hit very well.
High school,
Right.
yeah, but not necessarily at the major league level. Yeah, I mean Riley Green has been great. He's a all-star, probably going to be again for a third time this year. Torkelson has his issues, but he's going to reach 100 homers in his career this year. Kerry Carpenter is another one of those guys, but Kerry Carpenter can only hit. Torkelson's defense is very questionable. Riley Green, I don't know what his deal is going to be going forward. It's just those are just the guys who are still on the team, not the countless number of guys who are now playing in Korea or whatever. So, yeah. That's why while I have many issues with Scott Harris, he has been a godsend for the development and drafting and just minor league players because everyone he drafts 5-tool, 4-tool players, like guys who are going to be doing all the parts, and it's so much better.
not to change the subject, but I feel like and this kind of relates to kind of player development, but I feel like the White Sox, their pitching staff hasn't been very good. I feel like they just gathered a bunch of live arms, and not all of them know where the ball's going a lot of the time. But like that's like we're gonna figure that part out. But these guys can all throw hard. They got good spin, like, and you'll see it for a few innings. Like last night, was it? Yeah, it was the White Sox starter last night. His name is escaping me, but he was great for a couple innings, and then he just couldn't find the zone for a while.
Martin.
And that looks like it's happening to Anthony Kay right now because he's come out here in the third and he walked Gabriel Arias on 5 pitches, which, if you know much about Gabriel Arias, that's kind of hard to do. And then he's 3-0 on Austin Hedges now. Teal has gone out to talk to Kay, but I'm feeling like I felt last night where it's like, don't help him out here. Don't give in. Like, he's not finding the zone right now. Don't make it easy on him. So,
For
see how
some
it plays
reason,
out.
one of my favorite things to say is just like, oh, it's really hard to walk Sir X player because they're really bad at walking. I don't know. It's just very funny to me
Yeah.
to say, to put it like that.
Well, he's back in the zone, but that was, I mean, Hedges was taking all the way and it was right down the middle. So,
Oh, I think I'm
oh,
ahead
four.
of you. I should probably pause because I don't want to be too much ahead. No, I'm just switching between tabs, and when I do that, the MLB pauses for whatever reason. So
Hmm.
I always have to hit live in order to catch
Uh,
up. But
Back-to-back walks. By the way, Austin Hedges hitting 270. It's not been bad this year at the plate. I mean, relative to his usual performance.
yeah,
I wonder if well, first of all, again, Kay's got to get in the zone. But assuming he does, I wonder if Quan will bunt here.
or maybe he'll
Third
just
inning
do
tie game.
a weak grounder to second.
Oh, weak grounder to second's going to be a double play.
Yeah,
He's bunting, and it's a good one.
well, at least he's still got that.
Sacrifice.
I wish the Tigers bunted more. That'd be fucking nuts.
They've bunted like once all year, right?
They've done it a few more times this year than they have done last year, but it's still probably like bottom of the league. It's not saying much because they bunted in the regular season like 3 times last season. So I think they've bunted like 4 times. So,
Check me on this because I'm not in the right environment here in Cleveland with the Guardians to know better. But I feel like for a while, it was kind of like there was a perception of, why would you ever bunt? That's stupid. And now it's not like everybody wants it to be the 80s again, but like I think there's more of a sentiment of there's a time and a place to lay one down and kind of get your runners in the scoring position. And this is a perfect time for it. Bazana hits it into center, and 1 run will score, but not 2 because that's Hedges on second. I forgot. So, but the Guardians are on the board. But anyway, am I reading that right? You feel like?
yeah, because with analytics, especially because there's almost never a time where bunting is the best move. A lot of I think is what it shows like statistically. Like if there's a runner on first and no outs, if you try and bunt but fail, you're just putting yourself in a hole, and it's just a lot better to try and get a hit. But if it's like a multiple guys on base, no outs thing, or if there's like 1 out, you still don't bunt. So there's been like an extreme shift. It's starting to go a little bit more the other way now, but kind of a don't bunt all the time, but there's a time and a place. But before, it's definitely a little bit more on the why would you bunt, especially with the Manfred runner, because the Manfred runner helps the
That's
bunting.
a good example.
Yeah, which is why we had such a problem with not being able to move the Manfred runner because nobody on this fucking team can bunt. So I'm complaining about the Tigers a lot because it was not a good game yesterday, and also they give me a lot to complain about.
I also think it matters like who's batting? Like who in your lineup is at the plate at that given moment? If your shortstop that's out there for defense mostly and is hitting 210 is out there, he could probably bunt with a guy on second and nobody out. Like that's fine. But or
That's true.
Stephen Kwan in this instance, but
A lot of our
uh,
team is more on can't, not very fast runner. So
yeah,
we have speed, but they're currently injured. So, like Parker Meadows is great. Parker Meadows is a great bunter because he's 6'5" or whatever and is fast as hell and he can basically beat out any run to first. But he's still injured. Zach McKinstry is a guy who does bunt and can bunt, but we only
yeah.
do that so much because there's only so many opportunities where it's Zach McKinstry up to bat and a great opportunity to do it.
It's just him.
It's basically just him.
Can you reload the? I'm curious. Vargas just made a really nice play that turned into a double play and got Fry to hit into a double play. I'm curious what the. Oh, it's lower expected batting than I was expecting, but I know that only measures like the launch angle and the exit velo, so that's probably
Yeah, because it's
why.
not accounting for bounces on the infield and stuff.
It was a ball down the third baseline that Vargas made a nice play backhanded and turned two on. So
It
only
might
got
have
one there.
it might have been a more impressive play because of infield positioning.
I'm hoping sometime in the future, Statcast will be able to like take the location of the hit into account. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
balls
It
that are hit to this spot on the field have this percentage chance of being a hit, not just
it
kind of
does
counting
to an
it.
extent because like when you see like when you track fly balls versus home runs versus this park versus that, or like it'll
Yeah,
be a home run in 30 out of 30 ballpark, but the batting average is 250. So like it has to deviate a 390 foot fly ball as a home run to a part of the porch versus it being in center field.
I would just be curious of like that ball I was just talking about with Fry. It was a hard ground ball down the third baseline, whatever. Like
Yeah,
within a mile per hour each direction, what is the expected? What is the percentage of times that that's a hit? That kind of
right,
thing. I'd be really curious to see, just in general. That's an example,
right.
but just in general, that kind of thing.
That'd be that would be really interesting to find out. But there's so many variables that because like who's the defender, how far was he off the line, like how many bounces was it, like the
Yeah,
dirt, there's a lot of variables. It would be interesting. I'm sure. Like, and the other reason I bring up the fly balls versus home runs thing is it has to be able to track where the ball is now. So like
yeah,
maybe the step one of that technology is already implemented. They just need to get to step 6 or 7.
yeah. It's probably going to be a while, but I think it'd be interesting. I get your point, but I just, from the batter's perspective, we could get a better vibe for
Yeah,
getting robbed or not, more than we have now, which we're doing pretty well now. But that would be just
right.
really taking it another level.
It is always interesting just looking at expecting batting average because you just saw that was like what 100 off the bat, but it was a -4 launch angle, and that's only a hit 26% of the time, even though that was hit very well.
Yeah.
How did the run score? I missed that.
It was back-to-back walks, stack bunt, and then Bazana with the RBI
Hmm.
up the middle.
Probably would have been 2 runs if it was anybody but Hedges on second, but
Yeah.
Ah,
that's not true. There's Hoskins probably wouldn't have made it either, but if it was a
But
faster runner, I guess is my
faster runner would have scored.
speaking
That
of
makes you
Argus,
guys
how many
look up.
times do you see it? Great play at the end of the inning, and they lead off hitting the next day or the next inning.
I hate when
Really?
announcers say that.
It's such a cliche, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, Yankees Twins is delayed.
Oof.
why? I'm 30 miles from it. Why is there a delay?
Because it's raining in Detroit, so they were
They were worried. Yeah, I trolled the wrong group or the wrong city.
We called it.
Lee, as the
I mean, when you
storm
think
passed,
of it,
it's probably
Detroit.
been about 45 minutes.
Yeah, I haven't really heard anything in a while, and it stopped raining. So
I mean, I know they're not like close. They're still like Pennsylvania away, but New York and Detroit and New York City are not necessarily that far apart if you go over the Great Lakes.
That's true.
Or do you? No, you don't go over the Great Lakes, do you?
you have to go around it to go from Detroit. You have
Right.
to go
Go through
south.
Canada a little bit, probably.
If you go through Canada, you have to go farther north. So
Mm.
to New York City, it might be harder, but like upper, but like
Right.
upstate New York is it'd be quicker to go through Canada. If you're just going to New York City, I'm not quite sure. Based
I
on
mean,
like
New York is like right on the coast, obviously. So like, it's not. I don't think it's that far. It's close. It's far. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's closer than we might perceive.
it's like a 12-hour drive.
Yeah.
If the Guardians could ever get Miguel Vargas out, that would be ideal.
A walk is not a bad option. It kind of sucks. It's with no outs at the top of an inning, but
I'm trying to find
no.
his numbers against the Guardians because they have to be flaming hot.
Too bad. Chicago used one of their ABS challenges already because that called strike is not looking good.
Oof, who was it? Teal last night had a real rough challenge. Where like it's after two
Yeah,
or 3 inches they stopped giving the reading, but they didn't give the reading, and you can kind of tell like he challenged, but he knew as he was tapping his head it was a dumb idea.
our broadcast will talk about this, like emotional challenges and like how you got to
Yep.
stay away from that.
Yep.
Um, I think sometimes that's what it is a player reacts out of emotion and
Yep.
just, it's such a knee-jerk thing you have to decide in the moment. And sometimes you make a rash decision.
Rage challenge is what I've heard them called.
Ooh, I like that.
There you go.
What Benetti likes to say for Dingler whenever he misses a challenge as a catcher, he likes to say he framed himself into a strike.
Frame himself.
Ooh, that was a generous strike. If Kyle was not gun shy from the night before, oh, he knows it too, smiling to the dugout. I don't know what pitch you're on, but the strikeout pitch to Teal.
We're a little bit ahead of you, or at least I am. I'm 2-0 on Benintendi now,
Oh, never mind.
but I
I'm
know
going.
what pitch you're talking about.
Oh, I'm okay. Never mind. I was like 30 seconds behind. I'm live now.
Okay. You're right,
Inclement
though. That
weather.
was they stole one there.
Yeah. Which I do like how getting angry at the umpire has completely flipped onto the player now. Like now you're just mad at the player for not challenging it.
Also,
I
the
remember like right towards the beginning of the season, there was like some dugout chirping towards the umpire. The umpire just turns and goes, "You want to challenge that?" It's like you think you
Right.
think it was wrong. Go ahead and challenge it.
And not that anyone would ever clap for an umpire, but that's about as close as I would come.
4 straight to Benintendi. What happened, Gavin?
You're just talking about how you got the walks down.
Yep. That might be his first of the night. No, because he walked Vargas this inning.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the second of the night.
Second of the inning.
Yeah.
Do your guys' how much do your guys' broadcasts talk about ABS? And is it negative?
No,
But then
I like what the Twins
loves
do.
ABS.
Yeah, the like Corey Provis is really good at like saying Kyle Teal has flipped 30 at bats into strikeouts. Like he does a good job of or he's ended 5 innings with ABS challenges. So I like that he adds context to it.
That's cool. I like that.
Benetti always will say, like, whenever in the 8th or 9th inning, if a team uses an ABS challenge on maybe a call and didn't need it, he likes to say, "Well, you can't turn them in for sandwiches tomorrow.
Yeah,
Nice.
They're not redeemable."
I like that both your broadcasts are either taking them seriously in a positive light, it sounds like, or just kind of having fun with them. The Guardians are I generally like our broadcast team for television. They've been the old man yelling at cloud me about ABS, and it frustrates me. They
Why?
don't like it. They complain about it constantly.
Why?
Um, I couldn't tell you because they're a couple of old guys.
Fair enough. But Dan Dickerson isn't exactly
Yeah,
short and
I
sweet.
don't know how to explain it other than
Dickerson likes the ABS, except he argues that if it's within the margin of error for ABS, then it shouldn't be overturned, or that you should keep your challenge. Like, because the margin of error is like 0.1 inches or whatever, and if it's like within that, then maybe it shouldn't be overturned because it's within the margin of error. But otherwise, he likes it, and I think that's a
early
fair argument.
early in the season. The complaint was, oh, it's too small. They're no. Early in the season, the complaint was only a sliver of the ball has to be in the zone. That's ridiculous. Then it just became just complaining about it. Quite
Right.
frankly, I think is it messes with the broadcast. Like I think that's what it is. I'm completely putting words in people's mouths,
Well,
but
I think
it doesn't seem.
I don't know if this was just spring training, but Corey Provis said on like the second spring training game is MLB is concerned about broadcast relaying uh, zone to the dugouts, so they won't even let the broadcast booth see the strike zone. Like they don't get the
Yeah,
box.
it's
Uh,
wild.
Dan Petrie, who played like from I think the '80s to a little bit into the '90s. He when he asked if would he asked if he was a pitcher. He's like, oh, would you have liked ABS when you were playing? And he's like, I'm sure it would have been great, but I don't think it would have been done me any good because he walked a ton of players.
Right.
There's some other there's some other stuff going on there too. I think if you were to ask them, they'd say it takes the human element out or something to that effect. I'm getting it now. This part, there's been more of a rotation in our broadcast booth this year too, which was something the league mandated, as opposed
Oh,
to being asked of by any of the staff, from what I understand. So I think I think perhaps our broadcast booth isn't as happy with their
yeah.
current situation as they might have been in the past too. They've had to mix and match. People have been working with other people they aren't used to working with. I think that might have something to do with kind of some angst, some general angst in the first
um,
place.
Well, I thought that was weird because like Anthony Recker is doing play by his color right now for the Twins. He never played for the Twins, and like that's so weird to have
That
the
is kind
local broadcast as not a former player. And like
that's
he's
kind
fine, like I like him, but like where the hell did we get Anthony Recker from? You know?
of, yeah.
Yeah,
They've
I love our broadcast booth. Ever since we brought in Benetti, it's just been 1,000 times better. Like, and the broadcast team clearly really enjoys like existing together. They clearly like each other. I mean, we have a whole segment called Rain Delay Questions, where it's just a podcast. Basically, they just sit around and chat for however long is needed, and it's amazing.
that is pretty cool that
They
they
made
do
a
that in the
sitcom.
first place.
They made a sitcom intro for it.
So I know like when the Guardians have a rain delay, they could throw it to big inning and you watch big inning instead. It sounds like the Tigers don't do that. They just have opted, we don't want your big inning. We're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze, which is
They
pretty cool. I like that.
they started it last year. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning was. Where yeah, they don't move off of the broadcast. It's just Benetti. If it's an away game, it'll just be Benetti and whoever else is in the booth. But if it's a home game, it'll be Benetti, whoever else in the booth, plus the on-field analysts hanging out. And they do rain delay questions. They just chat about things. Like
Oh,
one of
whew. Good play by Hoskins at the bag. Sorry.
yeah,
That ball was spinning and it kicked and he caught it out the bag simultaneously to get the third out. Good job by Gavin getting out of a mess he created for himself.
like last year there was a period where we had like a whole bunch of rain delays in like the course of a week. And Logan Reaver, who's one of the sideline reporters, he was brand new. Like been on the job for like less than a week. And he ends up telling a story about how in college he did the 999, but in like 5 innings, and he was stopped after he had 11 hot dogs and 11 beers by like the 6th. They were like, "You need to stop." And he did an impression of Jennifer Coolidge on air, and
Was it a good impression?
It was decent, yeah.
Okay.
And this was all in the course of like one rain delay broadcast in the first week of being there. And he's like, "Oh, great way for me to start my career here." It was amazing.
It's the kind of highbrow entertainment you get in Detroit. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I don't really mean it.
Yeah. The Twins will play if there's a minor league going on, they'll just play that game instead of big inning, which is kind of cool. Like you get to see.
Okay. I thought big inning was the standard. It sounds like you can do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah.
That's cool.
If there's no minor league game, then they'll play big inning.
Really, my biggest regret with not getting Guardians TV this year is I can't listen to Hamilton while watching the TV game. That's the announcer, not the musical, just to be clear. But yeah, I really enjoyed being able to listen to Tom Hamilton while having the video, but didn't make sense for the budget this year. So
I do kind of wonder because like Manfred, it's not a secret. Manfred wants national TV deals and all of that. I wonder if this isn't the first wave of more unified announcers. Like if they're already telling teams who they're going to have as their play-by-play, if they're not going to shoehorn in like an MLB, not approved, but here's your MLB play-by-play guy that the team's going to be kind of forced to have, or they're going to start cutting visiting broadcasts.
Yeah, to that point, I don't understand what the purpose of telling Rick Manning and Matt Underwood they can't do more games was in the first place. Like you would think it would be counterintuitive and they wouldn't want to pay additional people. I don't know if they were able to get better rates by splitting it up.
I'm going to guess.
I don't know.
Like the team, I think how it works is the team pays their local broadcasters, but like when Zach Plesac went to the Chicago broadcast, he's still getting paid by MLB. So I don't think it hurt. MLB is still playing those guys. It's just not as a play-by-play.
I know
MLB
the
is
entire
putting up the money. Sorry, go ahead.
I know the entire Tigers broadcast. I'm pretty sure most of them are played by the Tigers / Illich themselves, not through MLB. Because that was a big concern when like the FanDuel stuff was going on whether or not we would lose like Johnny Kane and like some of like the on-team like on-field broadcast people, but that was never an issue. So yeah, I don't know how that works because I know for the Tigers, it's Jason Benet does the play-by-play except for when he's on his national stuff, and then it's Dickerson. But for the analyst, it'll switch off between Dirks and Petrie, and it'll usually be one of them will be on radio, one of them will be on TV, and then sometimes we'll just swap. Or sometimes it'll be someone, or Dirks won't always travel because he's got 5 kids in a real estate business, so he's not there for 162 games. So.
The only thing I can figure with the Guardians that could be favorable, like Rick Manning has been doing it for a long time and he's not getting any younger. I'm pretty sure he's in his early 70s. So if he wanted to tone it down, that makes all the sense in the world. But it doesn't come off that way from what I've witnessed. But everybody else also is getting rotated. Well, everybody else being Matt Underwood, I guess. But I don't understand what the decision was there and what the motivation was. On a much better note, they were just showing film of Jose Ramirez taking ground balls today. So
hey, there you go.
Got something to look forward to there. Well, for me, everybody else, they're probably not as enthusiastic.
Not as thrilled. Yeah, I had both this game and then the Twins Yankees up, and Yankees broadcast is just doing this event is in weather delay. So.
That's it.
Yeah, they're very boring, which fits.
Hate this channel.
this Guardians White Sox game has been very boring outside of like one inning. Just
They all can't
pitching.
be zingers. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, great pitching duel, I guess.
Oh. And he got under it. Down the line and caught.
Oh, nice play though.
Yeah, Braden Montgomery down the line there. Oh, we're checking his hands. Going to the fifth. It got gray here. I'm not so sure that storm you had isn't coming this way. Might have to do our own version of rain delay questions. Probably not.
There you go. Yeah, Kay has been doing pretty well for the White Sox, right? Yeah, I know he had a couple rough starts recently.
I believe so.
Let me look at him. Yeah, he's kind of had a bit of a rougher time, but he's had his good stretches. Like in the month of May, he had a 1.95 ERA. But then June, not so great.
The fifth isn't exactly telling a positive story moving forward. Five flat, but I mean, for a guy that they just kind of brought in from Korea,
Not bad.
you weren't sure what you were going to get. This is an okay outcome, I imagine.
Yeah. You got a really good May out of him.
Japan, not Korea, my mistake. See NPB there, but all the same.
You got a 6.64 ERA in April, 1.95 in May, 6.35 in June.
Up and down.
The box scores here for both of them. Yeah, only 2 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Williams has 6 Ks to 2 walks. So
Pierce's strikeouts this year are down compared to where he had been earlier in his major league career. So
I think part of it is ABS.
it could be. That's a good point. I kind of wonder if that's affected the league. I'm going to take a look.
I remember because when I looked up, because Tigers were fucking everybody, league-wise, 12% increase in walks.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
notice anything really for strikeouts, but that was a couple months ago, so it might have changed since then.
Pitching. Advanced. So this year, 22% of batters are striking out, 9% are walking. Let's take it back to last year. 22-9 this year. 22-8 last year. So
I guess everyone's kind of started adjusting more.
yeah.
8-9 isn't the hugest jump, but
I mean, proportionally though.
yeah.
I mean, 9% divided by 8%, or 9 divided by 8 is what?
12.5.
25. Yeah, 1.125. So
I guess it's about the same as when I looked it up a couple months ago.
yep. It's definitely created more walks. And the fans are heading for cover because I think it's raining downtown.
Oh, you're kidding.
It doesn't look like it really is on screen, but it can be hard to tell. It looks gray. It looks as gray
It
as
looks
it looks.
dark, but not.
Maybe just some people went for cover in preparation, but
I don't see like
No.
swarms of people moving. It might have just been.
if Gavin can get 3 outs here, this is a official game. But instead, he's given up a couple of hits.
I still remember we ended up winning this game, but it was very annoying, and Benetti was frustrated too. Like, because this was the game against Kansas City, where top of the 7th, Holton, like it was like Salvador Perez hit a go-ahead 3-run homer, and then immediately after the inning ended, it went into rain delay, And it's like, you couldn't have done this 20 minutes ago. Like, because now we can't end it and have it be an official game if we want the Tigers to win. But the Tigers had a lead 15 minutes ago. So, what the hell? Yeah. Oh, now the White Sox are doing their own little sack bunt. They move the runners over.
That was weird. I like that. They let him swing at the first pitch and then they bunted, which I think is, if you trust the guy as a bunter, you can do that. Like, give him one opportunity to take a hack. Maybe the pitcher will groove him one thinking it's going to be a bunt. What do you think of Arias' hair tonight?
It looks better. It looks like he
Yeah.
washed his hair.
It looks a lot better. But yeah, I like that as a strategy if you trust the guy to bunt, and it worked. So
I don't know why Arias' hair bothers me so much, but his hair always just looks incredibly dry. It's also because it's bleached as well, so it does not look good.
we may have no game here shortly. The way the wind's whipping and how dark it got.
And contact play fails.
Oh, you're ahead of me.
Oh, I guess I am.
That's okay. And the contact play fails. Based upon Patrick Bailey doing it last week, and this is a bad example with this contact play where Mydroff got thrown out, but the runner trying to score should run through home plate more often. Don't slide. Run through home plate, just like you run through first. That's my new working theory. You can't do it in all situations, obviously, but I think there's something to that.
I feel like every time the Tigers are out at home, it's because Joey Cora is drunk and just waving past everyone, and then he's out by
30 feet.
Yeah. It's like, why? Because, like, look, I like the aggressiveness, but I feel like it's just gotten worse because, like, this year, there's been several occasions where you just take a screenshot of when the ball reaches the left fielder and the runner is on third. And you're like, what are you doing? Why are you signaling him?
This, I'm not trying to be overly dramatic, but this might be the game here. Men on the corners, Vargas at the plate, a potential storm in the offing, and Vargas, who we can't seem to get out, is the batter. I don't know. Probably not, but
I promise I'm not just saying this because of the Guardians. If you end a game officially after 5 innings, that's lame. It gotta go to the
I agree. I mean, I'm getting way ahead of myself here. It hasn't even started raining yet, but I'm going for a little bit of drama, I guess.
Podcast just focused on a piece of paper flying in the stands.
Swirling wind.
Drop it. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Into the stands. I hate having to root for the White Sox. It's gross. It was fun when they sucked, but now that they're actually good, it's kind of miserable. That's where I stand.
I'm kind of embracing them so far, even though they're the Guardians' main competition. It's been refreshing. And they're not the Tigers, so that helps.
I guess it's better than the Twins or the Guardians being good.
Oh, Hedgie, you got to hold on to it, man. Oh, or that get fouled off. It might have been fouled off.
They got fouled off.
The way Hedges reacted, I thought he had an opportunity to squeeze that. So never mind. I'm sorry, you were saying something.
I forget what I was saying. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Might be. Gavin may know what's up here too. 100 on the radar gun. Fouled back.
I guess he's thinking also, if it starts raining soon, this might be his last inning regardless.
Also true. Watch it just look ominous the rest of the night. Nothing actually happened.
trash all over the field. What the hell? Is that all from the wind?
Yeah.
Wild. Ooh.
Oh, really good at bat from Vargas, I have to say. How many
Yeah, yeah.
pitches have been in this
Uh,
at bat?
8. First two were strikes, and then it's been ball, foul, 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 ball, foul. Oh, you can't walk him after getting him down 0-2.
Oh, that wasn't even competitive either. Ball three.
Yeah.
Good block by Hedges, but that was in the opposite batter's box. Payoff pitch.
Oh,
Something happened. I don't know what it is yet. Oh, go foul. That's not foul, is it? Oh,
nice.
we can't get him out, man.
That was fucking
You know,
hammered.
tip your cap. 9 pitch at bat ends in a 3-run home run. Good grief.
Yeah, look at the Statcast. Called strike, swinging strike, ball, foul, 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 ball, foul, ball in dirt, in play,
10
runs.
pitch at bat. My mistake.
And did that. Right at
Oh,
the top of the zone.
he
Right
hung
there.
one finally.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh my god, 106 off the bat. Yikes.
Vargas is good, man. This White Sox team can hit. If they can figure out some pitching in the next couple of years. And here comes the tarp. Brilliant move. Now the game can't be official.
I was
It's
just
the
talking about this.
it's the umpire's decision, by the way, so it's not the Guardians playing hijinks here. But I imagine now that there has to be a bottom half of the inning, the umpires decided it was time to put the tarp on.
Oh, I was literally just talking about when the same thing happened. Oh, that's funny.
Might be a long stream, everybody.
How does this always happen? I feel like we've had like 2 streams out of like 6 where we don't have rain delays or weather delays or something. And the last one we had last week was just insane because it was just 23 runs scored.
Yeah. They've been either incredibly memorable for the play, like the other one was Scooble shutting out the Guardians the day before Memorial Day last year. Like that was memorable. And then, like you said, 23 runs, or there's a rain delay.
I think we had the one against the Tigers Guardians, that was like right at the end of the season last year, and that one wasn't a delay. But I also don't remember it because I was getting drunk and studying for my biostats exam. So
I forgot about that.
I barely paid attention to the game. I had more important priorities.
Have the Yankees and weather delay something.
No.
Okay, that wasn't informative at all. Are the Yankees and Twins playing again? Yes.
No, that one's still in rain delay.
No.
I'm gonna pull up Twitter and see if there's any updates on either of those on when.
Eric, you're not back yet, are you? I take that as a no.
Oh my god, it's so hard to find the Yankees Twitter account because there's a 5 billion Yankees fan accounts that are just called. Okay, here we go. No update about when there's gonna be coming off. All right, we got Immaculate Grid, we got Sporkle.
Is there a game that is going on right now that maybe has some AL Central adjacent players playing in it or something?
Let's see, we got Pittsburgh Nats. Baltimore Reds,
I'm just spitballing. We don't have to go with that idea. Just
Mets, Braves, Giants, Rockies, which is going to put anyone to sleep. Tampa, Houston. Yeah, nothing really.
do our own version of big inning.
True. I was looking at, all right, we got baseball, we can do Immaculate Grid, or who's on the front page. Irish Musel is a great name.
Oh.
Nolan Arenado, yeah, I just like looking at the.
Braves Mets is at least close. Yeah, we can do that. I don't know.
How about we do some Immaculate Grid? And then, oh, look, we got Tigers on here. There we go. Tigers, yeah, if you want to do this, that's what you do.
Got nothing else better to do.
Yeah.
I don't know that it makes for a good stream, but that's okay. Let's do it.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to try, I don't know about the most obscure ones, but Jack Flaherty.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, 21% of people got that
Yeah.
one. Yeah. I don't think it was a
Cardinal. I always want to check and make sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure John Smoltz pitched for the Cardinals and the Braves, but I'm not positive.
Ooh, that could be a good one. Are
I
we
feel
doing
like he pitched
oh,
the Cardinals at the end of his career when he was crappy. He definitely pitched for the Braves and the Red Sox, so you can use that. Unless we're doing that, we have to do AL Central players rules.
we could. Alex Avila played for the Diamondbacks and the Nationals.
Okay.
I'm going to do that. Yeah, 0.4%. There
There
we
you
go.
go.
See, I don't know the National League ones as well. I'm not as good at.
Do Expos players count?
I don't know. I've never tried an Expo player
Okay.
or a player for a team before it became a different team, like
Yeah, in general.
Senators. I think it's just for Washington Nationals. See, I use my good. Oh, Max Scherzer. I can do that, but I think everyone knows that. I
Yeah.
can't think of anything else. So that's good there. Max Scherzer. There we go. Yep, 33%. I don't think it's a lot of overlap. And probably best one would be JD Martinez. Let's put that. There we go. Tell them that column. I think since this is just teams, I don't think we'll be able to do all AL Central because I think that's a bit much.
Do John Smoltz then for Braves, Red Sox.
Braves, Red Sox. All right. It's yeah, there we go. Braves, Nationals, proudly. See, I'm not good at this. Oh, for St. Louis Diamondbacks. Who's the third baseman for the Diamondbacks right now? I'm totally blanking. Because he was on the Nationals and they traded. He was on the St. Louis and they traded him this past offseason.
Oh, Nolan Arenado, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was totally blanking. There's so many Nolan somethings in this damn.
Are you guys kidding me? There's another rain delay?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're
They're
kidding.
both in rain delay.
So,
Miguel Vargas hit a 3-run homer, and then they
then the
immediately
tarp came
cut off his butter.
so are we
Gavin-
sure we didn't make this happen? Are we the problem?
We might be.
This is the second stream in a row, and I know for sure once we did it last year, possibly twice. We have a hell of an act for this, is what I'm saying.
I can't explain it.
We
But
might
hey,
be-
Immaculate Grid, this is fun.
It was high cinema before we got there, though, Eric. Like, it was men on the corners, 2 out. It's about to become an official game if Gavin Williams can get it done. Miguel Vargas puts up a 10-pitch at bat and hits a hanging sweeper into the left field bleachers.
Yeah, it was a
And
really good.
now
at
it's
bat.
3-1, and then the tarp comes out. We don't finish the inning. I feel like the umpires were waiting to see if if Gavin could get out of it and make this an official game or not. And now that they had to play the bottom half of the inning, out comes the tarp. So anyway,
it's not supposed to last all night, though, is it?
no idea.
It's
Probably not. But
I'm gonna try something. You guys do
You're gonna
that.
turn the weather off.
Yes, that's what I forgot to do. I was playing Red Dead earlier, and I forgot to turn off the weather in real life.
Pulling up the radar, and there's a storm that's just about to hit Cleveland. You can see that. Yeah. It's about to hit.
I'm gonna try something that we just discovered we can do. I don't know how this is going to work.
too bad Uncle Rob is watching. Otherwise, we could play an old game right now.
Yeah, don't you tempt him. All right, here we go. Edit. Add.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this.
Oh no, except for.
It's the wrong. Yeah, you still got the old one.
Let's say I got the old
What
one.
happened?
Oh, you can't do it. They added widgets to the stream, to our streaming service. So you, in theory, where this little box is, it's like it's whatever browser you want it to be, but they don't have it, so that's a bummer. Oh well. No, it gave like a little box thing. It wouldn't. It said like an eyeball with the X out, which I'm told means you cannot view this.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to pull up a weather radar.
I was trying to pull up the hourly forecast on my phone, so I have no idea what Eric was just talking about. I'm going to be honest.
Fair enough. So there's
I
Cleveland.
was not paying attention.
And not for nothing, while we're looking at Cleveland, we may as well look at the East Coast too, because we have 2 rain delays. Because why not? Are you fucking? So look at all of the territory. Look at all of the fucking United States right now, and there are 3 cells. One's in Canada. We don't care about that one. Literally right over Cleveland and right over New York City.
That's so funny.
Ridiculous. Who else has?
It's
weather?
not even like one storm. It's just
just 2 random. All right, what are we supposed to get here? Completely passed by like 9:30 here. Completely past Cleveland by.
They're being incredibly early about this.
Yeah, they are. Which fits. That is Cleveland.
Yeah.
Like, that is. Yeah, we're at 8:20. It hasn't even hit Cleveland yet.
It's
projected.
I will say it's raining at my place, and I live about 20 minutes west of downtown. So
Yeah.
It might be a while. That's what the radar is kind of saying.
Oh, the one in Minnesota. It looks like by. Let's see. It should pass New York by 8:30. So, maybe like a 9 o'clock startup time. So hopefully we have to kill 20 more minutes, but we'll see. That sucks. I genuinely cannot believe this happened to us again.
We bring rain apparently.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Not to sound like
Josh Donaldson.
Yeah. Oof.
You know, he has a podcast now.
Oh
Does?
no.
Yeah.
Is it called I'm a Red Ass and I just complain?
No. Him and Russell Martin have a podcast.
No.
I forget
Okay.
what it's called, the Get It Done League. I don't know why I'm doing an ad for another podcast. You should watch our podcast. It's called the AL Central Rundown.
It's true.
We talk about the AL Central, and it's pretty fun.
It's in the name.
Watch us. Don't watch Josh Donaldson. It's not that good.
I was about to say, I can't see that being that good. I remember Josh Donaldson when he was with the Twins for that 2 years. He was not well thought of in that clubhouse, it sounds like.
So there's 2 versions of kind of what I think gets referred to as new media, which is just a fancy way of saying the players get to do media now themselves for themselves. Yep. And there's 2 versions in the sense that some players are good at it just because they have stories to tell about their time playing. And then some are actually, really well spoken and think very
Mhm.
thoughtfully about the sport. And
Engaging.
Donaldson's podcast comes off to me as the first version,
Mm.
as the former,
Yeah.
where he's got some interesting stories to tell, but once he's out of stories, it's like, I don't know that the show will last very much longer than that. So,
He doesn't seem like
just my
he's the
opinion.
type where a show is going to have a 10-year run.
Yeah.
This seems like a 6 months and out type thing. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I mean, I clearly never met Josh Donaldson. He seemed like the type of player who thought he was a leader, but really wasn't. He was just an asshole.
Nice.
And nobody could really tell him otherwise. But whatever. I mean, he made well over $100 million in his playing career. He was an MVP. He was a multi-time All-Star, Gold Glover. Like, he had a hell of a career, but doesn't mean he didn't wear out some welcomes.
He was a Guardian or an Indian at the
Yeah.
time, for about a month,
Yep.
and it really wasn't all that great of a month, honestly. Um, Although I had forgotten this. I was talking to somebody about this recently. A big part of the reason why they got rid of the second trade deadline, I think, was because the Indians got Josh Donaldson. Um, I think some teams were upset that that occurred. So I don't think it was the entire calculus for it, but apparently it had something to do with it.
Remember that time he called Tim Anderson Jackie?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Tim Anderson is not a saint, but like there's some things that you can't say,
That's
Josh. Like,
that's what's so frustrating though, is like there are plenty of legitimate things to complain about Tim Anderson. Like
yes.
pick one of those. Like anything. Don't
Yep.
pick a stupid one. Like you're ruining your argument for yourself.
Do not
Like
turn a legitimate a beloved American icon, and trying to turn it into an insult
also
against a
incredibly true.
co-player. Like,
Yeah.
why did you have
Thank
to
you.
bring up Jackie? He brought up Jackie Robinson because Tim Anderson, years before, or like the year before Donaldson said that, Anderson said something like, because he's flamboyant and because he's his personality, like he's like the modern day Jackie Robinson. So
Yeah.
fast forward the year Donaldson calls him Jackie repeatedly on the field. I still don't understand why Josh didn't know why that wasn't okay.
I feel like if he had said that to him a week after Tim Anderson had made the comment, it would be like
Yeah.
make more sense. But like, come on, it's been way too long since that had happened. It's
Well,
way too obscure of a reference.
Tim Anderson sounded stupid saying it.
Yeah.
Do not give justification to someone saying something stupid and giving them an out later. Not that
See,
that's the issue. It was clearly a racial thing. I know Josh would say it's a competitive thing, and to him, I think he truly believes it. However, there are things you just can't say or you shouldn't say.
I think people often forget that their perception isn't the way that everybody perceives the world,
Right.
you know. The one thing I'll push back on is there was a time when Tim Anderson was a really good ball player.
Yes.
And so for him, I don't think it was, I mean, it was stupid in the sense of like all the other things off the field and on the field that Jackie had to deal with.
Yes. For just being
But
black.
yeah,
And
exactly.
I
Like there was a whole bunch of other bull crap that he should never have to deal with that Tim Anderson was able to kind of stand on the shoulders of giants kind of
right.
type thing.
And say and like
Yeah,
I have no doubt that Tim Anderson's social media feeds are not cesspools, but
that's a good point too.
he brought it. I don't want to say he brings it on himself, but like when you have that big of when you have that type of personality,
Yeah.
you cannot claim to be a martyr because you're bringing that on yourself because of your personality. Jackie Robinson did not bring on what he was going through because of his personality. It was just because he was black.
He just
Tim,
existed, and people found a
yes.
problem with that.
And I imagine Tim Anderson has a little bit of that too, but you're right, he also did bring it upon himself to a
Right.
point.
And no doubt, Tim Anderson has dealt with racism in his life, and I'm sure he has been called the word multiple times by people that have no business saying it as a true insult. Like, that's not okay.
The only point I was ultimately trying to make was there was a point in time when Tim Anderson now is, pardon the pun, but he's a punchline. And there was a point in time when he wasn't. Like he was a very exciting young baseball player at one point in time.
Yep.
So that was the only thing I was trying to kind of provide that nuance.
And that's when he did say it, by the way. It was when he was at kind of like the
Back then.
peak. Because he was also like, I think he was before Tatis as like, I'm going to pimp a home run and not care about it. Like I'm gonna dare to have fun on the field. And for some reason in baseball, that makes people furious.
Actually, I have a history behind why that's an issue. Is because back when the National League and American League were first forming as their own separate things, I forget which one it was, but like the American League, I'm just gonna say it's the American League because it makes the story easier. The American League was like, we're gonna have rules and proper orderly. We're gonna behave like gentlemen, not like the National League who always gets into fist fights and gets drunk in his wild parties. So you're gonna have. It was supposed to be like a gentlemanly sport, kind of like how cricket is, in terms of like you will behave in a proper manner and you will not, act ridiculous or do silly things.
That's
that's
so
kind of
funny.
How the tradition of it started.
If
like
you
the
go
late
back,
1800s.
and you go back and you read and you just listen to like old dead ball stories where like, and even before dead ball, like the early markings of baseball, it was really like the wrong side of the tracks people were playing baseball because like that's how some of them made a living and they wasn't paying that well. So you had a lot of we say that we have characters today in baseball and we do, but like it's not like they would have there was a beer and whiskey league that was for a couple years around 1900, and they literally had a bowl of beer that if you got to third base, they would give you a dipper full if you just got to third base.
I mean, some of the stories that come out of that era, like the first cheating scandal, and they electrocuted the third base coach. So you see him seizing on the field, and you figure, oh, I know what pitches. What? Who comes up with these things?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Right. Yeah, when I heard that story, that like blew my mind because I'm trying to figure out like this man is just voluntarily electrocuting himself so he can know that an 80-mile-an-hour fastball is coming. Like,
there's gotta be exaggerations, right? Like, no way was he going like when he was every time there was a.
No,
hey, what's going on? Your third base coach.
Nothing. He just does that sometimes. Don't worry about it.
If I remember, I think it was like it was a little spike that came out, and I think it either attached to it, like he would either put his metal spike up next to it, or it would like literally pierce his shoe, and he would just get like a small zap, but it was like a very like specific spot, if I'm remembering that right. Or maybe I can't. I do remember they did like dig the thing up, and it was like a big platform eventually after they caught him, but.
I imagine it wasn't like Jurassic Park going every single time.
I don't think so.
I imagine the story has been exaggerated in the 100 years it's been. It was probably more like he got the signal and then he gave his own signal or something.
Yes. No, that's 100% that is. Yeah, he wasn't it wasn't like Home Alone when he touches the electrical wire and you see like his skeleton for a minute.
And his head starts smoking.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a better story if it was, though.
That would be very funny.
So what do we want while we're killing time here? Like we can keep, I don't want to like kill the Immaculate Grid. If you guys want to keep doing that, that's fine. I don't want to ruin that.
I'm going to get up for a minute. It's a good time to take a bio break for those who are in the know. But I'll be right back.
We could also talk about the shit list.
I was just about to bring up. We could talk about the shit list.
Yeah, go ahead and share that. Why not? We have time to kill.
Yeah.
Because of course we do.
Of course, yeah. I made the document, the official AL Central shit list, patent pending. I feel like some of these rules are up for negotiation. This is just literally what I thought of while I was in the shower yesterday. So I feel like offenders should have specific repeated offenses, not just being bad. Like the
Really
reason
bad.
for being
But to be
added,
fair, being bad can be a repeated offense.
yeah, it has to be really bad. Like like we're talking
Understood.
Ryan Kreidler and the Tigers bad. It has to be. It can't just be, well, they suck. Be like, okay, but why? It has to be really bad. I feel like it's fair. We only count players that have been on the 40-man roster and have recently been on the MLB roster. Because if you're complaining about someone who's just in the minor leagues and hasn't been up in a while, that's just not really doing anything.
Right.
No more than 2 active players per team. I feel like we gotta call out just specific, just the specific ones. Otherwise you're just making a. Otherwise, it's not
It's a great list.
Yeah. And then just the graduation requirements. I didn't know if we wanted to have like a separate graduating positive, or they just left the team, so now they're no longer a problem.
I don't know what would be positive about it though. Like how can you graduate to positive for it?
Like if you just got better,
For another team.
or if you're still on the team but you improve.
Got it. So like last year for the Royals, Jack Caglione was probably on the shit list because he was like one of the worst right fielders in baseball, and this year he is better, so he's graduated from the shit list.
Yeah, something like that. If Cooper Ingle gets his stuff together and starts being good, you can graduate from it. So that's why I kind of have it as former/graduated players. Because I wasn't, but I don't feel like all these guys are currently not graduated for good reasons. Is because they're no longer with the team.
So why don't we look at let's look at suddenly my new favorite player. You nominated this gentleman. Go and explain why, and I will follow along.
Yes, because he was always going to be the guy who called up, and he could do literally nothing. He was decent in defense, fine, but he struck out 50% of the time and had a career negative 11 OPS. He was extremely bad. Last season, for instance, he came up, had 38 at-bats, and had, how many hits is that? 4. How many strikeouts is that? 19.
And also no extra base hits.
No extra base hits.
105, 190, 105 is the slash line for a 296 on base or OPS.
Yeah.
But he didn't hit into double plays. Does that help?
No, because he struck out all the time. That was why he didn't put the ball in play enough to ground into double plays.
But also, that wasn't like just in a microcosm last year. He was never good. He wasn't even good in 2022, and that's when he actually didn't actively hurt the Tigers. He was at one point, according to MLB Pipeline, a more promising prospect than Dylan Dingler. Now, prospect list, and you can argue if MLB Pipeline is the best list, but that is something. Somebody believed in Ryan Kreidler much more than Dylan Dingler.
Yeah, and Dylan Dingler might finish top 5 in MVP this year.
Yeah.
So
Ryan Kreidler has had 100 at-bats for the Twins, and I'm talking about him as if he's the savior.
The thing with Kreidler was he was always there, and he was never good.
Right.
He was always absolutely terrible. Just straight up one of the worst hitters I have ever seen. Because his at-bats were just 3 pitches, strikeout swinging.
Well, his OPS for the entire time he was with the Tigers was 383. His OPS was 383.
Yeah.
There are on-base percentages better than that.
Yeah, I think McGonigal currently has an on-base percentage at or better than that.
Yep.
So, this is why he was on my shit list, because it was just absolutely disgusting.
All right, who else is on it? Let's...
Here,
What?
Dan, we were looking at the MLB shit list. Yeah. These are just the players that I thought off the top of my head. I figure when we talk with Ty and Sam, you might have more additions. to put to the active and the former, but that's who I thought of at first.
Do we want to talk about Cooper Ingle while we have some time here? Is he in the lineup tonight?
He's not.
Maybe
I mean,
it's too soon, but
we could do it now. We could do it on the episode this week. I'm not trying to steer us towards anything. I am prepared to do a Guardians mid-season review if we want to do that in any venue. But Cooper Ingle, there's a lot of optimism about him coming up. Number 3 prospect in the organization. Good hit tool for a catcher. Good hit tool, period. They had played him in the outfield specifically in the minor leagues because, one, I don't think they were quite enamored with his catcher defense, and two, the Guardians were very much putting all their eggs in the catcher defense basket as far as what they wanted from their backstops. So, plus there was a need with the injuries right now. Angel Martinez and Shea Stillwater both being outfielders. They needed outfielders. Cooper Ingle played outfield in college. And so, he got some time out there in AAA. And then about a week or so ago, they called him up. We talked about it on the show. It hasn't been a good week. And part of it is the fact that he's hitting over 71. I think he's 1 for 14, 1 for 13, something to that effect. Any batter, any hitter, any player can have a 1 for 14 stretch. That's not my criticism. My criticism is he has not looked baseball savvy in any way, shape, or form. He earlier this week catches a fly ball in left field in a 2-2 game in the middle innings, and catches the ball and starts to trot off the field, tosses the ball into the stands. Problem was that was out number 2, not out number 3. So the runner on second base scores, and it's now a 3-2 ball game. Guardians trail. Additionally, gets hit a routine fly ball last night in left field. Doesn't come up with it. I don't think he had to move for it. I think it was hit right at him, and just didn't squeeze it. Clanked off the glove. And then lastly, last night, again, I was talking earlier on the stream about not giving Chicago White Sox pitchers easy outs, because it was in that stretch last night where their starter was walking. I think he walked 2 in a row, maybe 3 in a row, and walked in a run. And Cooper Ingle comes up, swings at the first pitch, grounds out, and that's the inning. It just, for a guy who was supposed to be a catcher, it's cliche, but I'm okay with physical errors. Don't make the mental ones. And I feel like all 3 of those things were mental. And so I just don't have a good feeling about him as a Major League Baseball player one weekend. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope he ends up having a long career, plays out a lot of years in Cleveland, and it goes well. But the first impression is very tenuous, to say the least.
Yeah, we were talking about this before you came back, but I have former/graduated kind of both in once, because I feel like there's a potential for players to graduate the shit list because they improve and become like genuine good players. That's one of my points here. I feel like he has the potential for being the first one to graduate positively, rather than thank God he's not on my team anymore.
Yeah, I don't have a good feeling so far. But yeah, he could totally graduate, and I hope he does. Again, it's been a week. My hope is that someday, 5 years from now, I can come on our show and be like, hey, remember when Cooper Ingle had that really bad first week, and now he's like an all-star catcher for the Guardians or something? Like, I'm hoping that's where we're headed. But again, it really concerns me that it wasn't that those type of mental errors are occurring.
No, you're right. Catchers, I feel, maybe as a stereotype, they're supposed to be the smartest player on the field. They're supposed to be completely aware of what's going on. They're supposed to be controlling the infield. But if you can't keep track of how many outs there are, I know he's playing at left field, but if you're supposed to be a catcher and you don't know how many outs there are, what are you doing?
Every player on the field should know how many outs there are.
Yeah.
Period.
I
It's
hear
not
there's
like
this gigantic display that will actually tell you the outs at any moment you look at it. It's just rumors. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
and every player will signal like 2 outs or 1 out after like every at bat and stuff. So
But to be fair, they've only been doing that since T-ball.
I'm glad somebody else is kind of having some. Like I wanted to be so smart about that the last couple of days, and I've kind of held my tongue because I feel like, again, he's however many years old. He's a kid. He's a young guy, and he's only
he's
been playing in the
24.
majors for a week. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but man, is that mess up some other stuff that I can feel a little bit up than
Right.
what you're currently doing.
Well, also,
I don't
it
know.
doesn't hurt or it doesn't help that the Guardians have a pretty high bar for a defensive catcher, and I think it sounds like he might be a little stretched. So to even like to have the standard be Patrick Bailey and Austin Hedges, that can be a little intimidating. Now on the other side, and also Stephen Vogt, that's a heck of a trio to learn from if you just
Sandy
want to.
Alomar is also in that coaching,
Right. So like
he's a coach on the team.
he has about as good as a living memory database as he could possibly ask for from mentorships. But I guess Bo Naylor did also, and it didn't help
Yeah.
him. But
I feel like a rookie is coming up at bat with 2 on, three, 2 outs, bases loaded. The guy just walked. You feel like someone tells them, "Don't swing at the first pitch," or like maybe that's just supposed to be common sense.
that hurt because the who was the starting pitcher for the White Sox, Davis, could not find the zone. I think he walked the first two batters, if not walked the bases loaded, and like they were non-competitive throws. And
He did
first
swing at a
swing,
strike. He did
yeah,
swing at a strike. But take a pitch, man. See where this at
right,
bat's going. And I think to a point, Eric, something you said off air is true. Yesterday is that I think these bad things have happened. He's had this misfortune, and now he's trying to make it all up with one swing or
yeah,
something, improve himself, and like that in and of itself concerns me because that's not how you play at this level.
right.
You gotta have a steady mind, a steady, just have a steady way about you. Know that you just put up a good at bat. Just put up a good. Nobody's asking you to hit a 5-run home run, Cooper. Like
Right. But it's
have a
hard to
good at
say
If
that
it
after you just drop.
at bat, if it had been 5 pitch at bat and he grounded out, that would be fine.
Right.
It would be
Swinging at
better.
the first pitch, it's just. Also,
It's
my
also
lights just flickered, and I just heard some thunder. So, yeah.
okay. It's also easy for us to say too. We didn't just drop a pop up that literally that's an out 100% of the time. Like I bet if you look at that expecting batting average, it's literally 99-1. Because I always leave a little bit of, or not the opposite. So I guess it'd be the point one is the lowest they go on Savant. But he did do that an inning or two before. So like I'm sure there was a lot of like if I hit a grand slam right here, it's all forgiven. Like
Yeah.
just didn't work. Meanwhile, we do have baseball going on, as much as it pains me. It looks like Mike Paredes is being Mike Paredes. He gave up a 2-run home run to Ben Rice to right field. That was a home run in half of them, but that's fine, I guess.
It wouldn't have been a home run in Target Field.
It would not have been. Okay. So low hanging. In Comerica, though. That's interesting.
It would have been one in Comerica. I think in like very edge of left, it's shorter in Comerica than it is in.
This is right, though.
Oh, right, duh. I got my left and right mixed up.
So whatever. 690 expected batting average. 101 off the bat. It was well struck. So I don't think it's. I know it was right field in Yankee Stadium, and we all know the short porch, but whichever. It's only It's only 2 runs. It's only the bottom of the third. I am a little bit disappointed I can't actually watch the game and I have to watch the game day, but that's fine.
Maybe you can try and get Vizcast working.
They do, if you look at, I'll share my screen here, but they do have the live feeds on here too. But Vizcast is awesome if it actually just works.
I think part of the issue is I've got multiple tabs open, and when I switch over tabs, it doesn't catch up. So you have to hit. Like if I pull up this where I have the streams, this freezes, so I can't. Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you either of you happen to remember who the batter was when Engel dropped that ball yesterday?
No, I can go back.
I found it.
Okay, fine.
I just was curious of what the actual expected batting average was on that, so I'm trying to find it.
It has to be 0.1.
Expected batting average on that was .010.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure they don't go lower than that. It's a hit 1% of the time.
Yeah. That one wasn't even really a hit; it was an error. But yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because his glove touched it. That's right. Because it literally, he just closed his glove too early. Is the problem?
Yeah.
Which again, you would think if there's one thing a catcher can do, it would be to catch a ball, like to time the ball.
Gosh.
I mean, granted, the velocity is a little different from a pop up versus a pitcher throwing 90, but.
But catchers are catching pop-ups all the time.
Right, I was about to say, pop-ups are not unique to left field. He has caught pop-ups before.
It's something that is improvable, it could be just a mental error. Like I remember there was one time in a game last year against the Yankees. It was top of the ninth. We lost that game because we almost came back, but the Yankees tagged on more runs the top of the ninth, in part because Dylan Dingler, during one at-bat, drops 2 separate foul pop-ups. And then the batter scored, got a hit and scored RBIs. But
the one thing I will say in Engel's defense is that he is dealing with a third deck in a major league stadium that he's probably never dealt with before. It's the same thing that happened to DeLauder last year in that playoff game. So I do give him that. If he had even made just one of these 3 mistakes in the last week, I could be like, okay, well, rookie first week, but like back to back in a row,
right?
That's part of what's made me so concerned.
And I mean, there's no shame in him if he could just not be ready, and it could be mental errors. He just might not be ready. He just needs to go back in the oven for another 3 weeks or a month in the minors, and maybe he's fine. But
one other thing
was he looked really unsteady. Sorry, I didn't want to know that.
No,
he looked really unsteady. He made a couple, just in-play errors. Bat wasn't great. You could see stuff there. He went down for a couple of weeks, came back up when Torres re-injured himself, and he's looked great. Like batting .375, got 2 home runs. Defense looks a lot better. And that was just a couple weeks more in the minors.
This is always the example in Minnesota, but it took Torrey Hunter 4 years and about 800 plate appearances before he turned it around. His first 4 years in the majors, he was a half a win player in over 200 games, and then he had not a borderline Hall of Fame career, but a very good career.
The one other thing I'd say about Engel is, we were talking about Bailey and Hedges earlier. I don't know that Engel's future is as the catcher of the Cleveland Guardians in the first place, just because of that catcher's room, or whatever you want to call it. So I still think he makes for a good trade candidate. Is it? It's silly to think that he's tanked his value in a week, right? Like, I'm just too close to this situation to feel like him looking bad in the majors for a week is going to turn teams off and maybe interested.
Teams are not evaluating him off of this week. Yeah, absolutely not.
If he spends a month in the majors and sucks, then that's something different. But a week, nah.
Well,
I
even
feel
then,
like
they're looking at teams are going to look at what they can do for the player, not what the Guardians have done with them.
That's true.
they're not
By
going to
the
look,
way,
well, he stinks in left field as a
Yeah,
issue.
that they have learned. Do not put him in that field. That might not be a
right.
good idea.
By the way, Jose Ramirez's first 635 plate appearances as a major leaguer. Slash line 239, 298, 346. That's a
Yeah.
644 OPS. So
Yeah. Far too early to stick the fork in him, but I think
but
you're
again,
right.
it's not the
I
numbers.
think
It's the decision making on the field that scares me. So
right.
I'm just talking in circles now. I'll let it go. But
I do think you're right, though. I do think Cleveland has too high of a bar to put him behind the plate
yeah,
defensively. So I think he will be shipped.
Right. So Cody Clemens hit a leadoff double. I want to play a game called Will the Leadoff Double Score?
Ah!
I play this with the Tigers all the time. Will
Who's-
the leadoff double or triple score? And most of the time,
who's
it's
coming up?
Royce
Josh Bell
Lewis.
struck out. Then it's Royce Lewis. Then
Who hit a double in his first at bat?
Victor Carantini after him.
I'm gonna say no.
I'm
I
gonna say
also
yes
vote
just because I'm gonna say yes just because you're both gonna say no. I want it to happen.
In a democracy.
Oh, Royce
It's
Lewis
funny.
just struck out, so that didn't work.
I'm
Whoops.
backpedaling to Engel just for a second, but I was sitting. Somebody sent it, I think, in our chat this week. John Boy and Jake Storiali talking about Austin Wells and how, man, the Yankees need to trade for a catcher. Man, do I have a catcher for you, Jake and John Boy. He'd fit right in because he can't catch a baseball, and we all know the Yankees are allergic to catching the ball. So if you want to trade for Cooper Engel, he could be your catcher for the next 6 years if you really want him. Just don't stick him in left field.
I think that's an option, but I think they're looking at the catcher in Minnesota, in New York, pretty
Yeah.
heavily.
The worst
Jeffers would
Yeah.
be really good for them. You're right.
Yeah, he would be a very good fit there.
The Scooble trade rumors are one thing because I know that's inevitable and coming. But Dylan Dingler had a really good series against the Yankees last week in this series. And now Yankees fans are creaming themselves over the possibility of trading for him because the Tigers suck. I'm like, he has 4 more years of team control and is amazing. There was zero chance
Right.
that the Tigers are trading him away. Shut
They
the
do that
fuck
with
up.
everybody. They're so entitled. They're like,
Right.
oh, that
I
guy
will-
had a good weekend against us. Oh, let's plan to have him next year. Like,
I
I don't want to hear anyone say that they should get Scooble or Dingler if they can't even spell their fucking names right. Do you know how many times I see them spell Tarek with a Q or Dylan with as DYL? No, you should at least spell their names correctly if you want your team to trade for them. Stop it. It's
to be fair, anytime I look at Scoop, every time I type Tarek, I do have to look it up because I can never tell if it's IK or EK at the end.
really?
I can't, and even like in play, yes.
Just call him Terry.
In play runs. That's all I
oh,
see. Singles on your ground ball to left fielder. Cody Clemens scores. Carantini to second on the throw.
nice. There you go. Looks like you were
3-1.
right. They did score the go-ahead runner.
Now they have 2 runs in New York, and I bet they score maybe 1 more.
Now we both owe Eric something. I don't know what.
That's right. That's a point on the prediction tracker.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
I was so bad last year at predicting. I mean, granted, I did go against the group for the sake of argument a lot last year. Not that I didn't like believe that
Yeah.
I didn't do that just for the sole reason of predict because I honestly believe I will say what I believe on this show, but if I can play contrarian once in a while, I'll do it. Not much this year though. I feel like I did it a lot last year because we were all very nice to each other, and I feel like this year there's a little bit more debate, which I appreciate.
Now we're all jerks to each other.
That's right.
I need Ryan Kreitzer to strike out here.
No, you don't.
Nope, there you go. Perfect example.
Hit a bomb.
No.
Oh, did all 3 of them not catch it? Oh. That's what I'm saying. You could have Brian Cashman. You could have Cooper Ingle as your catcher, and he wouldn't catch that either, and you'd be no worse off.
It'd be no worse off. That's right. Who's even catching? Oh, Austin Wells. Yeah, 152, a 485 OPS plus. Yeah,
Oh
they
my
probably do
God.
want to get rid of him. Get rid of him. I mean, not for nothing. It's Ben Rice and Paul Goldschmidt are the two players above an 800 OPS. Cody Bellinger 785, which is fine. Jazz is
Bellinger,
706.
didn't Bellinger get off to a great start, or am I making that up?
Oh, he has. He's
I-
continued to do pretty good, but he kind of slumped in June. He's on my fantasy team.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I can look it up, but
So he's on my dynasty team because I was like 5 more years of him in Yankee Stadium. Yes, please.
Good call.
He's really only good in Yankee Stadium. So it's a great deal.
I was about to say if you're only going to be good in one park, it should probably be the home park that you're in.
I liked the negotiations that lasted like forever because both sides knew he's really only valuable in that stadium. And so they both kind of had to play chicken with the idea that, oh, we'll go somewhere else. Like, fine, you go somewhere else. But, like, they both know it's not going to happen.
Oh, do you know what is so funny? Is I'm blacked out because I'm in the New York market. However, because I'm watching the Guardians feed,
You're watching Big Inning, and you can see.
I'm watching Big Inning, and they're in the corner right now.
Yep, I got the same thing going. Don't tell Uncle Rob you're watching.
I feel like I'm getting away with something here.
He's gonna break all that. I was gonna say if that door was shut, he's gonna break down that door and come for you.
Uncle Rob always knows he's welcome here. He's just down the road, 30 miles. Oh, I'm so happy.
Garrett Cole's already at 77 pitches.
Whoa.
Eesh.
He looks so much better with a beard. Jesus Christ, did he look horrible when he had to shave his face for the Yankees?
Back before Mize got his TJ and turned into a grizzled Confederate war soldier, we used to joke that and the Tigers fans, that he looked like a baby Garrett Cole, or like he looked like Garrett Cole's son. Because they have a similar face shape and the dark curly hair, so they kind of look similar. That was before Casey Mize started doing the beard thing. And did Kreitler strike out? Hell yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Called it.
Oh, what are the Rockies? Those are City Connects. Those are hideous.
Oh, those are so cool.
What?
What are you talking about?
This purple and blue and yellow script?
Yeah, it's like a sunset. it's supposed to. I think it's supposed to be the sunset over the Rocky Mountains. So it's the mountains and then the sky, and then the yellow is supposed to be the sun.
It looks like they were trying to do the old retro Astros uniform, but with different colors and not as good.
No, those are awesome. This was what City Connect is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a little bit goofy.
City Connect was. Well, I don't want to say that. I like the Guardians City Connect. Never mind. I was gonna say it was a mistake, but I don't know that that's really true.
Yeah,
I'll admit now that the Tigers have the alternate uniforms, I'm like, yeah, the City Connects aren't the greatest. I like the Ultimates more than the City Connects.
I still kind of like the City Connect for Detroit, though. I really don't like
I still
Minnesota's,
like them.
though. The more I see the Minnesota ones, I don't like them.
The Minnesota ones are goofy. I don't
They're just
like. I know
weird.
I just
I
said
don't know.
it's supposed to be goofy, but like,
It just doesn't. I like the hat, and I like the Minnesota with like the sunset thing in it. I think that is cool. However, like they tried doing this ripple effect on the jerseys, and it just didn't hit for me. I was trying to like them when they first debuted them, and I was lukewarm. But every time I see them, I just like them like 1%, a little bit less. And now that my hack has gone into commercial, I can't even do that anymore. So I guess we're going back to game day. Mike Paradis still in the game. It's only 3 innings, but he's at 60 pitches. So
He's
don't know.
doing better than Garrett Cole pitch wise because Cole's at like 80.
Yeah.
He's probably done. The Tigers beat Cole around. It was awesome because he always destroys us. He's got like a career 2 ERA before that game. And we took him out in like 4.1 innings, scored the most runs on him. It's awesome. Dude, that wasn't even, but beating up on Cam Schlittler was awesome.
What an incredibly unfortunate name.
It is, yeah.
Middle school must have been horrible for him.
Oh.
He either learned how to be a bully or he has an incredibly sharp wit.
He's always arguing with people on Twitter, so.
Well, wouldn't you? If your last name was that, I'd wake up pissed off. Hey, swinging strike. Look at old Mike. I wonder what he would. I know I say this a lot. Like, I promise you, I'm not trying to convert every starter into a bullpen arm, but Mike Paradis is lucky to be in the majors now. He can throw 95, 96 as a starter. Get rid of.
Every pitcher's a relief pitcher.
You would.
Correct.
The Tigers would love you because you want to stick Montero in the bullpen just like they keep wanting to.
I don't mind. I think who were we arguing about last week? Was it Melton?
Melton.
Yeah.
Melton should not go in the bullpen. He's not.
Right.
He isn't, by the way, because he's really good. Montero should also not go in the bullpen.
Do you know how like yesterday I mixed up McKinstry and Veerling? I always mix up Holton and Melton in my mind. And I think it's just because their names are somewhat similar in my mind. So like to me they're interchangeable, even though I don't think they are.
They don't look similar for the record.
It's the names.
Yes.
It's the name. Yeah, Montero should. I don't like Montero in the bullpen. I mean, I get the bullpen is better with him in it, but the rotation. He's bad. He's so good as a starter. I mean, he destroyed the Yankees his last start. He's just been really good. He's better than Flaherty. He's better than Valdez has been, but the bullpen is better with him. I don't have to like it though. He's really good
I understand the want to maximize a pitcher's stuff by having them pitch an inning and get the most out of that inning, high effort, whatever. But you have to cover 1,400 innings in the season, plus. And so if you have a guy who can face a team 3 times through the order, you need to cherish that as well and utilize that. So I think it's a case-by-case basis. You know,
I don't think Paradis is that guy, though. I don't think you want him facing an inning a third time or a team a third time. And I know you can't just throw everyone in the bullpen or else because you're right, you need to have starters. Like they're good, they need to go 5, 6, 7 deep sometimes. So you have to cover the innings.
I guess the question I would ask is, do you have 5 other pitchers that are better suited than Mike Paradis to do that right now?
I guess the question I would ask is, how can I get the most value or upside out of this player? And Mike Paradis, after, let's say, Bailey Ober comes back, if the Twins, in theory, have a healthy starting rotation, he's going to just be in AAA. How can he stay in the majors? And also, could he find some success being and I don't mean success as in, can he be the first guy out of the bullpen? Could he pitch a 7th 2 years from now? I think we can find that out, but I don't know. Or he's just going to be a swing man for 3 or 4 years. But he has done. I don't want to say he saved the Twins, but he certainly has helped them. 7-pitch at bat with Ryan McMahon, who I think is probably circling the drain on his career.
How's McMahon doing? What was that?
625 OPS
Yeah.
In Yankee Stadium as a
in
lefty.
Yankee Stadium. Is he a switch hitter?
I
Maybe
think he's
not.
just left-handed, but I could be wrong.
No,
Left,
he
yeah.
bats left.
Oh,
He was all
walks.
course. He was never that good.
Right.
I'm very glad the Tigers got to take advantage of the short porch because Green had 2 homers, Carpenter had a homer, James Outman had a homer. It's very nice.
James Outman.
Hell yeah.
You can have him. I wish him well. Unlike you wishing Ryan Kreidler would trip and fall on a rake. I have
Well, if
nothing
Ryan
against him.
Kreidler was with any other team, I'd be fine with that. But you can't have both Cody Clemens and Ryan Kreidler doing amazing. That's just unfair. Go and do that for the fucking Pirates or something. Then I won't care.
You don't mean that.
I mostly mean that. Just get out of the division. I don't. Yeah, you're not allowed to go and start being good for a team inside the division, let alone the wins. You just apparently feed off our scraps.
I feel like Jose Caballero plays games with the pitch clock. Like when he was when they were playing against the Guardian, he'll like not, you're supposed to like address the pitcher, or you're supposed the pitcher and batter are supposed to address each other. He'll wait to the last second to look up at the pitcher every single time.
He's trying to cheese it. He's trying to cheat it.
Yeah.
That's how I kind of.
I just can't get over his bright yellow elbow pad, shin guard, yellow batting glove. Everything is bright yellow except for everything that has to be a Yankee uniform.
Yeah.
Or that
Oh,
the
you
Yankees have.
Hey,
you think
who's that
George
with
would
the
let him wear
bright-
that stuff?
Absolutely not.
But, hey, man, you got that Clemens has a bright pink arm thing too.
Right.
Yeah. Arm
Also, does
sleeve.
anyone remember? Was Roger Clemens, was he with the Astros or the Yankees? But I remember he got in trouble because he had a patch on his glove. And I think it was the Red Sox complained it was too distracting.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they made him change gloves.
Dude, I remember this was right after they started like cracking down on the sticky stuff and doing all the checks in the middle of the season. And Casey Mize in his first start since he does that, after like the first inning, he was told he had to change his glove because there was like a pale blue or whatever, and the other team complained about it. And he was really pissed about it because A, he's been using that glove and it's been fine, and B, he's like, so you pull me out of the game and make me change my glove, everyone's going to think it's because of sticky tack stuff. And like, so he was really annoyed about that.
Why do I remember that? Did that happen against the Twins? Because I think this is where Dan wants to go on a Rocco
I wouldn't
tirade.
put it past Rocco.
Yeah.
It might have been.
Good
I'm
grief,
pretty
man.
sure it was against a division rival. It might have
I
been. against
think-
the Twins.
I
don't know.
remember this kind of, and I remember that enough that I think I was watching it. So it was probably the Twins, and that would have been Rocco Baldelli, Dan's favorite manager.
I
It
just
might
want to
have
bring
been
I just want to bring this up, so I'm going to. But him making the home plate umpire run his hand through James Karinchak's hair
Damn right.
will never not be humorous to me, and then not find anything. Good job, Rocco. Congratulations.
Here's what I will say about James Karinchak: is right criminal who got away with it that time.
Yeah, I can't
Thank
dispute
you.
that, but
And
man,
then,
do you
why
look
would
silly,
put sticky
Rocco,
stuff
because
in
you
your
didn't find
hair?
anything.
Yes, he
It's
did.
so inconvenience. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just care about my hair way too much, but I'm like, but this feels disgusting.
The
you
shot.
wash it
I
at
remember
the end.
seeing the John Boy video of it after the fact. The shot of the umpire with his hand in James Karinchak's hair is just he's like petting him. Like,
And it wasn't even like a quick pat. It was like running his hands and like really.
like we lingered there
Like
for
a
a
dog.
minute. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that was the same umpire that had to check Joe Musgrove's ear or whatever, and had to go like
Oh, God.
really fondle it.
Oh yeah, and
I
that's
think
when
it
we
was
found.
the same umpire. Or maybe it was the same umpire who had to run his hand over Max Scherzer's sweaty bald head.
Yeah, does anyone remember when Sergio Romo actually pulled down his pants?
Yes. Started getting
When,
undressed on the field. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "You want to check me? Fine." Unbuckled his belt, and he's like, "Whoa."
which I don't know. Like also, just to go back to the who was the Musgrove? That's when we found out he puts Tabasco sauce on his ear because he likes that it's irritated and he likes the feeling of it.
I don't
So
know if
that's
I
why his
believe
ears were bright red and he kept going to it, which is weird. But yeah, it turned out
I
it was
mean,
actually just Tabasco sauce.
didn't didn't Roger Clemens used to put icy hot in certain places to make himself angry or whatever? Or did I make that up?
You know, if he didn't, it's funny enough. I was the Jackass era, the TV show, and we may have done that stupid place in that suspected area, and it does not feel great at all.
No.
No, don't. Do not
I
recommend. 0 out of 10.
I wasn't planning on it, but no, not a good idea anyway.
I don't know if I believe Joe Musgrove likes to put Tabasco. That feels fake. I don't know. I feel like
But
he's
then,
making.
like, the thing is, like, they actually went to his locker, and there was Tabasco sauce in his locker.
Okay, I hadn't heard that, so maybe I'll give that one to him.
Because I'm pretty sure, like, everyone was like, bullshit. And then he's like, no, seriously, it's like right here. And he went to the exact spot and pulled it out. Like, it was,
Yeah, and Sammy Sosa was really taking Flintstones vitamins too.
yeah, it was.
Okay, I pulled up the Guardians Twitter to see if they had announced anything about the rain delay. This is the most recent tweet on there.
Oh God.
Since we gave Travis Bazzana Vegemite in the clubhouse yesterday, not joking, he's batting 600 with a double and 2 RBIs. That's disgusting.
I can't remember who it was, but
The most recent post on the Guardians subreddit, the game
yep.
thread. Per Hammy and the Weather Channel app, looks like we're still a couple hours away from playing if we play.
Oh,
Hours.
a couple hours. Oh boy.
Well,
Yeah, so maybe we don't have to spend all night watching that one.
yeah, probably not. It's the 5th inning in New York, though.
Yeah, we got this one going on.
And Luke Keeschel just hit a double. So, do we want to play this game again?
Who are the
Really,
batters? Larnick, somebody, and somebody.
It's only as fun when it's the leadoff double, but yeah, we could still.
It is a leadoff double.
There's
No,
one
it's
out.
just a great line.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I thought it wasn't. Okay, never mind. Larnick and Lee. And an 84 pitch Garrett Cole.
Ew.
Yes.
I hope so. Then we're just
I'm
going to see
gonna
one
keep saying
heartbreak.
no until it doesn't happen. Oh, never mind. Oh no, I'm just behind. I was like, oh god damn it, but no, my stream is just behind.
Oop. In play, no outs.
Ugh, how am I keeping wrong? Alright, now I'm gonna have to start saying yes so that you guys don't score. Although
What did the Twins ever do to you? The Twins have only given you like the thrill of the last decade for Detroit. You're welcome. Tell me you didn't love August 2024 as much as I hated it.
Yeah, true. That's really all you've given me, though. You know,
Is that not enough?
it is a lot. It is. I still have that as the back as my phone home screen locked. The lock screen. The graph of the playoff odds. I mean, yeah. I think it'd be incredibly funny if the Twins beat the Yankees here. So I guess that's what I'm rooting for.
Doesn't sound like you are.
I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for both teams to lose a little bit.
He's going for the meteor.
Yep.
Yep. You guys aren't big enough haters to appreciate that.
Oh, I believe in the meteor in Chicago. It's just that the Chicago has not been, I guess, not worth the meteor in the last 5 years, but it'd be more of a mercy killing, 2 years ago.
I've held off on some of my worst jokes. I don't
What's
want
smaller? What's smaller than a meteor? Get that going instead. It's like a space rock or something.
That's what a
Okay, yeah.
meteor is.
Oh, a smaller one.
Yeah, I don't think there is a smaller one. It's just
No,
now you're just different. Hail, it comes from the sky. It's
It's not
round and
quite.
hard.
Yeah, it's not quite a. Yeah, that works.
It's not what you're talking about, but it's
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 not
the
space
probably the
rock.
best substitute. Yeah.
Because the only classification is based on whether or not they enter the atmosphere or not. It's not based on size.
Okay.
in play out. Shoot. Oh, like right down the middle too. Curious to see what happened with this. Also, whoever has been just watching, I don't have to do it often, but when I look at the game, like when I look up the stats and the standings for shows, and now that I'm looking at the game day, MLB.com is like flooded with polymarket ads. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's disgusting. Every screen has either like the little ribbon on the bottom that pops up, or like right now I'm seeing polymarket 49-51 Boston versus Angels. Like,
Everything's
it's
a
gonna get.
gambling ad. Dude,
It's already old.
on Hulu, I will get both gambling ads and anti-gambling ads, and it sends me a very mixed message.
I'm really like I am not against gambling, but man, is it starting to make me against gambling?
It shouldn't be promoted as much as it is.
No, I can't remember. I think it was Foolish Bailey, who I think his main channel. He switched main channels. It's either Foolish Bailey or Foolish Baseball, but one of them. He had a good video where he was like overly sarcastic, but his main point at the end of the video was gambling doesn't necessarily need to be illegal, but you should contain it to inside the stadium, and I love that. Inside the stadium or inside the market it's in, instead of like the national market. But can you do that? Probably not. But I did really
Why
like that
not?
idea.
Why couldn't you do it?
Because there's too much money being thrown around.
There's
Also,
another YouTuber by the name of CoffeeZilla who did a very, very good
yeah,
video about how. Do you know what I'm talking about, Eric?
yes, yeah, yep, yep.
Basically, these gambling companies have so much money, they can pretty much. I say pay off, and that sounds like I mean like bribe, like they should be in prison. And that's not necessarily what I mean, but like
But it still is.
they're able to pay for advertisement for pretty much anybody they want. They can give you
Yep,
life-changing amounts of money
yep.
in order to get you to promote their thing. That's how much money, so much disposable money they have. And
It is
so, and
pouring
maybe
rain.
they are using it to give it to people like senators and whatnot too. I don't know, but
Oh,
that
100%.
wasn't what the video was about. It was about kind of the advertisement side of it. So,
Dude, you guys see all the prediction market stuff? It's just so scummy.
Yes.
yeah,
Because really, you're
I
not
will.
even like, it's not even the spirit of gambling. You're just betting against an algorithm over whatever you're betting.
Yeah,
I hate to say this because it sounds really bad, but hear me out. MLB has gotten so close to getting that thing that makes them stop promoting gambling as much. The Otani thing with his interpreter,
Right.
Class A and Ortiz. Like, I feel like, and I hate this. This is again. This sounds really bad. Somebody's going to have to die before MLB is like, maybe we should cut stuff back. Like, there's going to be some crazy fan or a player with mental health issues. It's, something's going to happen, and then I feel like it's inevitable. It's going to happen. We just can't stop the boulder until it rolls, and then we can say, hey, maybe we should stop rolling boulders down this hill.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't think.
legitimately concerned that even if something of that level happened, they'd find a way to make some
They make it
showy
make
type
people work around.
adjustments, but not really change
I
anything.
think there's just
And
too much money around. There's too much. It's going to take an act of Congress again to reverse the decision.
I mean,
Because like
you're
I
just
don't even know like genuine unless like I don't even think a Black Sox scandal would stop betting now.
I'm genuinely concerned that that's true. Yeah.
I even wonder if, like, Lee, to go off your point, does like an actual player need to be murdered by someone who was gambling and missed his parlay for like anything to even be considered? But even then, I don't know if it would.
I feel like that's what has to happen. Like I feel like I say has to, but like I feel like that's like the only thing that would get
You would
that.
think that would be an actionable item or an
Yeah.
actionable action. Like something would need to change. There's just unfortunately there's just too much money to be missed.
I know you guys said it. Oh, by the way, somebody just homered. Oops. Oh no, that's a replay. My bad. Um, I know you guys said it, but I I think gambling should be illegal, period. Like I don't see the value in it. And I know, people are allowed to do what they want with their lives and with their money, but it's 100% predatory. And
Yeah.
I just, I don't know. I'm having trouble articulating entirely, but to
No, I
me,
don't do.
I think like I
yeah,
said, I used to like when I gamble, I'll put like $10 or something if I'm at a bar or something like that. But I haven't done it in well over a year, and even then, it was only a couple of times. I do think like when it's just everywhere, it gets annoying, and I hate it. And yes, it is predatory. I think if you just put it into a physical place is where you have to do the gambling instead of just being so the access on your phone. I think that would do a lot.
it
I
would
don't
be
know if it
better.
would mean. I don't know if it would mean less ads. Probably not, but it would at least be better.
I remember. I think it was last year. There was this guy with the Athletic. I think it was. I could just be making that up. But there was some article where this guy. He was a reporter. He was like given $10,000 or whatever. It was like go into the world of gambling for a bit. And he wrote about it, and he's like, "This is terrifying. I was getting legitimately angry at these players that I have no connection to.
Yeah,
I don't know. I was waking up at 4 in the morning to watch games halfway across the world that I don't care about because I have placed money on them." And it was
yeah.
like, this is really scary.
See, maybe this is, I don't know. I'm not trying to make it out like I'm special in some way or something, but like, even if I were to put money on a game, like me watching that game has no bearing on the outcome. Like
Right.
what's going to happen is what's going to happen regardless. So like living and dying with it, like in that form or fashion. Like I enjoy watching baseball and I get sucked into the drama of the sport from watching it, but that value is inherent inside the game of itself. Like I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense, but
You
I
don't
just don't
need
see.
the thrill of money on the line to enjoy the
And that's
game.
not even necessarily my point, but yeah. Yeah, like
We're like casual fans who are just sitting at a bar might just want to put $5 on the Yankees
and
because
and it's going to
whatever.
make Major League Baseball and really all sports leagues a crap ton of money. So I get why they're doing it. But alternatively, I kind of question them. You're not really building a fan base, guys. You're not. You're building a bunch of people who are caring about if they made money or not. They don't
Right.
really give a crap about your sport. Like they don't,
Right.
you
Well,
know.
to your point, it's not like a professional gambler or even just a casual guy at this restaurant. It doesn't mean because they bet on the Phillies, even if they're
Mhm.
in Philly, they're probably not going to show up to Park
Yeah.
Bell or PNC. PNC.
I guess my point to the like I have a trouble relating to the person that Lee was talking about in this article who like was getting up at 4 in the morning to to find out if he made money or not. Like sleep in, bro. You're gonna either make the money or not. And you watching that game at 4 in the morning has no bearing on if you made money or not. Like
Right.
I think the thing for him was like he like made it his job for that duration because he was doing this article about this game
yeah, it
sports
was his
gambling.
livelihood, and that makes more sense. But I think I don't know. Most people who are betting, it's probably not their livelihood. It might be their livelihood in the sense that whatever is their livelihood, they're putting all that money into gambling because they can't help themselves. But like,
The thing is, those aren't the people that are that these companies are making their money off of. They're making their money off of the people who put 5K on ridiculous things and stuff like
By
that.
the way, these gambling websites, if you're doing well, they will limit how much you can bet.
Yes. If you, as the gambler, the
Yeah,
one putting, if
or
you are,
being
yeah,
successful, they will limit how much you can bet, which
yeah,
it's just such a scam, man. Like,
It's like casinos that kick you out if you start doing too well and they blacklist you.
right.
yeah,
That was a depressing conversation about gambling.
it's it's a scam and it shouldn't be legal, and that's my stance on it. So it is what it is, but whatever.
I placed exactly 2 bets, and those were the 2 bets I needed in order to get $200 of fan cash to spend on
Funny.
fanatic stuff. So yeah,
I was
I
so
spent
mad.
120 of that on a hobby box for baseball cards. There's a lot of cards sitting next to me, but let me pull it out. In that box I got this number card of Harry Ford.
All right.
Very nice. And I also got, find it. I got a bunch of other ones, but this is the one I remember that I got from. Where did it go? I can't find it, but it was a Jonah Tong player worn relic card, like with a little jersey cutout thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat. I think I put it aside somewhere else. Yeah. I also got like 7 Guardians, and I'm like, why are you giving me all Guardians?
Because it's a sign.
Just to troll you.
Yeah, just to troll me.
Former Twin Brent Hendrick, now pitching for the Yankees.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is one of the ones I got. I got a Moon card. One of the chrome,
Oh, that's fun.
yeah, a nice chrome one.
I wish I could find it, but I used to have my grandfather had a bunch of baseball cards like from the 70s and the 80s, like literally like a shoebox full of them. Can't remember what happened to that though. I don't think there was anything like of value in it, but
Jonathan relic
nice.
for the player worn. Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten more into card collecting. I haven't really gone anywhere because I don't have my car, so I can't drive to the and I don't have an income, so I haven't really been. Can't really do too much with that, but I will when I got. Oh, I forgot. Let me grab it. Let me show you. I think I showed you guys. I sent it in the chat a while ago when I first got it, but this is my first graded card. It's one of the tops now. Colt Keith got his first MLB hit on opening day.
Oh, nice.
This is a 1 out of 10, I believe it was. Or it's like a red border. I probably overpaid for it, but I don't care because it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Because another store that's close to my parents we went to, it was really cool. There were like signed versions of similar ones for like 75, and I paid 85 for this. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. But it was cool. So, but when I get a job, I know what I'm spending money on.
That's right. Student loans and then baseball cards.
Yeah, and then I'm a pretty frugal person already, so it's just
I live within a budget. Like I do struggle. Like my version of a savings account is paying off bills months ahead of time. Like I have bills paid off for the next year right now. I do, but like I don't go into debt. I really don't use credit cards. I live within a budget,
Straight cash, homie.
pretty much.
Guy played for Minnesota at one point.
Yes, he did. He was
He was really good.
beloved in Minnesota.
Yeah, I just spend money on food, rent, insurance. That's pretty much it. Those are like my only.
I don't spend on myself to the point that it annoys my wife. So I've got that going for me.
Oh yeah, like when I do get an income, like cards will be the only thing I'm spending money on myself for. except for when twice a year when Steam summer and winter sales. But yeah,
They now have fall and spring sales too, so
yeah, those aren't as big though, so I don't usually spend as
But-
yeah. But
I will spend stuff on like I've it's not a secret, but like I play a lot of chess, that's just typically free, but like I did sign up for like a chess course group community thing, like coaching, things like that. So like I will spend on hobbies. This is a tremendous example. Like I wanted to do this. So like I don't spend stuff on me with physical things. It's stuff for me to do and to like get better at with hobbies. Or like books. You guys can't see it. You used to see it back when it was my background, but
Yeah.
oh yeah, the other day when I was hanging out with my parents, I hung out with my best friend for a bit, and we went to a used bookstore, and I got myself a couple more books because one of them was $3, the other one was $7. So I'm like, what the hell, you know? Used
bookstores are so. There's such a good one in New York. I mean, it's New York City, so they have good ones. But the Strand in New York City is such a good used bookstore. Like that's like, I don't want to go to the Brooklyn Bridge or the Statue of Liberty. When I go to New York, we have to go to the Strand because it's such like they have like these old retro books from like, 1910 that you can get and look at, and then they have like new books like they do. It's really awesome. But then we do have a really good used bookstore next to our library, and a Barnes and Noble, which is unfortunately closing, but there's only one. There's one opening up across town.
Ann Arbor has a bunch of used bookstores, or just like local bookstores, and they're really cool. There's one within walking distance of me. It's really small, but they're great. They have a bunch of sections for a place that small. They have a great LGBTQ book section for a store that small. It's just really awesome.
Yeah. Now that I'm able to go in like the children's section, I'm starting to like see what's in there.
I'm sorry, there was just something funny about now that I'm able to go there.
I was about to say again because like yes, obviously I had no reason to go in there before, and I would have been put on a
What's
list.
that 35-year-old man with the beard doing in the kids section?
Get this creep out of here. Boy, it's kind of coming down hard in New York.
Are they gonna cancel the game again? Or
I don't know. Hey, Keisha with a double. That a baby. I do like Luke Keisha a lot. He needs to have a slugging percentage over that starts with a 4 for him to be able to play right field, though. And I'm very concerned he's not going to be able to do that.
are you caught up live?
Yes.
Because
No.
right now it's the bottom of the 6th with 1 out.
Oh,
Are
wow,
you-
I was really far behind. Yeah, it's Cody Thunderberg. How did I get so far behind?
I don't know, dude. I'm like, didn't we play if Keisha's gonna score game?
That was the
Yep,
double.
you're right. Because now
Yeah.
it's Goldschmidt up to bat, Thunderberg on the mound, which I don't love this matchup. But it
Yeah,
is
now
what
you're
it is.
caught up. Yeah.
Would you
How
prefer
you
Ben
go?
Rice versus a righty?
I don't
I don't
know.
think I would.
That looks well struck. Is that
Ben
Cody
Rice
and-
scored the only earned run against a Tiger starter that series off Scooble, because of course he did. Yeah. Scooble looked a lot better in his last start, but I'm still not feeling particularly good. Like, he was the only starter that gave up runs in that series
Mhm.
versus Mize and Melton were both. Yeah, he got lots of strikeouts, which is better because at least his control is better, but I'm still worried about him. I need him to be good so that we can trade him and get the Dodgers' best prospects. That's what I need.
I mean, unless he's done for the year, I don't think his trade value is going to go down at all. Because the teams that are going to trade for him are going to be the ones that are going to want to sign him.
Yeah.
You don't think somebody would rent him for?
I mean, people keep putting the Brewers on that speculation list.
And I've seen the Braves on there too a lot.
But the Braves can sign him.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, the Braves' MO is to like sign young players very early, but Atlanta can absolutely afford Scooble.
Heyman wrote an article for the Post,
Yeah.
and it pissed me off because the title, like the title was "Scooble's future is not in Detroit, but is New York." And I'm like, fuck off! Like, get out of here.
Him and Sherman, I've lost so much respect for him and Sherman over the last like 3 years. They're just writing slop because they work for the New York Post, and maybe that's what they've always done. I've just been paying more attention to it, but
I don't like it. Like I said, I just really hate that all of these fan bases and all these talking people are just so glad the Tigers suck because that means they get to see Tarek Skubal on a real team. And it's like, go away.
Yeah.
We know you've been secretly wishing for this the last 2 years.
Right.
Stop it. I don't know. I just get really, I don't know. I guess I get really annoyed by that.
Yeah, I guess I've never. There's enough sour fans in Minnesota for me to get frustrated with. Where like I don't have time to deal with idiot New York fans that think that they just get every player. Like, let them live in their stupid fantasy for however long. Have you had how many people have come into the Tigers Reddit and saying blank fan coming in peace? Here's my Tarek Skubal trade offer. And
I
it's
didn't
like,
see as many of them this offseason because I think the one active mod we have was striking those down pretty quickly. But we had one at the top, like right at the beginning of the offseason, that I'm like, oh my god, I'm a Mariners fan, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, go away. And they're like, would you like Harry Ford? And I'm like, no, we don't need catchers. Stop proposing catchers to us.
Catcher thing again.
well, it's always like a top 5 prospect, a former really hyped prospect that maybe has fallen off, and then like the number 11 prospect. Is that enough for Tarek Skubal? No.
No, it's never their top prospect. Is always their number 4 prospect that is secretly bad, and everybody knows it, but they're pretending that we don't know. It's like, yeah. It's like, come on, guys, stop trying to pull one over on us. Like, nothing short of a, at least one top 100 prospect and a major league player is going to get Tarek Skubal.
Right. Or like, I like them in theory, but the websites that are like trade simulators, I don't know, proposals.
Baseball trade values.
Yeah, trade values, and then it's like Tarek Skubal and like 9 middling prospects that technically
like you can't just keep adding more mid to below average prospects and just conglomerate. No, we need more.
The 10 dimes for $1 trade.
Right.
No, that's not going to do you any good. You got to give us $1 back. And Detroit fans have been dealing with this too with the Dylan Larkin thing, because especially with Minnesota fans, because Minnesota is one of the teams on Larkin's short list, one of the 3 teams. And so Minnesota fans have been like, hey, take our 2 low prospects for Dylan Larkin, who's got 5 years left on his contract, and are like offended that Detroit fans are like, no, that's stupid. And also because Iserman was like, nothing short of this player is going to get you Dylan Larkin. And everyone's like, how dare they think that they can get this player for Larkin? It's like, go away. Like, stop trying to.
See, that's what I like. So you have the fan that comes in peace, proposes the like, I don't want to say garbage, because in their mind, they're like, how are we in the neighbor? Like, is this in the ballpark? I try to take it at like face value, as in this player.
In good faith.
Yes, they're doing this in good faith, where a lot of people do not take that approach, and it just goes into straight mockery. But like, when they start getting angry at their shitty trade proposal being shot down really hard, like then I'm like, okay, well, I'm just done with it. I'm really quick to block and mute people now, because like if I'm at a bar and you're not, I've been doing a lot of bar references. I really don't go to them ever, but if I'm at a bar and there's some asshole to my left, I'm just gonna move tables and not talk to this dude. I'm doing the equivalent of that on Reddit.
In 2024, at the trade deadline, when it was unfounded speculation that Skubal was going to be traded, it was Orioles fans that were like super obnoxious about it because they were like, because Orioles had this was 2 years ago, they had a bunch of prospects that were overhyped and they're like not offering any of their actual good prospects, and they were like, how dare they think that Skubal, who has 2.5 years left, is on a Cy Young year, is worth our amazing top prospect. I think it was like Gunnar Henderson at the time or whoever. I don't
Gunner's
remember.
pretty good.
I don't remember who their top prospect was 2 years ago, but it was one of their guys.
Yeah.
And it's like they were like super offended. How dare they think we can get him? Again, Skubal had 2.5 years left of team control, and they were like super offended that we thought he was worth that, and it was like stupid because they were offering like their like Kirsten Kierstad or whoever the hell and stuff like that. And it's like, stop it. You're going to have to offer a top prospect, not a number 5 prospect. I don't care that your prospect system is loaded, and so your number 5 is actually like our number 2. No, that's not how this works. Give us your top guy.
I think like if they ever start, granted the Gleeman and the Geek does this. They don't really talk about specific players. They'll talk. So if the Twins trade Joe Ryan, they're probably going to look for 2 top 100 prospects for a return minimum, because next year they can just give Joe Ryan a qualifying offer. He'll turn it down. They'll get the draft pick, assuming the CBA stays the same. So the barrier is at least 1 top 100 prospect, because that's about what you would get in the draft with that pick. So you have to have an offer better at that. And if there's going to be a bidding war, they're probably going to get 2 of those or 2 plus.
Right. Like Skubal is worth, for me, an MLB level player, a top 100 prospect minimum. And like when I say top 100, I mean like top 30, top 50.
Top 50. Well, even then you do have to get more specific, because like Skubal the Tigers can basically ask for whatever they would like. Not as much as because he is a rental. So like you do have to keep that in mind. But again, like I said, I don't believe the teams going for Skubal are viewing him as a rental. So yeah, I don't know.
They're viewing it as getting a foot in the door for a
yes. They're going to use that 2-week window before teams have an option and just try to extend him. But as soon as they trade for him, Scott Morris is going to be negotiating with someone on that team for the next 2 months.
It's funny because I got a feeling that Skubal is not gonna sign a contract until after the CBA is resolved.
Skubal has said for basically the past year and a half that he's going to be testing free agency.
Yeah.
See, I think it's going to be the opposite, because I think some type of cap
if he gets traded and then immediately signed somewhere, I'm going to be fucking pissed. I'm going to go away with that bullshit of, what do you mean you were testing free agency and then you immediately signed somewhere else without giving us a chance to counter you in free agency? That's garbage, and I'll hate him forever. That's just how it'll go.
The players have been adamant that they're not going to agree to any type of cap, and I take their word for it. I don't. As much as I think it would behoove the sport, I don't think. I think it's more likely we lose a season than that that they're going to agree to a cap.
Right. The only reason is I feel like there's going to be a floor. They both basically extended, but like the owners are going to try to push down the ceiling as much as they can. To me, if I'm Tarek Skubal, the Dodgers don't give a fuck. The Dodgers will just give you $700 million and say, fuck the negotiations. Like, we're going to sign the player we want. I think it's to his benefit. Now, whether there is some agreement between the owners to not sign anyone, which would be illegal, but good luck proving that in anything in court. But I don't know. Maybe that's conspiratorial.
If he does something like that, I'll be pissed as hell. At him, not the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean,
like I said, he has been adamant for the past year and a half that he's testing free agency. He's not exactly having contract negotiations with the Tigers. You can argue that maybe all the information we've gotten about that, of the conversations between them, has been leaked by Boris. If he is not even listening to the Tigers' offers and then just immediately signs when he gets traded, no, that's garbage. He was never going to re-sign here, and he's just
I really think he's not going to sign until after the CBA is resolved.
I also agree with that. Yeah,
we'll see.
No, because the thing is, I don't really want to get into it super much right now. Also, by the way, the Guardians game is starting in 15 minutes ago. So.
Hey.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, there was I still have the stream up, and it was like a scroll, like, oh, it's scheduled to restart 10:15 Eastern. So.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah.
That way I don't need to keep watching the stupid game day.
Yeah. Okay, so without getting into it too much, Detroit fans really value when a player says that they want to stay in Detroit and they like Detroit, because that doesn't happen to us a lot, right? And we take it maybe too personally, but very personally when a player leaves or betrays us. Look at what happened with Dylan Larkin, right? Like, it's that type of thing. People get very upset if you like wrong Detroit or diss Detroit in any way. Like, there was an article from Detroit News on like, oh, if Dylan Larkin is still on the team when the preseason starts, will fans turn on him? And all the comments are like, what do you mean? Oh, I didn't realize we weren't already doing that, because everybody hates Dylan Larkin now. My point is, Scoobo for the past 2 off seasons has been doing these like media press tours where like he'll go to a Pistons game and then a Red Wings game and the Lions game, and he'll go to the Michigan State basketball game because he really likes Tom Izzo, and be like, oh, I really like Detroit. I really want to spend. I really enjoy playing here, and I really like the city. So if he immediately goes and re-signs somewhere else without even giving the Tigers a shot in free agency, we're done with him forever.
See, I guess I just assume, now this isn't legal, so maybe I'm speaking out of turn here. I just assume the Tigers and Boris and the Tigers are talking. They've been talking for years. Tarek Skubal doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't know about it because he's his agent, but I would be shocked if Scott Boras hasn't made multiple phone calls this year to the Tigers and like do like a pseudo negotiation. I would also, now this is where the illegal part would be in, if Scott Boras also isn't doing that with other teams. Scott Boras knows exactly where his market is going to be the second he hits free agency. So if he does sign right away, this is going to be
my other point is, with all the media press tours, a lot of people find that super disingenuous in terms of like, it's all these empty words about, oh, I love Detroit. I love to keep playing here for the rest of my career, but it's out of my control. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't sign here. Oh, shut up. You can if you wanted to. You just want more money. You know, so a lot of people are kind of leaning on it just feels really disingenuous to keep doing all this like media press tour type bullshit when you have no intention of resigning.
But why can't multiple things be true? Why can't he enjoy being in Detroit while he's there, but also want as much money as he possibly can?
I mean, I'm not saying that it can't be true, but I'm saying that's how a lot of people are taking
No, and that's like
Eric, I can answer that. And this is, I'm being too, I don't know, I'll just say it. Materially, is Tarek Skubal's life, his quality of life, going to be that much different if he makes $300 million as opposed to $500 million?
That's exactly what my point is.
Right.
Like,
he's never going to be able to spend all that money in the first place, but you see it time and time and time again with these players for 2 reasons. One, to a point, I think it's a bit of a game. How much money can I make in this? Because I feel inherent value, and this is proving my worth at this thing I'm doing, my livelihood. Fine. Secondly, it's beat into them by the union.
Yes.
Like, you want to continue to raise the salaries for everybody else over time. So I get it, but at the same time, I still ask the same question. Is your life going to be that much different if you make 300? If you really like playing for Detroit as much as you say you do, maybe you leave the other 200 million and you're never going to be able to spend on the table. Right. I don't know. It's why I ride so hard for Jose. At least part of it.
Right.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's
Like last week, we were talking about players that necessarily winning a championship isn't on the top of their priority. Jose Ramirez is the perfect example. I don't know if Jose Ramirez's number one priority is winning a championship. His priority is not making the most amount of money. His priority is staying in Cleveland for 20 plus years
Yeah.
and
right.
seeing where it goes, you know?
I think it is high on the list. Maybe it's not number one, but it's high on the list. But I get your point.
It's not his number one priority, is my point. Is he's not trying to make the most amount of money.
You're right. Because he could have become a Dodger. The rumor is, and I think it's not just a rumor, I think it was confirmed. There were two deals on the table with San Diego and Toronto before he signed that for that first extension. So he could have been a Blue Jay or a Padre and had a pretty good chance of, competing with either of those teams too.
This is one of those things where Detroit fans get like super, maybe unwarrantedly like up in arms about it, and now again the Dylan Larkin thing is just making everybody more pissed about it because what do you mean you keep telling us with words that you like playing in Detroit, you want to keep playing here, but then as soon as times get hard or you're not making the most amount of money that you could possibly can, you're like, bye, fuck off. And you know what I mean? So I don't know if it makes any sense, but
maybe I don't know if this is just a you and I see eye to eye on this thing, Lee. Or I don't know if it's like a Rust Belt thing because Eric obviously has a different kind of perception of what we're talking about. Not to put words in your mouth.
I think I'm in the minority in Minnesota, by the way. I think a lot of Twins fans would feel the exact same way.
So maybe I'm making something out of it culturally that it isn't then. But I have the same perception. I like to complain about Lindor, and I get happy that guy hasn't been in the playoffs basically since he became a Met.
Right.
But
yeah, like I said, if the Tigers offer Skubal a good deal, but he doesn't and just goes and he just signs with the Dodgers for $50 million more or whatever the hell it would be over the course of 10 years, they're gonna be like, no, you don't. You just wanted money, and they're just enemy forever.
Right.
Like I can't blame the Tigers if they offer him a good deal, but
I will say, I'll say this: if he becomes a Dodger, you can definitely make an argument that was a winning, that was motivated by.
Right.
For as much as I like to complain about them, that is a class organization that scouts well, develops well, makes good decisions. They're innovative. Like, that is a very, if you want to go win, I understand wanting to go play for the Dodgers. Like, yeah. It could also be but yeah.
But I've been reading stuff about like the Pistons and the free agency, and someone said, as always, we have to pay the you don't want to play in Detroit tax when they're talking about like making free agent deals or trades or something.
Well, that's the one thing. People think that a cap will resolve everything. But for a long time in the NBA, a lot of the star players were going to Miami and LA and New York and name other kind of big glamour city. It's changed a little bit more recently. But a cap isn't necessarily a silver bullet. Sometimes players want to go play in more glamorous places, quite frankly.
Yeah. So it's there's a lot of complicated feelings around it, but my point, I guess I'm getting in, is fans are going to turn on Tarik Skubal if he immediately signs after he gets traded, or he doesn't give Detroit a fair shot because we already feel super defensive about Detroit as a city already.
I think it's going to be really hard to like gauge the vigor, I guess, like the levels to like who hates when players leave more. Minnesota, Detroit, Kansas City seems pretty sanguine about it, but I think all fan bases deal with it. It's going to be really hard to judge like who hates it more. Like,
yeah,
it sucks. And that's why you cherish Jose Ramirez and Salvador Perez and Byron Buxton, because like those dudes don't come around a lot.
Eric, you mentioned Eric, you mentioned you feel like you're the minority in Minnesota. I kind of feel like I'm the minority here, maybe. it's hard for me to tell, but I think here, high profile player leaves, and it used to be we would get angry at the player. Now we just get angry at the Dolphins. Like
Right.
that's how it's changed. Like we now just blame the ownership for it.
Which,
Um,
to be fair, I would be I would be on that track because I still don't think I feel the Dolans could. I'm not high on them. Is what I will
I know.
say, but they do. They hire good people and they let them do their thing. I just wish, why can't you just let your good front office and good player development have an extra $30 million to pay for
Yeah.
major league players instead of just being good at drafting and developing? But
Yep.
they're doing just fine, you know.
I think that's valid. I'm not gonna argue with you on that.
Yeah.
If
People
they
are
could
just
afford to bring in more budget, they should. But
Right.
yeah,
And I still don't believe it when they say that teams are losing money. If billionaires were losing money year over year, they would sell the thing.
yeah.
So I have a hard time believing it. Maybe I'm wrong. I certainly don't know, but
Right.
ooh, one of my friends lost power.
you're just still holding on.
Yeah. They're further away. They're like an hour away from me.
What I do struggle with in Minnesota, though, like what I just get actively angry at the fan base is once you have a player that wants to stay, it's almost like it's an eat the young type thing where now some of the fan base starts getting angry at that player. Joe Mauer is like the number one example where
Huh.
like people were so angry that he didn't hit home runs and they didn't see the value in why does someone who has the biggest contract in franchise history hit 10 home runs a year when they're ignoring that he's a catcher winning batting titles with an on base percentage near 400 playing great defense, why that wasn't valuable. And then they got angry at him for having a concussion that he was unable to like that would take him out of commission for days. It just would not leave him. It was a legitimate career altering injury that he could not shake.
Yeah.
And people were getting angry at that. And then they get Byron Buxton, who by all means was not born in Minnesota, was drafted out of high school. There was no reason to think he would want to stay in Minnesota. He signs a team friendly deal and people are still angry at the injuries and that he's making $100 million as if $100 million contract is like what it was in 2005.
Hmm.
Like that get fury. Like I just get so irritated with those fans. Like so whatever.
I
Maybe
guess
that's unique to me, but
Detroit fans are kind of the opposite, I guess, because it's so rare that players want to stay in Detroit and actually love Detroit. That people are willing to overlook all kinds of flaws. The only thing that matters is that they want to be here. You know,
yeah.
that kind of thing.
And when you get that, like Miguel Cabrera, they just had him. Miguel Cabrera loved being in Detroit. He could have now the second extension. You could argue maybe shouldn't have been signed, but also
It didn't
I get
matter.
right. I was about to say that the Tigers weren't doing anything either.
Tigers
So
weren't
like,
doing Yeah.
I would. I mean, I probably once I find a player that wants to stay, and I have a cornerstone Hall of Fame player. So like we'll use Jose Ramirez and Buxton for this example, but like Cabrera really should be the example. I'm okay. Like Byron has 2 more years of team control. Extend him after that, even though he's probably not going to be a productive player. He has more than earned a couple mediocre or bad season so he can stay his entire career with the franchise rather than do this bullshit where he goes plays with he bounces like what Andrew McCutcheon is doing right now,
Yeah.
like who just signed a minor league deal for the Braves. I do not want that for Byron Buxton. Just let him be in the organization his entire career and let him retire and then bring him back for the team Hall of Fame in like 5 years.
Yeah. Kevin McGonigal, I think, is on his way to being because he signed the contract right before 4, and
Yep.
he's already like, yeah, I love it here. I want to stay in one place for 20 years and help them win a
Yep.
World Series. Like,
Does he have opt-outs?
I don't think so. No,
But he
because
also, it's probably,
He had the no trade clause, aka
Right.
you give him a $5 million if you trade him thing. It's like he wanted the no trade clause.
And he's 21 and it's only an 8-year deal. So like, they can sign him. What's gonna be weird? He's gonna be 29, have 8 years of major league experience, and could still make. I don't know what the currency is going to be 8 years from now, but it's not going to be cheap.
$300 million.
I was about to say it's going to be like $500 million.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess my overall point is people are not going to be happy with Scooble, and for various justifications. But I remember there was a prominent, like a Detroit sports guy on Twitter who said something like, if Scooble just leaves this city that loves him, will build a statue for him just to chase money, and doesn't end up winning a championship, I'm going to feel bad because, like, he could have had something great here, but instead he's just going to go and be, like, third string for some team that never wins anything, and he could have had something good for a city that loves him, and I'm going to be like, I'm not going to feel bad at all. It's his decision.
I was about to say.
He can take his bags of money and feel bad over there.
Oh my gosh, you sound like
He
you're
can
talking
wipe
about
his tears
crazy.
with $100 bills. Like, yeah, I don't know if I would get on that.
Yeah.
If
No, if he just wants money, he can take his money and go away. But like, if he stayed in Detroit, even if he didn't win anything, the fact that he wants to be here means the world, and we would love him and build him a statue. You know,
Right.
like I keep bringing out.
We have baseball in
Glenn
Cleveland.
Campbell is going to get a statue built for him, regardless of if they win a Super Bowl with him or not, because he wanted to be here. He loves being here, and he's done everything in his power to make it happen. You know, and he wanted the head coach job for the Detroit Lions, and that was not a position that anybody wanted, but he wanted it.
Right.
You know, like, and we will absolutely embrace anybody who says, I want to be here. So if Scooble leaves that, and just other city won't care about him as much. They won't, if he goes and wins a third ring, a fourth ring for the Dodgers in the last 6 years, that's not anything special. But in a city like Detroit that hasn't won a World Series in 40 plus years, it's not going to mean as much over there. It's not going to mean as much for LA as it would for Detroit, you know? So I guess that's kind of. But like players don't care about that. They just want to go and chase rings for cities that already have a million of them in the last 10 years, versus like a city like Cleveland who hasn't won a World Series since the 40s. And for some reason, players don't see that as important. I don't know. That was a whole side tangent.
I mean, players only have so much career to have. So I don't blame them for trying to make as much value for themselves and future generations of their families. I know, like, that's like, that sounds like I'm like really like trying to like tug at your heartstrings. I'm not. Like, they're already well paid. Just
I don't care. Terry Scribble's already earned more money than me and 3 generations after me.
He already has generational money, but I'm not going to blame a player for wanting to maximize that. But
nah, they can fuck off with that. I don't care if.
Fine.
I feel so bad for, Kyle Tucker got his $60 million a year. I'm so glad he was able to get that. Than have to settle for a measly $40 million a year.
I would rather have Tarek Skubal have that money than the billionaire owner have that money.
I don't care. They're both They both have too much money. What does it matter?
And this is where Dan's idea of sport hate, not idea, but that's fine. Like.
Yeah.
Hate him. You're more than willing to. I can see valid reasons to hating Tarek Skubal after he signs somewhere. He's going to sign somewhere.
Like the players' union, they're not fighting for, the minimum wage workers at the stadium or the guys in the minor leagues. They're fighting to make sure that they can get $45 million a year versus $40 million a year.
Well, the players' union. Go ahead, Dan.
They actually are representing the minor leaguers now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But those aren't their main arguments. Those aren't the main things that they're arguing for. They're trying to make sure that they can get absurd amounts of money.
And
I
like
agree.
what I
They will use the minor leaguers as a bargaining chip if they can. Like they'll
yeah,
use whatever they have at their
The,
disposal. There's a reason why the middle class of Major League Baseball players have not fared as well lately, and part of it's
that's what
because it's not a priority.
that's what
the
I
top
can't
10% is
understand.
arguing for the top 10%. Like that's
That's
all
what I
they care.
can't understand that players like I know the players will never agree to a cap, even though I think I was not like appalled at the owner's offer. Like, and I was surprised by how much I like. Oh, that seems reasonable. So I think it's going to be hard for the players not to take a cap, but we'll see. That's a battle that they're gonna fight. But they are so worried about having the next new biggest contract. The like what Dan said, they don't care about Josh Bell, who's signing 7 year, 1 year deal, 5 to 7 5 year or $5 million to $7 million deals every year for 5 years. When he
Really,
is
the the guys that are I don't want to say the place that Major League Baseball right now is maximizing value. The teams are maximizing value is the young cost control players who are playing at a level that is way higher than what they're making on their minimum contracts.
Yeah.
The real move here, if you're the union acting in good faith of your entire rank and file, is you're trying to raise the minimum for those players to get
yep,
it to a level that's more in relation to their value.
yes,
And not caring whether Bryce Harper makes 500 million or 700 million or Juan
right.
Soto or whoever else. That guy's eating good either way. Like,
Yeah.
but the top, I would say, let me know if you've ever heard this before. The top 1% is controlling the show here on the players'
Right.
side too. And so we're not going to have like they could do a fine negotiation where we have a cap and we have a floor and we get the minimum raised not just for those cost control players, but for the middle class too, for the guys that have been in the league for 10 years.
And
But we're not going to get that because we're
I
going to
think
draw a line in the sand and say no way, no how, no salary cap.
the thing for me that kind of annoys me is that the player union reps who are like, these are the guys who are like, representing the player union in the arguments. They're also the guys who've made their money or are going to be making their money. Like
yes,
Scooble is one of them. They are keep trying to appeal to the fans of like, oh, we're just also workers. You're making $35 million a year. When I get a job, I'll be lucky if I make more than 50,000
right.
a year.
It's crazy. I
Don't
think it's
talk
probably
to
the
me as
most
if we're on the
powerful
same
union in the
level.
country. I think that's fair to say.
Hmm?
Um, it might be the most powerful union in the country.
I
Yeah.
think the NBA
But
has gotten pretty powerful.
It's like
that's
don't
valid.
act like we're on the same level. You're making $100,000, 100,000 times more than what I'm making. Don't act like we're both workers. You play a
I,
kids game. At the end
I
of the
do
day,
think
they're
I do
making
think it
way too much money.
I do think it helps a little, but I think you're right. They're probably overrepresenting how much, which they're gonna do.
Like I already think athletes are being paid way too much money for what they're doing. Stop trying to act like we're on the equal. No, you're still the 1%. This is the
Correct.
battle of the 0.1%
But
versus the 1%. The fans are not part of the equation at all.
correct, but that's
Neither
the
party
context.
cares about the fans.
Correct, but like that's the context we have to live in with this. Like I agree with you 100%. Professional athletes should not be making millions of dollars. However, they are, and that's the context we need to work with going forward.
So I just don't care as much. Like I guess I'm not super. Oh, make sure the players stick it to the billionaire. They're both making way too much money. I don't
I
care.
would rather the players stick it to the owners than the other way around, because I think
It's just
and
not.
also like when we talk about the 1%, like when we talk about the top end players making money, the overall owners have been able to spend less money because the Dodgers, it's three teams are buying all the money. The actual revenue of money going to players is much lower than the NFL or the NBA.
I believe
If
that.
the union is not smart enough to realize that's the real issue, if you're not going to get 50% of the revenue when you are the product, that's an issue and you suck at negotiating. But they just can't seem to get past.
That's part
I
of
just
my thing is like if you could negotiate a great again, the players you in no way know how they're not going to want to cap. If you can get 60% of the revenue, you're
Yes,
guaranteed. You're going to tell me you're not going to have a cap
it should be
just off the principle of it.
the revenues only go up, and you're about to
Yeah,
hit a massive like national television deal because that's what Manfred is
yeah.
pushing, and that's great. That's
And
great for the sport. But you should be worried about the percent of money you are getting. And you're just so worried about like, oh, we have to have a tax and we can't have a hard cap. Well, if it's going to mean more money for the players in general for the total pool, absolutely do that. Who cares if it comes with a cap?
you're fooling yourself if you're going to negotiate your way through market value to 60%. Or I'm just throwing that out there
Right.
as like a really generous number. But like you could negotiate a good cap for yourself. Like,
Yes.
and it's guaranteed. Like the way it works in the NBA is if a team is under the floor, they have to pay in equal amounts the money out to the players that are on the roster to get to the floor. Like
I hate
that's
to interrupt this
76% of the
conversation,
people.
but look who's here, Eric. If you remember from last time we did, I think two streams ago.
Royce Lewis. Who's here?
No, the
Oh,
chat
no.
in the chat.
Glad to see the better team is winning. Well,
Well, Mr. Puzzles, I don't think we've met before, but I beg to differ.
Mr. Puzzles.
I don't know, man. A better team winning, that does seem like what happens a lot of the time.
Was the better team winning up until the ninth inning yesterday? Then what happened? However, I do want the White Sox to win because I predicted a split. So
I forget which one I predicted. I think I predicted the Guardians to win the series. But I also just want the Guardians to lose because I hate them.
that's fair too.
I, just to say my piece on the thing we were talking about with the who deserves the money. I have trouble both ways. Like I agree with Eric in the sense that like the owners, they're not providing the value here. The players are. So yeah, I want the players to have the money. But I get where you're coming from, Lee, because it is a lot of money. But I think we get into this false equivalency where like if the players were getting the money or weren't getting the money, somehow like teachers and firemen would be. And I don't think the world works that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it is a lot of money to be making to be playing a children's game, but ultimately in a perfect world, the tickets would cost less and it wouldn't cost me $99 to watch the team on TV and all this, but
Yeah.
then you're getting into kind of like a grander conversation about economics, and I'm not smart enough to really have that conversation. So
Yeah.
it
I
just
guess
kind
at
of
the end of the day,
I don't know, man.
I think my stance, if you want to end this conversation, my point is, at the end of the day, neither group cares about me, the fans. Me, the fans, I want a more competitive MLB. I don't care I don't care if that means the owners make less money. That does not matter to me. What matters to me is that I have a more enjoyable product. And if that means the billionaires get more money, then fine, I don't care.
I agree 1,000% with that. And I think, Eric, I've been reading the book that you suggested a while back, The Game, and just even the stuff about kind of the consolidation of power that happened with the owners and kicking out a commissioner who used to act in good faith in
who had the audacity
idea
to
of
stand up for players. Yeah, and they were
the
furious
fair,
about it.
in the name of the spirit of the game and what's best for the sport. And that
Yeah.
guy, obviously that ended with Selig. So, it would be really nice if we could get back to that, and we never will. But like having the counterbalance of having an independent third party be in charge would be really nice.
Right.
It would be a way to kind of resolve this.
Should the Guardians?
I mean, I don't think this is a valid question yet. But if we get to September and he's still batting like this, I don't think there's much value in keeping Quan on the roster if they have
You
something.
should check his WAR. Check his WAR. It's not as bad as you would think it would be. He's been a pretty
he's
good
playing a
defensive
good center.
fielder. Yeah.
It's not the worst. If he ends the season as a 2-WAR player, what's he making right now for arbitration? It was
How many? I asked Mr.
$1
Puzzles
million.
here. How many 2-WAR players would you be willing to DFA?
Mr. Puzzles.
How many?
You wouldn't be a GM for very long under that circumstance.
I mean, you're gonna have to pay him arbitration again next year. What do you want to pay a 2-WAR player?
No, I thought this was his walk year, isn't it?
No, it's one more year. It's free agent 2028. So he's got one more year.
Oh, I thought this was his one. Okay, I take that back. I thought literally he was only going to be on this team for another.
No, he's got one more year.
No,
Okay,
he's got
then
one
I
more
take
year.
I take back my. If it's his
I
walk
do
year,
think I do think there's a question of, and I think assuming the Guardians make a trade for an outfielder, which is a gigantic assumption that I don't know that's going to happen, but it's a matter of who kind of sits if you get Angel Martinez back. Um, is Quan playing every day? I could have that conversation. I'm not having a
Ooh,
conversation
that would
about
be an interesting conversation.
DFAing him though.
I guess if he's still, this is still, let's say September, this is still his batting line. He's a 2.2 WAR player. Do you non-tender him, or do you pay $9 million in arbitration that he's going to want? That is going to, because arbitration values, they don't go down, do they?
Yeah,
They keep
well,
going up.
no, they'll go up. Even if it's just marginally, it'll go up.
Yeah,
Um,
because it's right now it's at clean 7, so no, 7.7. If it goes up to 8, I mean, I guess just hope that it was just an off year.
yeah, I think they would probably tender him I mean, they tendered Nolan Jones a contract.
Just
Um,
puzzles or PP. Yeah, I think I'll stick with puzzles for that
can you
one.
put that back up? I missed it.
Yeah, sure. I'm glad that you asked, do you DFA Stephen Kwan, because that delights me.
Hey, you got it, PP. That's exactly what you're going to be from now on.
Trade Kwan to a real contender who needs a defensive help.
I mean, I think that's on the table.
I
The
think that
problem
is
is you're
on
going to
the table. Yeah.
you're going to be selling low on them though, and I don't know that they want to do that. So
Do you want to comment on the real contender portion of that comment?
yeah, if the Guardians aren't a contender, then nobody in this division is. So I hate to break it to you, Mister PP.
So you're saying the Guardians are a better team than the White Sox?
I am saying that. I think it's. I will say Chicago. Like I said earlier in the stream, if they can figure out some pitching in the next year or so, they're going to be a challenge. And I don't think they're just going to be a challenge for the division. I think they're going to be a challenge, period, because they can hit.
I don't know how well they'd hold up in the postseason. Like even if they
This
got
year,
in like
this year, I don't think very well. But again, I think if they can build on this, they might be the best team in the division moving forward. Yeah, at this point, PP, yeah, it hasn't been very good. It's like I said, I don't know that they'll sell low on him right now, but they
you
might
think
just
they're
need to
gonna
ride it out, like
hold
we were
on to
saying, and tender him.
those 3 years where he was. I mean, because yeah, he was really good. I mean,
He was.
yeah, 3.84, like consistently around there. His best year was always his rookie year, which is interesting. And it just kind of, he had an up year in power in 24, but last year was like almost got a down year.
but he's been a 3 WAR player every year except for this year.
I feel like, yeah, the really thing that would get him paid is the Gold Glove outfield,
Yeah.
which those don't come on trees. You can find a guy who's going to give you
But
97.
but here's the thing about it's a Gold Glove in left field,
Right.
Yeah,
but he has been pretty good in center this year, and I think that does do something for his value.
But he is getting older, so how long is he going to play in center?
Yeah.
I mean his speed has dropped this year. I think.
Yeah. That
Let me find it again.
I don't know that, but that shouldn't be surprising.
His sprint speed is 26.8, 35th percentile, versus last year was 45, in 24 it was 43, in 23
What's the actual drop in miles per hour?
Okay,
Or
so
feet per second?
by feet per second.
Oh, what a catch by Arias.
That was nice. What the show hair.
I swear, man, he'll make, like I said, he'll look brilliant 1 minute and then look lost for a week.
He's the type of player he's good at reacting, but if he has time to think about it, that's where he gets in trouble.
Maybe. It's just a lack of consistency on all sides. Like he's the most frustrating player. I know I've said it a million times, so I apologize, but like he's talented. Like he has the talent to do amazing things, and it just doesn't. I don't know if it's mental. I don't know what it is, but he just doesn't kind of put it together all the time. He'll do something brilliant. He'll hit a ball 110 miles an hour, and then he'll strike out 4 times. I don't know.
I was looking at Quan's sprint speed.
Anyway,
So
sorry.
it dropped by 0.3, then almost 1, then it went up by 0.2, and then it dropped by 0.5. His rookie year, he was going 28.4. This year, he's going 26.8.
28 is like what, average? What was it?
It was
He's been about average. It's below average. I can see the slider.
He's fought hamstring issues since college.
There you go.
At the same time, Aliman's good, man. He's having a great year at AAA. I think there's some people that would prefer that he was on this roster long term instead of Matt Festa. But they swapped him in because Daniel Espino threw 2 innings yesterday, or 1 2/3. That was his longest outing since like 2022, by the way. And went fine, went without a hitch. So that was good to see. I think some people are surprised that they're kind of using Espino as an up and down guy to go back down to the minors, but they did. They flipped him back to AAA for Aliman. There's some good depth for our bullpen that they could really work into, but they seem to want to rotate those guys. Always.
Well, strikeout, pop out, ground out, pretty good. Those are all pretty quick at bats too. White Sox are being aggressive.
It looks like that's what they're going to lose. 5-2.
Shocking.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think this is shocking to anyone. They did load the bases in the top of the 8th, but Royce Lewis, I think, popped out or struck out.
Hey, like we said, all the Yankees needed to do to get out of their 7-game slump was face the Twins, I guess.
You're not wrong. God dang, it's just pathetic. Oh, no. That looks like a lot of rain.
Oh,
all right, players are on the field. Okay, I was about to say that was such like a dramatic reveal for anyone who's not watching the game. They did like the slow pan into the stands and then we're like panning back out. And then you see an outfield and rain dropping and then, oh, no Tarpon players are on the field. Like,
what did you think of Gavin Williams?
He was really, really, really. No, I don't want to put that many reallys on it. He was really good until Vargas had a really great at bat against him and put one in the left field bleachers. So he looked strong for the first 3. Walked a couple guys in the 4th, I think it was, and then, I tipped my cap to Vargas because he really battled a 10-pitch at bat before putting one in the over the fence.
And that might
overall good.
That might be the game there, depending on how they're. I mean, it's still early. It's like the 5th inning, 6th inning now.
Yeah,
but
I said it earlier. We can't get Vargas out. I don't know what it is.
This is a stupid comment, but not on that Arias play. Did you see there were 2 fans were wearing 2 interesting jerseys? There was
Nick Enright was one of them.
Jersey.
I saw Nick Enright.
And then Nick Enright. I was like, who the fuck has a Nick Enright jersey?
It's funny, Eric, because you only know Nick Enright because we do this podcast, bro.
Yes.
Like you would have not known who that was. But yeah, the other one was Asdrubal Cabrera.
Well, it took me a minute too, because like I think when I hear Cabrera, I instantly go to Miggy, and then so I had to like think, who was that? And then as I'm thinking, oh, it's a Struble. Who the frick has a Nick Enright jersey? Like was my immediate thought.
Zach Meisel, who's our beat reporter for The Athletic for the Guardians, he'll do that. Like he goes to the ballpark obviously every day. I think he keeps a running log of all the weird jerseys that he's come across at the ballpark over the years.
I got bad news for you, Dan. Miguel Vargas is not a historically good player against. I don't know what his deal is today, but
He was fantastic in the series last week too. So I'm
I
not
guess
making this. Maybe it's just a this year type of deal.
maybe
But
it's just this year because just this year before this year he kind of stunk. So
yeah,
maybe it's just he's gotten good. If I
So,
now it's 2026, then yeah, then there you go. It's a bit better in this year, but before that, kind of stunk.
so this is a dumb question, but I always go back and forth on this. Is it harder to pitch in the rain or to hit in the rain?
Pitch 1,000% more.
I think pitch too.
I only
But
ever
doesn't it
see
feel like
pitchers
nobody
complaining about
scores?
pitching in the. There's
But doesn't
never
it just feel like nobody scores when they like I was trying because like my initial thought is that also, but then name like where unless the pitcher throws like can't get a grip on the ball and it's like ball after ball. I just feel like there's a lot of pop ups and flares and there's no
I
actual
mean,
like
Miguel
innings
Vargas
pulled
just
out
put
of it.
it went over the left field fence in the rain earlier tonight.
This is fair, but it's still like it's been raining all game. It's a 3-1 game. Like this isn't
Yeah,
exactly high scoring.
yeah.
Anyway, I think my initial reaction is pitching, but I also can't remember a blowout. Like it's also not like the hitters get like a tremendous advantage. It feels like to me.
Yeah. I think it's pretty rare that it rains for a full 9 innings and they keep playing anyway. So it's kind of hard to tell, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think Miguel Vargas is particularly a Guardians killer, except for maybe this year.
Well, first Miguel Vargas was killing no one until this year,
Yeah, so maybe now that he's good, maybe he's a Guardians killer.
and
But
also the way he's doing it, I don't think this is a fluke. Like he is demolishing baseballs right now.
dude, Chase Mydroth last year just hitting Tigers pitchers, and I'm like, oh god, this is gonna be one of those guys who's just like average 220 batting average, but as soon as he faces the Tigers pitcher, he cannot get off the bases. We have a lot of those because yeah, Tigers kind of pitchers aren't great for our starters. Also, just recently we just sucked. So. Chris Murphy, that's not a name I recognize off the top of my head, so I need to check that one. I want to see how he's been doing. There's a lot of Murphys. All right, this guy. All right, okay, that's why I didn't recognize it. He's played
Ooh.
17 games this year, kind of.
Ah, tied him up.
What a horrible swing!
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
I got a feeling Chase was sitting slider there.
Yeah, I mean he swung at a pitch in his armpit.
He was expecting it to break, Eric. That was my point.
How much? The entire batter's box to batter's box.
I know it's only been like a week or so, but how's DeLauder looked since he came back?
Good. Oh, he's hit fairly well. I think he's still kind of playing with. I don't know if he's fully healed, but you wouldn't be able to tell. I think he's hitting over 300 since he came back.
Oh, nice.
So I'm kind of, I think everybody got excited about the power with hitting 5 home runs in like the first week, and I think that hasn't entirely come to fruition. And I think some of that's really just not who he is as a hitter. But I also kind of wonder if maybe he could tap into that more. If he's just not trying to just make contact a little too much, just in general. But no, it's been a welcome addition to have him back over the last week or so.
A 272 batting average, 339 on base. That's good. The power.
He's statistically our best hitter this year. So
Nice.
yeah.
Either team score the rest of the game. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Guardians are either going. I feel like the Guardians are either going to come back or they're going to fake comeback. So they're going to score at least one more run.
Fake comeback.
That's why I call it when the Tigers are losing, and then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna come back," but then they don't. So it's a fake comeback.
DeWatter's hitting 391 since he returned.
Oh wow!
522 slug, 5 RBI.
That will play.
Have the Twins lost yet? Yep, they lost.
Yeah.
Hasn't walked yet.
So sad. I don't know why I'm saying in that kind of voice. I'm both happy that you lost and also sad that you lost.
I do. I don't want to go back to that first. It was like what, the first week or something that he came up, and he had hit like 9 home runs in like 2 weeks or something like that. And somebody said like, yeah, but he's not walking enough. And I think like I was maybe like too harsh on it, but I was like, yeah, he's hit like 9 home runs. What does he need to walk for?
Ultimately, though, he has taken walks.
Right.
My thing is always just if a player is only hitting home runs, I'm always going to be a little nervous about it because what happens when you stop hitting home runs? That's always going to be my thing. It's like, okay, it's great that you're hitting home runs, but you're not doing much else. So as soon as pitchers figure out how to make you not hit home runs, are you going to be hitting flyouts or are you going to be hitting doubles?
Home run hitters should walk because they're going to get pitched around a lot because pitchers don't want to give up home runs. So like you need to prove that you can, take a walk and not chase and all that stuff. So I felt like it was a valid criticism even at the time. I feel like I remember sticking up for you. And I mean that in the sense that like it was a weekend, like he could still show that he has a good eye, and he did. I'm most surprised he hasn't walked this week since he came back, but in general, he's had a good eye.
Cleveland hasn't had a cycle since 1943.
Cleveland hasn't had a what?
Cleveland hasn't had a cycle since 1943.
I don't think that's true. Travis
Hafner. That graphic they just showed.
I don't have that screen up right now. I don't know where it went. Where did that one?
There must be further context to what they were talking about to that, because I'm pretty sure Travis Hafner had one in the Metrodome.
That's like longer than it's been since they won a World Series.
Yep. Talking about PP here was talking about players wanting to go home after a rain delay. I kind of get that. Like, I kind of feel like you might be onto something with that, sir. It does feel like sometimes it just takes the wind out of people's sails. It's hard to kind of get back up and going again. I think it depends on the context, though, like when it happens during the game and that kind of thing.
Also, remember, this is the job for them. If you had to stay late 3 hours past your work day, you'd want to go home.
That's why the Manfred runner's never going away, because the players like it too, because they don't have to be there for 15 innings or whatever.
Yeah. No, after the 15-inning playoff game, I'm like, yeah, I get why we have the Manfred runner. We don't need this for a game in May.
A lot of people hate the Manfred runner, and I just can't get upset about it. It doesn't bother me.
It's still not my favorite thing in the world, but I'm like, yeah, you know what? I get it. Like maybe to add it on in the 11th inning or something, but we don't need 15-inning games during the regular season. That's not really necessary. No one wants to be there for that. I think I've seen some of Trevor May's videos where he does like the mailbag questions type thing, and he's like, no, all us relievers, we want to go home. We don't want to be there and have to go out and pitch, and it kind of sucks. So I get it. If you view it as like, yeah, you wouldn't want to stay 2 hours past your job either. So I mean, especially if you're working 7 days a week, you don't get a day off, you're traveling a bunch. Yeah, I get it.
This is like not right, but as a manager, I feel like it would be really tempting to once you get to like the 11th, just throw your worst reliever either he's going to pitch well and surprise you, or he's going to give up some runs and you're going to like not burn the rest of your bullpen and we can get done with this game. Like at some point, what does winning that one individual game really do if you blow through everybody, all your arms, you know? Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, minor league teams do that all the time.
mhm,
Like they'll just put position players on there because I mean, minor league games aren't really about winning games. It's about
true. Yeah.
player. I remember there was a game earlier this year, somewhere in May, when all of our pitchers were injured, and it was more injured than it still is right now. And AJ Hinch explicitly said after a game, "I wanted them to score one more run so that I could put a position player on the mound because we were down by 6 or whatever." And he's like, "Yeah, it would have been great if I don't have to put another reliever on the mound."
Kwan's got it.
Yep. I'll say Antonacci almost. I mean, wrong part of the field.
Yeah.
I'm way behind. I need to reload my stream.
Decent inning for Gaddis. Gave up the one
He
hit.
struggled recently, hasn't he?
He hasn't been as good this year. And he missed the start of the year with a forearm inflammation. And it just, I don't know if it's getting a late start, didn't get built up right, or if he's thrown a lot of innings the last 2 years. Like, it could be any number of things, but he hasn't quite been what he was when he was like arguably the best eighth inning guy in the league the last
That's kind of
couple
what
of years.
Holton, I feel like Holton has, where maybe he pitched too much, or maybe he just got lightning in a bottle for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is relievers.
I'm worried about Will Vest because Will Vest has a 6 ERA and he was arguably our closer last year.
Yep.
And it's just, we got a few good years out of him. What if that's all we're gonna get?
Right.
So he's
Like,
also been
that's where-
injured. He just went on back on the injured list for elbow inflammation, which is fantastic.
Well, like, part of me wonders, like, assuming it's not Tommy John, aren't you a little bit relieved there's at least an injury so you could at least be like, well, that's why he's been god awful for whatever.
Yeah,
but
that's what I always say. Apparently, I think Hinch specified it's not tendon issue. It's like a muscle thing more.
right.
I don't remember. I haven't been paying attention to the news because I'm like, yeah, another guy's injured. What else is new? But yeah. It's not. There's no concern for Tommy John or anything.
I don't know who just saw this, but apparently they're cooling down in Cleveland by just throwing beer in grown men's beards as they came back from commercial break.
Yeah, I just saw that. Somehow you're now ahead of us, Eric, or at least ahead of me.
Good. That'll only last.
Oh, Sir Anthony Dominguez is coming out. Hey, he's not being used as a closer.
Yes, that makes me wonder, Mr. I can't call you Mr. Puzzles. PP, if you were,
That's not bad.
that's what he wanted to be called. So, if you were Will Venable, sir, who do you want pitching the ninth in this game? Because your options are limited. Feel free to comment if you're still listening.
Hey, he's right. Stephen Kwan contributed to this game. He caught that fly out. Good job. Look, I'm not. I think I said this, Derek, when last week when we streamed, when you weren't here, Dan. I am not going to say I'm glad a player is doing well. I'm not exactly going to mourn the fact that Stephen Kwan is suddenly a below replacement level player.
Hitter.
I'm not. No.
Hitter. Yeah, good call.
Yep. So maybe I'm just too quick on this trigger, but I see Dominguez just throw a slider to the backstop because it was like 3 feet off the plate. There is not a chance I'm swinging until he throws a strike.
He already threw a strike, though.
But I mean, like, it's 2-1. I just see that, like, I don't.
Yeah. Make him throw
When
a
it's
couple
that
in a row.
wild, I just don't. Prove me you can throw 2 strikes in a row before I take you seriously.
And he walked him.
And
You
they're
guys
not
are all
close.
how are you so ahead of me?
I don't know. My internet's my lights keep flickering, but somehow my internet's doing great.
It's a 3-1
Dan, when
count to
they're-
Hoskins.
Show me tell us when you're at Hoskins walking to first. Like the camera's
He's
literally
taking off
on.
his shin guard. They're
Literally
showing
like, tugging along.
Dominguez playing with the baseball. He's walking to
And-
first now.
Okay, now we're synced up.
Alright, I'm also pausing so I can get
You
it.
lost me after not calling me PP the first time. Oh yeah. Who do you want pitching the ninth? If you're Will Venable, if you were in Will Venable's shoes, PP, who's pitching the ninth for the Chicago White Sox tonight? Assuming
Yeah.
it's still 3-1 as the score.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of great options right now in the Chicago bullpen. Though I haven't really been paying attention outside of what Sir Anthony Dominguez kind of sucks in the eighth inning or in the closer situation. That's another thing with Will Vest. He sucks in the eighth inning, but AJ Hinch refuses to not play him in the eighth inning. It feels like everybody else on the planet knows that Will Vest cannot pitch in the eighth inning, but he keeps trying it. It's exhausting. So maybe it's not an issue, and maybe it's just that AJ Hinch needs to get his facts straight.
Oh, Manzardo had one to hit. He missed it.
Ooh, yep, he did.
That was a good pitch to hit.
That's the benefit of throwing 99, I guess.
Yeah, I can't get that upset at him when it's coming in that hot, but he still missed it. He's closer on that one.
Yep. It's followed straight
think-
back.
I think Dominguez might want to throw something different here. Problem is, I don't know if he can locate the slider at all.
I think
So,
like that might be the problem. Also, he's throwing a lefty, a slider. They typically don't see it. As a
well, maybe
right-handed.
it's-
Ooh, splitter though. That works.
Well, Newcomb's been good. I
They did
remember
that with
he-
Newcomb last week, so I could. Oh, he went 2 2/3, I think, last week. But yeah, I could see that being an option, especially with the Guardians.
Vassal's out for the
left
year,
handed.
isn't he?
Who?
Vassal's out for the year, isn't he?
Yeah, he had to get Tommy John.
Yeah.
Well, there's Brian Hudson, PP. So it won't. Looks like maybe it will be a 2 inning save since he's warming up now. I don't know.
I feel like a guy that can go 2 innings is almost more valuable than a closer type. You don't want to save him until the ninth inning. You want to put him in the seventh or eighth if you need to. I don't know. You don't think about it backwards.
I still don't understand why they're not. I understand max effort and like they want to do that, but if you cannot, why do
Good one.
more relievers are not able to just pitch through a lineup once? Why can that not be the standard?
Because you want
Like,
to
why
use him
did-
more often.
I
Because
get that, but like,
it's a lot of platooning nowadays. Because a lot of the time it's you bring out this guy to face this chunk of lefties in the lineup,
right.
and then you take him out.
And even that has gotten better with the 3-batter rule because like when they didn't used to have that rule, you would see literally a left-handed hitter or pitcher for one batter, and then they'd sub them out, and games would take forever.
It's like that kind of urban legend, kind of maybe not, where Ty Cobb as a player manager brought out 3 different pitchers for 3 different pitches against Babe Ruth type of story or something like that.
Oh, funny.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but it's one of those things that gets mentioned. AJ Hinch loves manipulating the 3-batter rule because if you get the last out in the inning, you don't have to
Yep.
face 3 batters. So he'll get 2 outs and then bring in a different guy for the third
Yep.
out. Sometimes it backfires because then you get into situations like yesterday where he brought in Drew Summers, who proceeded to give up 2 singles, a walk, 3 more runs scored before he got pulled. Yeah, so. But a lot of the times it does work. It's like, oh, you're facing 2 righties and a lefty, or whatever like that. So you just get the first 2 outs and then bring in a guy for the third out.
If that Ty Cobb story happened, that should be on Baseball Reference. You should be able to search that.
I don't know. It's just one of those things that get circulated. I haven't really
Right.
put in the effort of looking it up.
I'm gonna guess nobody has.
Good eye, Rogue. Nice job.
If I'm Teal, I feel like I challenge that. I really need that strike.
That was close.
Right. I don't know if he would have got it overturned, but I feel like that's worth the risk.
It does feel like Chicago does this thing a lot where they lose one challenge in the 4th inning and then they never use their second challenge.
Well, Kiro was so fast with his challenges.
And then he's always so bad at it.
Right.
Interesting here. So vote goes to Schneeman off the bench.
Yep.
Venable is going to counter and go get a lefty in Hudson. I think the secret here is Schneeman has reverse splits. So I don't know who
Ooh.
was originally due up here. I forget. It's been
I
so
love
long
that
since
one.
this game was going on.
Does anyone remember Tyler Clippard?
Yes.
He pitched for the Twins for a year. He was like a 10-year veteran. He was a righty, but he had reverse splits. And managers would do that all the time with him.
Hmm.
They'd bring up a lefty, not understanding that he was just death to them because he had a really good changeup.
He pitched for the Guardians for at least 1 year, if not two,
Okay.
towards the back end of his career. I believe he was the pitcher that came in after Trevor Bauer threw the ball over the backstop at Kauffman Stadium, if I'm not
Funny.
mistaken.
As much as I hate the platooning thing that Hinch does sometimes, I don't hate it, but it's just very annoying right now because
Right.
we're losing. It is very funny to see the dance that he and the other manager does whenever like Kerry Carpenter comes up in the seventh inning or whatever, because you just see Hinch waiting on the edge of his seat, and then the other manager will come up, signal to the bullpen, and then Hinch will be like, "All right, Carpenter, come back out and do the switch," or like reverse or whatever. It's
Does
just very funny because he's just you see him waiting for the manager to motion for the bullpen.
does Hinch ever burn pinch hitters? Like, does he ever, like, to make up an example, does he ever send up Jahmai Jones to go hit pinch hit, and then like the other team goes to a righty, so then he burns Jahmai Jones and puts Kerry Carpenter in instead? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I not really because it's always just one for one they switch
Okay.
rather than
Because
subbing
he's
Jemai
too
Jones.
busy. He's too busy subbing Jemai Jones for Kerry Carpenter for that.
Yeah, in the fourth inning.
Yeah, it's never Jones isn't really being subbed in for anyone else. It's just always one of those two, kind of, or sometimes it'll be Keith instead. But what he did do once at the game that I was at, I think it was, switch in Jemai Jones. He got on base for the first time in 3 weeks, and then pinch hit James Outman. Not pinch hit, pinch runner. I mean, so it will be something like that he literally just uses Jones for that one at bat, and then it's James Outman defensive. So
That's his role.
yep.
So I don't know if I love bringing in Hudson here. I don't know like who I would put in. Oh, I missed that. Because like you're facing the bottom of the lineup, you need to get Schneeman, and then you go from Austin Hedges and a struggling Stephen Kwan. I feel like I want to save Hudson for the top of the lineup.
It could go to Newcomb.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's PP. That's what I was laughing about. Was there was some? We're not very good dancers apparently here in Cleveland. That was pretty wild.
Which is
The
ironic
only
because
thing
you have the
got
Rock
going
and
for
Roll
you
Hall
is
of
the Rock
Fame.
and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I had a bit. Call it a bit because it was really my own private joke. I was applying at one point to Case Western Reserve for PhD programs, and I had this thing where I would tell someone I'm applying to there, and I'd say, but I don't know if I really want to go to Cleveland because what does Cleveland really have? And the other person would inevitably say, well, they have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It was really funny to me and
We have a-
only me.
We have a majestic waterfront as well,
And Guardian statues.
and Guardian
Supposedly.
statues.
Just the way that I could prompt the other person in the conversation to say, well, you know,
Every
they have
time,
the Rock
right?
and Roll Hall of Fame every time.
Yeah.
It was very
Hey, at least
entertaining.
we're not. At least we're not Detroit.
You've been writing on that for 15 years. And it's really the only thing you're going
Longer,
with.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's more like going on 20. It's really the only thing you have is that we're not Detroit. And also LeBron James used to play here.
Do you know what else Cleveland has
From
that
here.
Detroit doesn't? Potable water. I know that isn't the same city, or
Not
that
the
was
same
the story
city.
5 years ago, but it's close enough.
So it doesn't really work anymore.
No.
Well, at least our lake isn't on fire.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry.
please.
I have a tough time calling someone PP, so Mr. and or Miss Puzzles. LeBron is going to Minnesota. I think that's the speculation. That's what's going to happen. So
No, did you not see Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, was up on? He had a big, long pointer today. He was doing a podcast. He had a whiteboard. He was talking through all the teams. Minnesota did make the list, Eric, so you're not necessarily
hey,
wrong. But Cleveland did as well. And I feel a lot better about the Cavs' chances now than I did even just 48 hours ago, quite frankly.
I think
They
Cleveland's
track
kind of the Cleveland's the default answer, isn't it? I don't know. I should cop. I have not. I like the NBA. I have not watched any NBA in like 3 years, so like I could not be more clueless about it. But like,
I, I think it's looking more and more like they're the leader in the clubhouse, if you will.
right.
I don't think it's given though. I think it's one of those things where it's like 20% versus 15 versus 10 versus 8.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
How are
behind.
you so ahead of me again? I got a 1-0 count to
Oh,
hedges. Nothing's happened yet.
yeah, it's not going to happen. Not much farther ahead of you.
see, this is what I mean. They're gonna pull some bullshit, and then they're either gonna
Oh,
win or they're gonna almost win.
Yeah, let me know when you get to the replay because that's inexcusable. I don't know if you're gonna.
Hoskins
Well, you're probably
scored
gonna.
on that?
Well, yeah,
Somehow.
like ricocheted and got into left field.
I want to see that again because I think Colson could have made that a lot easier on him if he tried to. See, he's trying to backhand a ball that's in front of his body. He needed to.
Yeah,
That's players getting lazy with their footwork. He could have turned and forehanded that. You know what? I take that back. That's a tough play.
that's a
That was a
play
little
you
bit.
can stop though. Like I
That was
don't.
a little bit further in the hole than I realized it was. And you're right. That just needs to be knocked down and kept on the infield, and that didn't happen.
I don't know if he would be able to get an out because even though Hedges is
No,
incredibly slow, like that's a very long throw.
he was pretty far on the outfield grass.
Oh my goodness! Don't make me do that. I mean,
You
I
did
will
have a
do it if
second.
that's what you really want, but to to tell an adult, assuming you're an adult, I don't know. I just know you apparently are very productive with puzzles. All I know about you. To say you're PP, I just don't. It's
See, it's
fine.
funny with the LeBron thing. Pistons fans aren't even entertaining the idea. They're like, never gonna
I don't
happen.
think they made the list actually. So
Shocker! I am.
Oh,
What do you
little
mean a
blue.
player doesn't want to
get
play in
down,
Detroit?
get down.
I
Oh
am.
my goodness! Chicago.
How does
Antonacci, you forgot
Cleveland
something
does?
there, buddy.
What are we doing?
PP, and we thought there wasn't going to be any more runs in this game, you big silly.
Oh my God, Chicago! What are you doing? You got one job.
Are you freaking kidding me?
So, Eric, about wasting Brian Hudson on the bottom of the order. Uh,
I guess. Well, to be
Granted,
fair,
neither of these balls were
it's like,
hit particularly
both
hard.
of
I'm
these
not
could
going to
have been
say
outs.
These
Hedges
balls should have been
Hedges' ball wasn't necessarily weak contact,
It
but
was just good placement.
That's
yeah.
the only way Stephen Kwan can get
What's
hits.
the what was uh can you
Looks like
refresh
a
the
line
screen,
drive in the
please?
paper there, PP. What's that? Sorry.
Yeah, I need to let me refresh. Oh my God!
Okay, so Kwan's batting a 990. Okay, I can see that.
How?
Austin's batting average was 200, which is
Yeah, but he hit it 98 miles an hour. It's not like he,
yeah, but right into the
dipped it.
ground.
Yeah.
This is
So
the
yes,
only way that
98,
Stephen Kwan
but
can get hits is stupid little bloop singles.
also, do we know does the exit velo is that legitimately like 6 inches off the barrel, or is that like a foot, or like
It's,
at what point do they read the exit velo off the bat?
I don't
I
know.
don't know
To be
how
honest
that's
with you.
calculated.
PP, on the screen it says single and single, not error and error. So
I
tough
don't
luck, I
know if
Okay.
guess.
they do fielding errors recorded
They
on
do.
Savant.
Uh,
Because when I looked
Okay,
up Cooper Ingles' drop fly ball yesterday, it said fielding error on it.
gotcha. Okay, I
I also feel like if you refresh the like they're gonna look at the official score, like that might get changed after the game too.
oh
True.
true.
I don't think either of those were errors, though. Like, obviously, maybe Antonacci gets an error for letting the runners to
I
advance.
think I think both of those are errors because they should have had like a run scored because
Oh, that's a good point. I
Montgomery.
forgot about Hoskins scoring.
Yeah.
They're both hits and errors, though. Like both those
Yes.
guys should get credit with a hit.
Right. Wow. This is the most Cleveland comeback ever.
I told you they're gonna do some bullshit and they're gonna score a couple runs or whatever. Ugh.
Ah, it was on a K. Tied him up and in.
Oh, that's so sad.
Okay.
We got a couple haters now. Okay.
I would like to think Cleveland has gained my respect through multiple ass kickings for the last like 5 years. They've beaten me into submission.
No, I refuse.
The compliance.
I was about to say, I can only take so many swirlies from the nerdiest bully I've ever seen.
You just have to stand up to them, Eric. Don't let them push you around. Stand tall.
We had
Fight
one
back.
glowing moment with Max Kepler on 3 balls against Trevor Bauer, and that's it.
Yeah, PP. I wasn't too pleased with that either. So you got me on that one. I don't know what to say, but I do think we've played 4 games now. The Guardians and White Sox. All of them have been one-run games, and it looks like we're headed that direction again.
I was
So
about to say, are we going to have a Manfred runner this game?
Yeah. Rain delay. It was going to go into extras. What a stupid streak. Hey, and Engel did earn himself onto the official shit list for that. So,
yes, he
well, not
did.
just for that, but cumulatively.
I think you put it as Hall of Fame. I think shitlist emeritus sounds cool. That's just
I
my
didn't.
opinion.
I just wanted an extra tier,
Yeah,
so I put Hall of Fame. I don't know what we can. I feel like we can discuss it
yeah.
when we get all of us together at some point. But I put Hall of Fame just for quick because that was, and then the permanent members is for non-players. So, because the ownership, yeah. I have our rules there too that I thought of, but yeah. I feel like next time we get all of us together, we can go over the rules and figure out if we want to add any addendums or anything. But
Yeah, for sure.
I figured put it down on paper and then it makes it a little official. We get
I know I didn't call it that, but I had talked about kind of that type of thing too. So I'm glad you kind of ran with it and formalized it a little bit.
I think it's very funny, and I think it's going to be very funny if we keep this bit up for as long as possible and just see who ends up graduating. And because, like I said, right now I just have former/graduated, but I feel like at some point we might need a different category for players who end up positively graduating, not just thank God they're not on my team anymore graduating.
Maybe there could be a category for like player that like ended up leaving or retiring and didn't ever get off the list. Like
Because that's
you can make a distinction there.
Yeah, because that's what kind of everyone is right now. It's just they're no longer on my team, so they're not my problem.
Yeah.
Type of versus like actually.
I think what's interesting with that is like I hated AJ Przinsky after he left the Twins. Hated the man. Now I kind of like him. Like now it's almost like a I don't know, big brother type of hate or like I don't know, cousin rivalry type thing. But
we actually got Vargas out. Holy cow. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did it.
Do you know who this isn't a player, but do you know who should be on the shit list? Tony La Russa. He's not a player though. But I don't know how he is.
That counts. I don't think he has to be a player.
You can make an argument for it, yeah.
Maybe he goes in like the because I know we put the Polads and the Reinsdorfs on there. I don't know if Ty or PP agrees with that to have Jerry Reinsdorf on the official shit list, but maybe that's where Tony La Russa comes in.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think we need to get everyone together. We can really formalize the rules of who qualifies. I feel like if the spirit, make sure the main spirit of it is players or I guess people involved on the team who actively hurting their team. It can't just be other players. Opposite.
I don't even know that necessarily has to be somebody that's hurting the team. I think it's just the idea of like player that just, to use kind of a stupid term, grinds your gears.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Right.
I think my point is, it is a player on your team that you dislike.
You get irrationally angry when you see them. Like,
yeah.
Good inning from Holderman.
Can we limit one reliever per season, please?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think it's really easy to.
That might have to be a. Yeah,
you can do a lifetime achievement award after the season, but like, every week there's going to be a new reliever on this list.
That's why. See, that is why I specified repeated offense, because it can't just be they pissed you off one time because they blew a save. It has to be a repeated issue.
I still think it would be fun if we made a list for other teams. So like who you guys hate seeing the Twins, or like what twin makes you guys angry, and yeah.
Oh, Luis Robert Jr. might be a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Or right now too, Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Yeah, that tracks PP for sure.
Yeah. Because I put Edgar Hero on the list because Ty keeps complaining about him, so I figured I'd put him on the list. And maybe Ty will disagree with whether or not he deserves to be on the shit list. But yeah.
So can there be negotiations with this name? Can we do like Madam or Sir puzzles? Puzz?
No.
Pro Puzz?
I don't think you're gonna win any negotiations.
I have an infant daughter, so like whatever, like I clean a pee literally every day, multiple times a day. I'm like, that's what I'm fighting against here.
You do not have to say those words. I want you to remember that. Know that you did not have to say those words. Those words were a choice, Eric, and you made a choice. It was a bad decision.
Why was it a bad decision?
I would like to go 30 seconds in the past. I did not have to hear you say that.
Every time I say it, it just reminds me of this Amazon commercial with Pete Davidson that was on for a while. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. Maybe.
He's talking to his Alexa or whatever, and he's thinking about changing his name or whatever.
Oh, that one, yeah.
What about double P? And Alexa goes, you want to go by PP? So I'm like, every time I see Pete Davidson, I'm like, hey, it's PP Davidson. So this PP here, if you're Pete Davidson, I think you're funny. You did a great job on SNL, but yeah, I don't think that's who you are. So I think you just tricked me into saying PP a bunch of times, which is fine because I'm calling you that.
For
Why
a
does
while.
Trevor Richards have white hair?
Oh my god, he does. Is he just that old?
No, that's
I don't think so.
Ooh, take a walk, Khalil. Jesus. 261 batting average, 292 on base. Christ, man.
You should take a look at how you lead, because I don't think that guy knows how to walk. He walked the other day, and I'm like, I think that's the first walk he's gotten in a month. He's a very free swinger. He's hitting the ball well right now, but yeah, he's raw.
Yeah, PP, I could see him not being for everybody. I couldn't tell you like a specific stand-up bit he did or something that I really like. I just mostly remember him from Saturday Night Live, so.
I can't make fun of anyone being lowbrow because I grew up loving Chris Farley, which is the dumbest possible humor you could ever imagine. So,
for a while on MLB Network, I kept getting Peyronie's disease ads, and I'm like, I need you to stop. I am not your target audience for this.
Not at all.
That does kind of kill me because clearly there is a target audience for MLB, and you do get a lot of like, trade your cash in for gold, and here's your prostate exam update.
Yeah, I get a lot of ads on YouTube that are clearly reading my algorithm and do not understand who I am. because like half of my algorithm is sports stuff and half of it is like gaming stuff, and so they are
somehow
clearly
somehow
misreading those
Andrew
numbers.
Tate is in Lee's recommended. Like what?
Ugh. Ugh. Is he still
I
a
just
thing?
keep
Is Andrew Tate still a thing?
he's not arrested yet, so officially, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure there's
He's
still
on bail. I don't know.
young men of a certain age that are a fan of him, so I
Right.
think he is.
I also keep obsessively watching Family Guy clips on YouTube Shorts because I scroll through YouTube Shorts and then I'll just always end up watching the Family Guy ones. I don't like the Family Guy, but I just end up keep watching them.
Huh.
I don't like that show. I've never watched a full episode. I just keep watching the singular 30-second clips or whatever.
Family Guy's fine. You don't need to watch a full episode. It's just like a very chaotic. Your clips are fine. You get the exact humor. There are storylines, but they don't matter.
I feel like some of the individual jokes are funny, but like I feel like
Yeah, because they throw 9 billion like situational jokes at you.
Yeah, that's true.
My comfort show has become King of the Hill, which is really becoming dated. But like that's such a good show to just turn on in the background and not pay attention to.
I've heard good things about it. It's not really. I don't think it's really the type of show that I really enjoy, but like, it's fine.
It's a slow burn, but
I just the most thing I know is just the Bobby Witt Jr. meme for Bobby.
yes, Bobby with the Royals hat. That gets me every time.
Wow, it is very funny.
It's that and the "You don't know me, that's my purse," or "I don't know you." I like King of the Hill. No regret. My wife loves Bob's Burgers. We watch
don't
plenty
watch
of Bob's
Bob's
Burgers.
Burgers.
American Dad. that's funny. I've never actually seen American Dad, but when I've seen the bits of it are funny. I like that. I've seen bits of Bob's Burgers seems funny too. Good.
I'm gonna have to pick a like for adults animation show. It's probably gonna be South Park. So
Yep.
I don't even watch that all that often, but
I don't think I've watched South Park in well over a decade, and South Park is forever in my heart.
yeah.
I've just seen bits of it. Like, I don't really watch adult cartoon shows.
Yeah.
Really. So yeah, I don't know. Most of the shows that I watch are like procedurals and shit like that. Like most of them are like it's like the same thing over and over again. But like, oh, this one's a cop show, but this time it's this gimmick or whatever the hell. I fall for it every time.
I'm a fan of those. I don't watch a ton of TV outside of sports at this point, but those are good. I like it. The Law and Orders. I like Dr. House.
I love House. I just recently finished binging it again. It's great. I like the medical
one of my favorite
stuff.
shows ever.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it's so formulaic. Like it's always patient comes in collapsing. They have diagnosis A. Halfway through the episode, the patient's better, and then they have this critical like relapse, and then there's diagnosis B, and then if you're lucky, sometimes there's a C diagnosis, and then the episode's over.
Yeah,
Eric,
but
I
that's
don't
making
care.
it great.
I'm just
I like the characters.
the character. I like House. I do not like any of the other doctors.
That's
Really?
fair. I don't like Chase. I don't like Foreman. I like.
Oh, Jesus!
I know I like Chase. I don't like Cameron. Is what I was thinking. I like Chase.
Who's right?
Chase
Is that the who's the
Australian.
who's the female?
Cameron.
See, I like her. I like her a lot more than Foreman, and I like her a lot more than Chance. 'Cause I just think they're all terrible characters.
I like
Really?
Chase. I don't like Cameron or Foreman.
I do
like 'em
like
Maybe I'm
who's
easy
his
to
best
please.
friend?
Wilson.
Wilson. He's the glue.
Yeah. Oh, Wilson's great. I don't think that would work out, PP. I don't think that was a bit of a.
Yeah, I don't. Yep.
Here's
I think
here's
we
what
have to
I
have a
want you to
little
do,
bit.
PP. Tweet at Jason Benetti and tell him to come on the show. If we can get enough people doing that kind of thing, maybe we can actually have a guest on.
There you
So,
go.
we're going to need your help with that sort of thing. If you like what you're seeing,
It's gonna be more than us schlubs doing it.
yeah.
I think we have one Twitter follower, and it's me.
We have
We
to
have
have
like
that.
50 something blue sky though.
Yeah, that's true. I don't post on Twitter. I for either this or for my own personal. Like sometimes I'll do on my personal.
That's like
like
my question for
Right.
Benetti would. My question for Benetti would 100% be like, how does it feel to bully Andy Dirks every time he's in the booth? Because he just like shreds that guy every chance he gets. He's doing something goofy or like trying to joke on him.
It's very funny though. Dirks and
It
Benetti
is
are
very,
great.
it's very entertaining, but it is kind of weird because like Jason Benetti's just like clearly the kid that was bullied in high school versus Andy Dirks, the professional athlete, and Benetti is just like grilling him, and it's fun to watch.
How
Dirks
the
is such a
turn,
dumbass
yeah,
though. That's what makes it so great.
how the
Like
tables have turned.
there was a time last year I think Benetti they were talking about something with the Hall of Fame, and Benetti was like, "Well, you're in the Kansas Sports Hall of Fame," and Dirks was like, "I am," and he's like, "Dude, do you not remember this?"
I mean, I'm sure there is someone who is very proud to be in the Kansas Hall of Fame, but I don't think that's Andy Dirks' top 10 accomplishment in his career.
Andy Dirks is in a picture on the wall in the Dominican League, so he's got
Funny.
that going for him too. I forget what it was. I think he played there over a winter or something because he was like rehabbing or whatever. And yes, his picture's on the wall over there. And when the Tigers did the Dominican game in spring training, they went and took a picture of that, and it was funny. But Dirks is so dumb, and I love him for it. He's a golden retriever.
I don't want to make too much of this, but this is potentially a big outing for Cade. He has not been. He's been rickety against Chicago a couple times.
Ooh, that was a nice
he's
catch there at first, though.
dotting pitches right now, though. Like it's been on the edge both pitches, a fastball and a curveball.
I mean, that was a line out though.
That was a line. Yes, like that was hit hard, but it was
Contact.
right at Hoskins.
All right, Cade, I need you to do what you did against Chicago those other two times. That would be great.
Did you guys see that AAA is challenging check swings?
Ooh, I didn't know it made
Yeah.
its way up to AAA.
I think the rule is it's 45 degrees past home plate, like the front half of home plate, or the front edge of home plate. It's 45 degrees past that, and then it's an official swing. And that's
I've
what they're
heard
measuring.
Yeah, I heard that it was 45 degrees because technically isn't a what definition of what a swing is, which is very funny to me.
Which is like, honestly, I cannot believe there has not been a definition of a check swing ever. It just
It's
seems the
just like
intent to-
porn; you know it when you see it.
Right, and that's just like, it drives me nuts. Like, just define the effing thing, even if it's hard to like measure. At least give a define it.
It's
Also,
like
shout out to- Go ahead.
the first Polish dictionary, like the 1700s. The definition of a horse is everyone knows what a horse is. That's the definition.
This
Eric,
is a
if you
really
put it-
stupid shout out,
If you put some standards to it, Eric, then you have to be held to those standards, and you can't just weasel your
Fine.
way out of.
fine.
Fine for you.
I also think it should be mandatory that the opposite-handed umpire needs to rule. Ooh, nice play by Schneemann. Real nice.
Well,
Yep.
We're gonna have this game go into extras, aren't we?
I'll say this is going to go 15 innings, just because Lee said the Manfred runner would stop every 15-inning game. And, of course, it was a rain out.
Every time we stream, it's just something stupid.
It really is. It's always a rain out, or there's a 22-1 game, or there's extras.
Or Scooble shuts out
Or
the Guardians.
Scooble throwing the ball between his legs to try to get an out at first.
That wasn't the one we. That wasn't the one we.
That was on
streamed.
the one stream. That was
I remember
just awesome.
I just
That was a
that was never a good decision at any step of like
I just
him
don't
going.
understand this thought process behind it.
Exactly.
Like, at what point
There wasn't
did he
any.
stop and go, this is a great idea?
The thought process was this team is sinking. I need to do literally anything, and then just hike it to the first baseman of like 3 feet over his glove.
Yeah, no, it was. So dumb. I remember because I was at work during that game. That's also the game that he hit Fry in the face.
Yep.
I
In the
think
same
we were
inning.
streaming that, weren't we?
No.
I think we were streaming that game. No.
No.
I was at work during that. I remember that vividly because I was at work and I was walking back to my car and I just saw your guys' messages like he hit Fry in the face and I'm like, oh God, what's going on? And I
Is
just
that a
see
Patrick Bailey jersey?
Can't
it
tell.
made those quick.
There you go,
And the
Cade.
soft grounder.
Good defense that inning.
There you go. That's a good argument for it. We need to start streaming more games because then cool games happen when we do. There you go.
Okay.
See, before we were thinking we cause rain delays, but if we just cause good games, there you go.
It's all a matter of perspective.
I mean,
Maybe.
like when we streamed last week, we also caused the Rockies to try and come back again when they're
Oh
down.
my God, that was so ridiculous. The Twins did not deserve to win that game. They
It
blow a
was so
7-0 lead and have to win it in extras.
No, me and Ty literally manifested that because we're like, all right, they're down by 3, and then one guy gets on base, and we're like, all right, just a bloop and a blast, and they can do it. And then Hunter Goodman hits a go-ahead home run.
Let me preface this is I did say the Twins should win this game, and like we were trying to compare like the 7-run lead with the Twins is really not that different than the 22-run lead, like percentage wise, win probability added wise. There's not much difference between a 7-run lead and a 1. However, I think I said it multiple times. There is no safe lead with this bullpen, and you could almost like tragically predict what was going to happen next.
I should go. We need to clip our reactions from when Hunter Goodman hit that go-ahead home run because that was so funny.
I laughed. I just remember thinking like a freaking because like it wasn't just like a wall scraper.
It was
a
that was a
third deck.
bomb.
Like it dented a chair in the third deck. Like it was hit hard.
Yeah, he knew it. He watched it, and it was so funny. That was amazing. That whole stream was just like being on crack because it was just what the hell is going on. And then the most boring thing was the Guardians losing 3-1 to the Mariners.
Yeah, because
I
that
don't
was
think
just a straightforward game.
we barely looked at that game because there's just so much else going on.
And then what everybody didn't see is like me and Lee arguing for like 20 minutes after the game over like the dumpster fire of the Tigers, over who needs like what needs to be improved more, the pitching or the offense. If you want to see some fireworks, just go to the last 20 minutes of that stream last week, and that was about as heated as both of us get.
And then I'm like, no, it's 11:30 p.m. We've been on the team for 5 hours. I'm just not doing this anymore. And I'm just like, no, we're ending this. This is stupid.
I might have to actually go back and watch that myself.
It literally, I'm not kidding you, Dan. Right after, because like we also talked after the stream for like 10 minutes. I literally messaged Lee, "Are we all right?" Like,
and I'm like, "Yeah, we're good." It was just really late, and I didn't want to. Stupid.
I had no idea any of this happened. We had a whole show last week, and I didn't even know.
Well, it was a stream, and it was like 11:30 at night, and we were both.
Oh, I
it was
remember
more like
Ty messaging in the Discord. This is so much fun, Dan, or something like that. I'm like, I'm glad you're having fun, Ty.
Ooh, Ooh,
Oh
nice
no, get out.
play.
No,
Get out.
no.
Nice play.
Oh, there we go. Very nice. That's my all-star right there, Tristan
Tristan, you're supposed to
Peters.
do a trick flip or something while you catch it. Jeez. What are you doing?
He didn't catch it with his hat. What's the matter with him?
I'm gonna be right back. I am sweating profusely and I need water because I need to turn the AC on. It's like 80 degrees. I think the AC's off, so I'll be right back.
So I would really prefer the White Sox to win this game because I did call a split. But this just
Yeah,
seems
man.
like the time where Austin Hedges is going to hit a home run, doesn't it? Like, can't you feel that?
He hit one a couple days ago, so I think he's not due.
Oh, fair enough.
Alternatively, maybe that means he's seeing the ball really well right now.
I don't think Austin Hedges ever sees the ball well
I do think,
as a hitter.
and there's shades of gray to this, obviously. But when he gets more playing time, he hits better, and he's gotten more playing time this year, and he's hit better. So,
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
what are you swinging at, man? Well, I'm just talking you up.
Well, it worked.
You made it. Yeah. Pinch runner.
Oh,
You bother
I
with
mean,
a
you
pinch
have
runner
to
with
pull
2
him.
outs?
You have to pull him, don't you? You have 3 catchers on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've got. I don't. Fry is still in this game, right? So,
Right, but you still have Bailey and you still have Engel.
yeah, you could catch Engel, I guess, if you needed to.
Look at him chugging along. Just a freight train going down the first baseline. Ooh, I don't
Coming
know.
hard.
If there's
Turn
a
a
double,
negative into a positive. They're going to leave him out there.
if Quan hits a double, I don't
Yeah,
think
they're
Hedges scores.
Yeah, I agree. That's an interesting choice. I get it. 2 outs, not much of a rally going, but you do have another really good catcher on your bench. So,
Yes, I was about to say you can easily sub him out. And I know Quan is not Steven Quan is the past, but he can hit a double.
how funny would it be if Quan is homered here and the game was over and Lee comes back and is like, WTF?
Right. Seems fitting.
I don't think that's going to happen, though.
So I see on the MLB app, I see
Like, anyway.
Austin Hedges strikes out swinging, Austin Hedges on first.
Yep.
So
Yep.
how the hell? Got it.
You should have seen the
Cleveland always
replay.
pulls this bullshit.
You should have seen the replay of him just chugging along to first base.
Oh, it's
He is
stupid.
not being pinch hit for or pinch run for, which
I mean, I guess it makes sense. You're really gonna put who are you gonna put, and then catch you switch. It'd just probably be 2.
well they have Bailey and Engel. They have 4 catchers on the roster right now.
Has the Engel caught since he got called up, or is he only
No,
played?
and I don't think he ever will, honestly.
Right.
Trying to think of who else is on the bench tonight that they haven't already used. That might be part of the problem too, is they've already used a couple
Yeah.
guys. But I feel like even Engel himself would just be faster than Hedges.
They've
Anyone.
already put in Schneemann and Watson. So.
Granted,
Oh.
Engel might forget which direction he's supposed to run the bases, so
That would be embarrassing.
all right. My turn to get up for a minute.
All right, and we're going to extras because, god damn it, of course we are.
Yep. To be fair, this is faster than I thought it would be. I mean, we've been recording for 4.5 hours.
That's true. I mean, the game started earlier than we were thinking because I thought it might be at first like 11, but the
Right.
game started at 10:15.
Well, I mean, if this game wasn't going to start until like, I think the initial call was what, hours away. Like we would have just ended this at the Twins' loss.
Right. We had a good transition. I feel like between both teams, there's enough bullshit to get this over with in the 10th inning. Yeah, White Sox haven't used any pinch hitters yet. So they got their whole bench available. Because I think
Who do they
it's
have?
who's coming up: Peters, Gonzalez, and Antonacci. So they might pinch hit someone for Jacob Gonzalez there. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. What is it? 8, 8, 9, and 1,
yeah, 8, 9, and 1.
and they're bringing in Sabrowski. It looks like he's been death to everyone. I'm gonna guess Peters does a sack bunt. Maybe a pinch hit for Gonzalez, and
Is
then
he
you
gonna
hope
come around on
Antonacci.
stilts?
Hmm.
I was making a banana ball joke.
Oh, stilts. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, they have Angel Acuna. Oh, they have Acuna. Okay,
Oh yeah.
that's a legitimate threat. They might
He can
steal
score
third.
from basically anything. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to steal third. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that would make me a little nervous.
What, trying to steal third? Or just a
Yes, that they're going to try to do anything. I
I think
still
he
think this is a bunt. Oh, it's Grichuk. This isn't a bunt anymore. This is just a platoon.
yeah, I feel like the thing they're probably not gonna risk him getting thrown out. They're probably just saving him. He can score on any single.
Right. I was about. Yep. Yep. I think that's right. This is such a Minnesota thing, but I always get weirded out by someone wearing number 34 because I was like, you can't. Oh wait, yeah, that's only in Minnesota. You can't wear that.
It's not official yet, but they have a kind of similar thing with 24. It's like that's just no.
Yeah, does anyone in Detroit have it though?
No.
Okay, I think the Tigers are.
They're saving it for when he.
Yeah, they're not going to let anyone pick that. That may as well be retired now. I think they're probably waiting for the Hall of Fame ceremony, but
Yeah, that's their thing. They wait till the Hall of Fame ceremony and then they officially retire the number. That's what they did with Jim Leland and Morris.
Yeah.
They waited until the Hall of Fame made it official.
can we also say it's weird to retire manager numbers? The Twins did it, but I don't like it.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Eh,
They have a number.
I know, but it's dumb. I don't know.
I don't know what number, what's his face, Shelton or Vogt have, but AJ Hinch is number 14. Like he hasn't, they have numbers. So I guess it makes a little bit of sense. I totally blanked on what the Twins manager was for a hot second there because we talked about Rocco earlier, so I was still thinking about him.
I can't. I could have told you Rocco's number last year. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I think it was actually 5. He might have been 5 because I think that was his number when he was a player.
I don't know Vogt's number.
I want to say 12.
I think it might be 12. I think Francona's was like 77 or something.
Something like that. I don't know why I randomly know Stephen Vogt's number, if that is his number, but 12 sticks out in my mind.
I have to say, a good move by Vogt going to Sabrowski here. Sabrowski strikes out like 48% of the batters he faces. Right. So if you want to bring a guy in with a man on second, nobody out, you're trying to eliminate any runs scoring. Just feels like right time, right place. He hasn't been as good since he came back off the IL, but still.
Well, he was so good though. Like he was. Oh. Like there was going to be regression.
Yeah.
Unsustainable, I guess, was the phrase I was actually looking for.
Yeah, you're right, but still.
Ooh, that's timed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna refresh this. I keep clicking off of it, and then it's not. There we go. And you might just go 1, 2, 3 here.
Oh, don't say it.
Also, can we mention that Hedges has hog engraved on his catcher's gear?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you know that really confused me, and I had to like say like why? Oh, hedgehog.
Yeah.
Oh, like it. I had to work it out for like way too long, an embarrassing amount of time.
For being as timed up as he was on the last fastball, to take that one, yeesh.
I'm gonna guess he wasn't looking for a fastball for whatever reason. Ooh, that should have been. That was your pitch, I think.
Oh yeah, 95 right down the middle. Damn.
Yeah.
Yep.
You might have been thinking something faster. I like saying things and then hoping they're right. I'm hungry. I've like barely eaten today. I had breakfast and then I had some taquitos. That was basically it.
Should eat something.
I should.
What's your sleep schedule like these days? Out of
Uh,
curiosity. I'm not
not,
trying to
not.
shame you. I'm legitimately curious.
I think today I got up at like 1:30 p.m.
All right.
So
I
I
like it.
go to bed usually like around 4 or 5 in the morning. Yeah.
Don't listen to him. Eric's just jealous, quite frankly.
No, I love my mornings. Like I love waking up. Like if
Oh
I sleep
God,
in
you're a
until
morning
7,
person.
that is a true sleep in. If I sleep in until 7.
No, the
Oh,
other day I was really tired, so I went to bed at like 11. But then I woke up at 1:30 in the morning and I could not get back to sleep. And then at like 10, I go to sleep for a few hours. And then, yeah, it was just messy. But yeah, I'm kind of on the 5 to 1 schedule. Hey, being unemployed is great because I just get 8 hours every night. Like,
You know,
I'll
that's
do.
kind of where I'm at. I get the summers off, so like I my sleep schedule can be whatever the hell I want it to be.
Yeah.
Granted, like we are pushing my own bedtime right now because it's almost midnight my time, but
Yeah, I don't have a need to get up. I also haven't been applying to stuff as much lately. So the one I thought I got a second interview for, because he basically said I was going to get a second interview, have not heard about that. It's been
mm,
4 or 5 days, and I'm like, okay, so you just lied to me now. Great.
I think Sam was probably right, and it's just with the holiday they're putting it off. But
yeah.
I understand being frustrated about that.
It just he implied that it would be like this week.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, no, 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 no.
Ooh. Oh.
He's got it. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
completely misread that. I thought that was going to be a little bloop in front of the right fielder, and that was
Very much
warning
not.
track.
Yeah.
All right.
In
Who
which
is
case,
coming
but
out
Just need to
for?
scratch one across here.
I mean they're going to right. Like that's it's
It's the
already it's
I don't think they're
sack.
destined
going
to
to.
I see it
tomorrow.
now. Sack bunt, ground out. You know,
The White
fly
Sox had
out
the
to center.
audacity.
Runner scores.
The White Sox
Have
had the audacity to have a walk off last week, so the Guardians must punish them by having a 4 game sweep of walk offs.
Yikes. I mean, have you seen this offense lately? I don't know that it's given that we're going to score.
Well, they scored 3 already.
Oh, your offense is so terrible because your players are injured. I can't imagine how hard that must be. Wow.
28th
Sorry.
in WRC plus. Like,
I'm gonna
not
be a
a
dick
particularly
about
good
it
offense.
for the rest of the season.
I can take your hate.
28th? You're not even last. Come on.
There are a whole two teams worse than you. What are you complaining about?
Exactly. I had the entire month of May just being terrible.
Well, I mean,
But
that's
if I
not true.
go,
You were pretty terrible in September, too. Give yourself some credit.
that's true.
They still have Trevor Richards as pitching. I don't think that's true.
I think it's just because he was the last one pitching, so it hasn't updated.
There's definitely a lefty pitching now.
Yeah.
It
We
is
don't talk enough
updated. So.
we don't talk enough about the fact that Chicago has 4 lefties in their bullpen.
That is weird.
Sean Newcomb. Yeah, he's good. I think that's a
Yep.
good
Yes, he
choice.
is. I mean, granted, like they're not using Newcomb as an actual lefty. They're just using Newcomb because he's great.
Yeah, agreed. Although they're kind of using him as a lefty because he's going to face Pizzana and DeLauder here.
Right.
But
But I feel like if Newcomb was right-handed, they're still
they'd still
using
use him.
Newcomb.
Yeah.
Because they're also going to be
Probably.
hoping to use him next inning as well.
Right. Yeah.
You're probably right because either this inning's going to be short because he gets out of it, or it's going to be short because he.
Ooh, that's not a good start.
Whoa!
Oh,
Whoa!
yeah.
You caught that? Oh, good for you, Teal.
Also, Bazana took that way too cool. Like,
That was
Yeah.
the pitch he called for, actually. So he was prepared for it. Oh, great. 2 pitches way outside of the zone to start. Oh, this is going to be some bullshit, isn't it?
Khalil Watson was a pinch hit, right? He didn't start the game.
Yeah,
He was
correct.
pinch hit.
3-0.
Ooh, Newcomb is not doing well.
Don't help him.
Oh,
Don't
man.
swing.
He's looking terrible right now.
Oh yeah,
Man, if
Watson.
the Guardians
pitched the
don't
first time.
score on him, wow, that's just embarrassing. I'd hate to see that happen.
Oh, there's a
And
strike.
then he just dots it right on the corner. Funny.
Got to start trying now.
I think we lost puzzles.
We're bunting on a 3-1 count. We're bunting.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're bunting on the
I don't
3-1
like-
count.
I don't like that at all. I don't know who decided to do that, but
I'd like to see, I want to see what the shift was. If the third baseman was not close,
I don't
I'm
care.
okay with it.
3-1. That's a
hitter's
swing hard
count.
if it's in your keyhole.
right.
It's count.
Well, he got the same pitch. The
Yeah.
next.
That was a better pitch actually. The previous one was all outside.
Jimenez jersey in the crowd.
Nice. All right, strike him out. You can do it.
Jeez,
Oh,
they moved
man.
everybody around.
What a terrible at bat this would be if he was up 3-0 and it strikes out. That would just be awful.
What a weird ass defensive line. They moved Montgomery for Acuna.
Yep.
Antonacci was in left field.
Yep.
Bazana have a walk-off hit yet?
Don't think so.
He's been on the majors for 3 weeks.
Oh, that's
he has one now.
Hold him.
Oh, yeah, hold him. Yep.
Why did you have to say that, Eric? Now look what happens.
Let's go.
It wasn't a walk-off.
Double play scores a run, except you're not going to go for the double play. So
No.
Look at what
I
you
know,
did.
Dan, I know you hate the contact play. 80% of the time, I hate infield in. Except for, literally, this.
this you have to. Yeah.
If you do infield in the third inning, I'm already angry. I hate it.
I like corners in.
I don't mind that. But, literally, I don't know. Just infield in anywhere except for the literal game is on the line.
Oh!
Exactly that.
No.
Exactly that.
Khalil Watson.
Ooh, all right, that was a great stream.
It was fantastic. Thank you. 2 nights in a row.
They really are
5
just
games.
punishing the White Sox for having the audacity.
5
They
games
have
with the
a
White
walk-
Sox.
They
All of
won a
them hit
series
home
last
run.
week, and they have to pay for that. All right, what's the standings? Is that flips it, doesn't it?
I think so.
It's just
Or ties it
that's
now.
so weird to me. There have been 5 games we played against each other, and it's all been one-run games.
Yep,
Uh,
that flips the. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, win two. That's now just a tie. Dead tie, except for Chicago. Chicago same winning percentage. Chicago has 2 less games than Cleveland. Wow.
Right up the middle.
first pitch too. Just
I mean, why delay at this point?
we all knew this was going to happen, didn't we? We kind of all.
We've seen this how many times? I really do think somebody needs to look this up at the amount of times Cleveland has been down by 2 runs in the 8th inning to come back and win the effing game, because it has to be the best in the majors. It happens too often for this trope not to be true.
Oh, look at this. Look at the fans talking positive to each other. Look at this. I like to see that. Sorry to interrupt you, but I thought that was nice.
They're all monsters.
PP, if you're still with us, it was a pleasure. Good game.
Stephen
But
Vogt is 12. Look at that.
the better team, I think, won tonight. So you could beg to differ. That'd be fine.
Who's 25 for the White Sox?
No idea.
I don't know.
Anyway. Well, this was fun. This was way longer than I think we anticipated it being.
Yeah.
But we have a knack for rain delays and walk-offs, so
We're just goofy.
I don't know whether that means
Eric
we
and
should
Lee,
do
you
this
don't
more or less.
you don't want to argue about something for 20 minutes to wrap us up here?
I mean, I genuinely thought because like Ty left, and then there was like we were doing like the small talk before we end, and then it just like kept like building. But we could. I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts on the World Cup? I don't know. Like, so anyway, we'll be back probably Sunday. I don't think we've really talked about that, but it is Friday. We should probably get on that. So, anyway, we will see you guys soon. Thanks for watching.